Welcome to the game show nobody wants to.
Hey everybody, appreciate you all joining us. Mark's going to be in here in just a second. We have a tornado watch out until midnight tonight, and we do have a tornado warning that has just gone into effect for Lawrence County in southern Indiana. Let me show you what we're talking about here. Clear as day that there is rotation within this storm. You can see it spinning like a top as it's been moving south of Odin and going to be north of Shoals, Indian Springs as well. Now that's just one county over from us, but you can see those reds, those greens. I mean, just perfectly meshed together. They're a very tight couplet as this thing is, you could just perfectly see the spin. In fact, I'm going to go over to the green screen, show you guys what I'm talking about in case you can't quite tell what's going on. And Mark will be out here in just a second, like I mentioned before. But we've been streaming on all of our platforms over the last couple of hours, talking about these storms as they've been heading our way. For the folks that are in far western Lawrence County, up into northern Orange County as well. We want you guys to pay attention to this one especially. I know that Orange County isn't underneath the warning right now, but it is heading your direction. Mitchell down to Orleans, you guys are probably going to be the ones that see this circulation most likely. Again, you see that red and that green. It does not get more textbook than that when you're talking about being able to see actual spin on velocity. That couplet, very tight, very bright. It doesn't have as significant of a hook as it did earlier, but you can actually see the inflow notch, so the greens, the lighter discolorations, the lighter rain that you see with that. Mark's paused it for just a second. Coming on the backside of the storm, that is the winds wrapping around the backside of the storm and then coming back in. So in the Shoals area, here is your inflow notch up into the storm, the air that's feeding into it. And then on the backside, that's where you get the winds coming around. So Mark's got his cursor directly over it. And Mark, maybe in a second here, if we could pull up correlation coefficient just to see if it has dropped anything just yet.
The one thing we're going to struggle on this one is we're looking 6,000 feet above the ground.
Yes.
So a debris signature would probably not show well here.
Yeah, and I can't tell if what we're seeing there is maybe a bit of a hail spike.
I would think it's a hail spike. I would think that, but again, at 6,000 feet, very, very difficult to say. Very difficult. And
what I'm saying here when I'm saying a hail spike is that in the area of rotation, it looks like there's some discoloration where you would see debris. Now, 6,000 feet is fairly high. Be kind of hard to get debris up that high unless it's a really strong tornado, which we can't rule out tonight. But then you see it, this signature coming off the northwest side of that discoloration here near Indian Springs, right where the circulation is. That is probably going to be where the updraft is throwing hail up really high, and then that hail is sending back a signal back to the radar saying, hey, there's a bunch of us up here, and that's why you're getting that weird feed off to the north and west. Now, Mark's putting a tracker on here for us. Again, this is one county over from Lawrence County and from northern Orange as well. So it's not necessarily in our viewing area just yet, the storm itself, but the tornado warning is. So for Cale, 10 minutes from now, it's going to be directly over you. Spice Valley, we'll give it in less than 20 minutes. Morristown, 22 minutes. Bryansville, 25. And then toward Hartleyville, we're talking just a little less than 30 minutes. These are moving, what, about 45 miles per hour, Mark?
Latest on this one is moving to the east at 30. Okay, so the northern part of the lines. What's that?
That speed has dropped quite a bit from what we were talking about during our streams.
Well, I think what we're seeing here is the MCV, meaning where that northern portion of the line is near Columbus, has advanced more quickly. And on that southern tail, I think that those are just moving a little bit slower, which is interesting because this is something we saw in the data, that along the southern portion of the line, that severe weather risk would come in at a later point. And so you can see there's that initial area where we have the warning here for Jackson and Lawrence County, and then there's this secondary area that's tailing behind that. And that secondary area is our real concern for tornadoes now. The northern part of the area, it does appear it has advanced so fast that it may be outpacing the fuel. Now it's laid down a boundary. The southern part of that then will affect areas like Orange County further south. And some people are wondering, will a tornado watch be necessary south of the other one? I'm going to say that in my professional opinion, my answer would be based on where we are now, yes. I think that we're probably going to need a second tornado watch here issued. So. And we are, you know, remember, we do have cameras within our area that are watching these, and our Seymour camera looking west is certainly going to be a camera that we use a lot here this evening. And interestingly enough, did they So they have a severe and a tornado warning on that storm that's out of Lawrence County. So I would assume
they had put out the severe
thunderstorm. That's what I was going to
say.
say.
They had that one out originally with the tornado possible tag and 70-mile-per-hour winds within this storm as well. So a considerable tag for damage from straight line winds here. That's the 70 miles per hour is as fast as a weak tornado.
Absolutely. And you said this during our stream earlier. Does your house care if the winds are spinning or if they're going straight and it's 75 miles an hour? It doesn't matter. Matthew, I think one thing that's kind of becoming a little bit interesting, and I'm going to take this, let me slide onto this side. This is my spot. What we're starting to see on the southern part of that is that maybe showing could get towards Louisville. So those are things that we're going to have to watch.
Absolutely. These storms are going to, you talk about microscale dynamics within storms, they're going to choose their own path. They don't always follow exactly what they're doing right now. Sometimes you're going to see storms have these small components to them that influence the overall trajectory, which would bode well for some and then make it worse for others. So that's what we're going to be watching with this one especially. I know that that warning is basically due east, but I do think that the spin has a bit of a southerly component to it. And so folks in northern Orange County, if you're watching right now and you're not getting an alert on your phone, it's because there's not a warning for you. But I really do think that you should probably watch this one closely because it's starting to take a bit of a southern jog.
There is no question when you look at this, and I'm going to show that rotation is not moving east.
No.
In fact, one might argue that they're going to need a different tornado warning here shortly because that's going towards Orange County. Look, if it's me, I'm telling you in Orange County, I think you need to prep for a tornado warning, whether they issue or not, but that's going to breach the county line.
Now, I mentioned Orleans earlier. I think Paoli. I think you guys should absolutely be prepared for this because at minimum, you're going to get those winds that Mark was talking about on the southern side, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible here. But yes, a tornado could potentially impact the Paoli area. Somewhere between Mitchell and Paoli, I think, is where most of this is going to end up. And so if you guys are in Orange County, please hear us loud and clear. You're not underneath the warning right now. You very well could be soon. And I think that you need to just start acting like a warning is coming your way within the next 10 minutes.
And that would be, Orange County would mean that would be the National Weather Service Louisville.
Yes.
So the Weather Service Louisville is then going to have to make that call on whether they issue an additional warning. So the Weather Service said that they are in Louisville going to put out a severe for Orange County, not the tornado warning for Orange County. And I want to explain one thing here because I know this is going to cause a little bit of confusion. If we have a tornado warning that is in effect for, I'm going to head over the weather wall if that's possible.
There you go.
If we have a tornado warning on this storm, and that's the area of rotation that is heading into Lawrence County, and it's going to come out of that, why would you not go with the tornado warning? Why would you go with a severe with tornado possible? I'm going to answer this question. The National Weather Service Indy services Lawrence, Jackson, and Jennings County. The National Weather Service Cincy services Carroll County. The National Weather Service Louisville services the rest of our counties. And you're seeing the National Weather Service Indy feels that this meets their criteria for a tornado warning. The National Weather Service Louisville, should they go with severe with tornado possible for Orange County, for them, they don't feel that it meets the criteria for a tornado warning. And this is, you know, a real dynamic that occurs, is that obviously we have a number of different meteorologists and there are different Mets that view things a little bit differently. So this is going to be a scenario where the Weather Service is going to go severe with tornado possible with considerable damage tag, meaning 70-mile-an-hour winds. And I'm now going to make the argument, fine. I don't care if it's a tornado warning or a severe with tornado possible, to be completely transparent. I like that they're saying considerable.
Yes.
Because that means this is not your normal severe thunderstorm. This means this one can be a destructive one. And I think regardless if it's a tornado warning or a severe with that considerable or 70-mile-an-hour wind potential, they're both saying this could be bad.
And it looks like they just came out with that warning, so maybe we could throw that up
Absolutely,
on.
Matthew, there you go.
Here's northern Orange County, as mentioned before, all the way down to Paoli. In fact, even further south of that, past French Lick, down along 145, almost to, and you're going to have to remind me, the lake down there. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Is Patoka?
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the one up there in Orange County, almost all the way down to Lake Patoka. So you guys through the northern half of Orange County. Please go ahead and get into your safe place, because even if it's not tornado warned right now, you don't see a red box, you see an orange one. That orange box still says that a tornado is possible. It's coming out of just south of Mitchell Tree, excuse me, and it will be very likely moving through or south of the Mitchell area, Spice Valley, within the next couple of minutes. You're just now starting to get that really heavy rain. Orleans down to Paoli and French Lick. I think that you are all under the threat for at least 70-mile-per-hour winds and potentially a tornado.
And I'm going to take a page out of Mr. DeLuca's book. So since we know that this is going to probably get into our area with tornado warnings, it already has. Charge your phone.
Absolutely.
Matthew is doing this right now with his phone. Charge your phone right now. Second, if you don't have it, download WDRB Plus or the WDRB News app. Why? Because you can stream the coverage. If you can watch us on Facebook. If you don't follow me on Facebook, Mark with a C, Mark Weinberg, Matthew Wine, you can follow us that way. But what I want to do is, if you need to go and there's a tornado warning issued for your area, the world has changed. 15 years ago, we would say, leave your TV on, turn the volume up as loud as you possibly can. You still can do that. But in the world of today, you can take your phone or your tablet with you, and you can bring us with you. We're going to be there with you. We're going to walk through these storms, and this is a way that you can get that information. Matthew, let's do a track on this.
Absolutely.
I'm going to head over to the weather wall real quickly on this one, and let's do 2 tracks. I would first like to scope this because I want to see where that area of rotation is, and I'd like to scope near Spice Valley. You can actually see the inflow and dry area wrapping in there just
clear as day.
Exceptionally well. Spice Valley, that area of rotation right now is 3 miles to the southwest of you. If you're in Halbert, this is 2 miles to the northwest of you. Notable area of rotation. This will breach. The Weather Service Louisville has determined, I'm going to go with severe with tornado possible. And I'm going to say that this could produce destructive winds. And I think I have no problems with that move. But I like that they put an elevated warning out there. Now, how do you deal with this? If you're in Orleans, if you're in French Lick, if you're Paoli, if it's my family that's there right now, I'm going to say, you know what? This could produce a tornado. I'm going to go ahead and go to my safe place. I'm not going to take that risk because really, what's the penalty? You go to your safe spot, you let it go by, and then you're safe. So let's do that track one more time here, Matthew, so I can call the town.
Absolutely.
And let's call it right off that area of rotation.
Now, you said it was at 30 miles per hour?
That one is, let's just go 35 to play this one safely.
Probably a good idea, but that's a pretty small area because it is so slow.
And what we can do is we can do the area rotation and then we can do the storm.
Sounds good.
So Willow Valley, it's going to be 9 minutes from now. Bonds, 17 minutes from now. Northwest, 20 minutes from now, and the Orangeville area 26 minutes. I know what you're saying is, Mark, that area of rotation is going to go south of that tornado warning. You're right. There may become a point where it gets south of that tornado warning. Now, Matthew, let's take the scope off and everything, and let's track that little Boeing segment, because we know that this Boeing segment can generate strong to destructive winds all across it. And you'll notice Matthew's grabbing that, and let's go 4-0 on that one. And just again, keep it in the general vicinity here, give or take 2 minutes. So around 10 minutes through around 13 minutes from now in Mitchell. It's going to be in Orangeville around 14 minutes to around 16 minutes from now. That's going to put it right around 8:20 to 8:23. So that puts it in French Lick around, I'm going to say 18 minutes to 22 minutes from now. That's going to put it around 8:20 through around, 8:30 or so. I'm just going to call it around 8:25 to 8:30 in the French Lick area. We'll call it 24 to 30 minutes from now in Paoli, which would be around 8:35 through around 8:40, and then Stampers Creek around 30 to 35 minutes from now, putting it in your area around 8:45. So this gives you some sense of when this is going to be moving across the area. Matthew, I would like to take this out a little bit wider.
Sure thing. And
I just want people to see the scope of what we're dealing with, because it's not one tornado warned storm.
No, there are a ton of them out here, and the models did a pretty good job of depicting that at some point we would see storms start to train over the same area time and time again, and we saw this in Illinois. We talked about it on the stream. There was tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, west to east. It was crazy how many there were in a row. So people would go underneath one warning, it would expire, another one would pop up west of that and then be extended into their area. So there were people that probably went underneath 3 or 4 different warnings over in Illinois today.
And you brought this point up earlier. This then, obviously tornado warnings are elevated.
Yeah.
But don't underestimate the flash flood threat.
Absolutely.
And you brought this up earlier, that if you go into a tornado multiple times warning, that means that you're going to get repeated strikes of exceptionally heavy rain. And that means that's going to start to bring that risk of flash flooding up, which we think is rising, in particular in southern Indiana through around 64 in Louisville.
Absolutely. So if you're along and north of 64, you've got that best chance, not just for tornadoes over the next few hours, but the flash flooding potential as well. And this is falling on already saturated ground.
Yes.
We just had that flash flooding a couple of days ago. We've had a few other instances of it recently. I mean, we've had some drought conditions in Kentucky and then we just got hit with round after round after round of rain, and this is just another big one. So again, if these storms, which they have, do this training action from west to east, you're going to see tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, flash flood warning.
You got it.
And we will probably have quite a few of those. We already have over in Illinois so far this evening. So don't be surprised if those start to come up. And we wouldn't advise anyone to be driving through severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings especially. But when you get the flash flood warnings, please be extra careful on the roadways. You see water over roads, don't even chance it. You'll find another way to get home. Mark has pulled up here the flash flood warnings that you see in red. Those aren't tornado warnings out there, but flash flood warnings that you see extended from central Illinois over into southwestern Indiana. We don't have any here just yet.
But they're close.
It's only a matter of time. We do have the flood watch in effect all the way until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for all of these counties north of the Ohio River, all of our southern Indiana counties. Mark, it wouldn't be surprised me if they extend that into some of our Kentucky counties as well.
I mean, this is intriguing stuff because you can see what that is what's called a mesovortex. It may not necessarily be producing a tornado. It is definitely a very distinct mid-level rotation.
Oh, yeah. Spinning like a top.
And that will enhance the convection or thunderstorm action near that, and that's going down 150. Now, if that weakens a little bit, that would probably allow those storms to weaken a little. But while that thing is going, that is going to enhance those storms notably. The one thing I note about that, Matthew, is where the brightest reds are and the brightest greens are, it's highly displaced, which says that this may not necessarily be a tornado vortex, but it may be something a little bit more broad. Either way, it can go into a tornado with little notice. So you've got to watch this one closely.
It was looking like when it was just south of Odin that maybe it was tightening up a little bit, but yeah, you're right. It has broadened, but they are very bright colors on each side of it.
Exactly. So it's rotating hard.
Yes. So it's rotating, but it's a larger area of rotation. So it still bears 100% eyes all on that one. They did just issue a tornado warning now for Orange County.
So
in the exact places that we said, Paoli is included, just north of French Lick. Those that are in Orleans, you guys are all included in this tornado warning.
And what they're saying is that mesoscale vortex that we're seeing there is too much, that they do not want to just go with severe. So Orange County, you're now under a tornado warning. And Matthew, if we could, let's stop that so we can get that in where it is and where it is with respect to. So this includes Orleans and it includes Paoli, and this is that area of rotation that Matthew and I were watching very closely. It is broad right now, and you can see the interesting things here. Very obvious inflow notch on that. So that is this thing right here near Huron. That is that little area where you don't have rain, means it's sucking dry air in. And what that's telling us is that it is rotating pretty strongly. And that area rotation, while broad right now, is basically between the Huron area and Shoals, Indiana. That is moving off to the southeast, and that gets that thing pretty close to Paoli. If I'm in Paoli right now, Matthew, I think we would agree on this one. I'm in my tornado safe location.
100%. And that's what we were trying to say about 10 minutes ago, that it didn't matter that Orange County wasn't included in a tornado warning. Didn't even have a severe thunderstorm warning out 10, 15 minutes ago. We said you should absolutely put your safety precautions into play immediately because this is the direction it's heading, and that is what's ended up happening. So for the folks up near Bedford, I do want to call them out really quick. You've got a tornado warning just south of you. It's for this storm, but it's moving away from you in the Bedford area. For those that are up there, what is that, near Williams as well. It's moving away from you. You're still getting gusty winds, but your tornado threat, it's not there, all right? it's further south, most likely. Again, we are looking fairly high up into the storm. You said about 6,000 feet earlier, so maybe 5,500 at this point, Mark?
Right now we're at 5,200 feet, so as it gets closer, it'll drop.
So we're going to know more about the storm when these beams going up into it are hitting it at a lower level. We're going to know a lot more about what's happening at the surface, but right now we're really seeing more of a mid-level of the storm, almost a full mile. It is a full mile off the ground, 5,280 feet. It's about exactly where it is. We need to see closer to the surface to tell exactly what's happening and if it is dropping a tornado. That would also go for, is there debris within this? Kind of hard to see when it's that high off the ground. If it were a really strong tornado, you would. But in one of these instances, might be tougher to see unless it's closer to the radar. Crossing over 50 right now in Orange County, or excuse me, that should still be, yeah, that's Lawrence County. And then Halbert to Spice Valley. We've talked about that before. That's where the rotation is. It's heading into northwest. It should stay just north of French Lick. You're going to get some super fast moving winds, likely upwards of 70 miles per hour in the French Lick area. But I think that the rotation is going to be closer to Paoli to Orleans. Maybe as far north as Mitchell. So Bonds, you guys are right in the heart of this thing. It's going to be moving that mesoscale vortex, moving directly over your area within the next roughly 5 minutes or so. Understand you guys are going to be there in less than 10 minutes. In Orangeville, 15 minutes, about 25 minutes for the Paoli area. So as we've said before, it's not a super fast moving storm. You've got time, but you got to remember where your safe place is. Bring your phone in there with you. Go ahead and put that outlet in the wall just in case you lose power, and you can keep watching us live, whether it's online, you're streaming it on our website, you're streaming it on my Facebook page, Mark's, the WDRB Facebook page, YouTube. Pull up one of those on your phone now before the TV and the electricity goes out at home. So crossing over 50 right now, as I mentioned before, coming out of Lawrence County, and you go south toward northwest, 150 there in Orange County. In between these two major roads is where that rotation is going to end up here, Mark.
And as we look, one of the things I want to mention is we need to now start to consider about whether a new watch is going to be needed.
Oh, yeah.
I messaged the Weather Service about this. This is going to breach the watch at some point. So I think that now is the time. Maybe it's not a thick watch, but maybe from Crawford through Meade over to Spencer and then north to Carroll is maybe where we put that new watch out. But we need to put a watch out further south that includes the Louisville metro area. This storm is going to breach that watch, and we need to be prepared for that. Looking at Storm View 3D here, the rotation continues to be broad. But you know where the most intense wind is near Shoals. Yeah. Which is interesting because that's going to be right along 150. I think that if you're saying who is going to get the core of the greatest winds, we need to be concerned about Orleans through around French Lick through Paoli.
100%.
That area, 70-mile-an-hour winds are entirely possible. So we need to watch that really, really closely as that storm is moving towards there. Interestingly enough, look at just south of Williams, Matthew. You can see this right here. This would be one that some may trip on. Watch what happens when we look at the correlation coefficient. Okay. It shows that hole there, but that's the hail spike, I think. So I think you're looking at a hail spike that's right there south of Williams. Still under severe with tornado warnings. And we have the severe thunderstorm warnings for the northern part. At least there were severe thunderstorm warnings for the northern part of our area. I just want to refresh on that to verify. Still a severe thunderstorm warning here in effect for near the North Vernon area. I'm going to take the Indianapolis site here because that's going to do a little bit better job on this particular storm. Good call. So the area of rotation right now is going to go, the strongest winds right now are going to go through Clifty, through Sand Creek, but that may be able to get Geneva in the northern part of Jennings County, and then obviously the rural northern part of the county we would watch. We also note that there's an embedded tornado warning now near Taylorsville, Indiana, north of Columbus. That's embedded within that area of strongest winds. And then we go southward. We've got the severe with tornado possible that is in effect for parts of Orange County through around Washington County, and then the tornado warning is going to be Lawrence and Orange County. And Matthew, it is worth noting that while not under a tornado warning in French Lick, the Weather Service still has that severe with 70-mile-an-hour potential winds.
Did they just expand that warning a little bit further south, or no? I can't tell. It may be the same one.
I think one of our systems is picking up that warning and one's not, is my guess. That's what I think, and that's why I've kind of gone over to this radar version, because it does have that other warning outside of there, which we know is still in effect.
The National Weather Service has said that they are going to issue the tornado watch, not warning, but watch for all the rest of the southern Indiana counties. So they're expanding that here over the next few minutes. And that means everybody that's in Crawford, Harrison, Floyd, Clark County, you guys will all now be included in the tornado watch that comes out next.
Do we know if that's an expansion of the current watch, or is that a new watch? Because if it's not a new watch, then that would mean the time would still be
They specifically said that they're going to expand.
Good. Okay, so that means that this would be till midnight, and it sounds like they're going to expand that current watch along the Ohio. Worth noting, or to near 64, worth noting that south of Patoka, Indiana, north of Evansville, there is not a severe thunderstorm with tornado possible. There's not a tornado warning. There is a tornado confirmed on the ground in Fort Branch. And that one is heading towards Barton and towards Oakland City, and that thing is nasty. That is a mean, mean storm right now.
And you know, this is different than the ones that we've been looking at that are warned for our area. The ones we're looking at are a big group. This is an individual storm. It's all by its lonesome, has better fuel and feed going into the storm, and that's why it's looking the way it does. It definitely has that hook on the western side, crossing over 41 in northern Fort Branch right now. That is a mean storm.
That is a even more dangerous situation than what we have in our area. Not obviously to play down, but if you're in our northwest counties right now, if you're in Hartleyville, if you're in Spice Valley, if you're in Bonds, if you're in Northwest, if you're in French Lick, if you're in Paoli, if you're in Orleans, Bono, Indiana, all these areas, you've got to be prepared for, at minimum, I think 60-mile-an-hour winds are almost a lock here. But at worst case, this thing drops a tornado. And you know, the reason, if you ask, Matthew and I talk a lot. Matthew knows that I'm not here to take the show. He knows that's not the way we function. But at the same time, Matthew and I also, as a team, understand that when there's a lot of information coming in, like now, when we have multiple tornado warnings, who's better? Is it better Mark or Matthew alone? Or is Matthew plus Mark better than the individuals? Our logic is the two minds are better than one, and that's why we bring more people in as things escalate, and that's why both of us are here. And that's why you're going to hear both of us talking. This is not about either of us. This is about just trying to help. Spice Valley, good solid 60-mile-an-hour winds, possible tornado. You're under a tornado warning. This one's heading towards Mitchell, Indiana. We're watching you right now. We are a little more concerned about the rotation a little further south. And what I want to do, Matthew, is briefly, let's put the scope on here just so we can look. But that arc of very strong, near 70-mile-an-hour winds is near northwest right now. Where you see the greens turn to red right here is what we call the gust front. This may, Matthew, be a rear flank downdraft coming underneath it. And when you go northward, let's just take a look here towards Bonds. I want to see.
You want me to zoom in a little further?
No, right along Spice Valley here. So this is going to be along Indiana 50. I believe there's still an area of rotation there as well. I think we kind of have two separate areas of rotation now. So that one, can you take me back one or two scans just so I can get a beat on that rotation motion? Okay, so that part of it is going just a pinch south of east. So right here, we'll move it forward.
Let me zoom out a little bit further with our scope.
Of course. So again, we're watching that area of rotation where it was. This was as of 8:13, and then we're going to take it into the now. And you can see that area of rotation is right along Indiana 50 right now. That is heading directly into the Mitchell area. So Mitchell, I need you to take your tornado safety precautions. Downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, keep away from windows. Now, if you have kids, we use the term duck, and I use this in a lot of the school talks I do. I say if there's a tornado warning coming towards you, what do? You duck. Downstairs, underneath something, center of the house, keep away from windows. It's maybe an easier way to lighten things up for the kids and as they have to go into the tornado safe spot here. Then we have this other area that's under a tornado warning. It has a really nasty rear flank downdraft near northwest. That one we do feel pretty confident is going to produce 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. And that is in northwest right now, heading towards French Lick, and it'll be in Paoli around 14 or 16 minutes from now.
Yeah, let me put a track on that for you.
So just now, let's be preparing. You're talking right at 14 to 16 minutes in the Paoli area. Let's go ahead and stay away from the western facing side of your home. Why? If there's 70 mile-an-hour winds, it could lay down a tree on that side of your house. It could blow out a window. If that happens, obviously you don't want to be there. Another interesting footnote here, Matthew, is will be interesting to see on the next couple of scans, but may even be starting to pull a little hook on the front side of that near French Lick.
Yeah, we should a couple of minutes or so from now. I know that the National Weather Service in Louisville said that they're going to start upping. Now, are we on Indy's radar on this one right now?
Which are on HD?
Yeah.
I believe, I would just verify, just go back over to Louisville on that one just so we know exactly what we're looking at. Yeah. So what we do, by the way, is we use different radar sites to get a better view into the storms, and sometimes an angle into the storm can help us see those winds a little better.
National Weather Service in Louisville said that they're going to be doing, I think it's MLRE, mid-level re-evaluations or something like that?
In English, it means that they're going to be scanning in a different strategy that gives us better data at the surface so that we can see if a tornado occurs, not in between scans, but during scans.
Yes, so basically what they usually do is they go from the bottom all the way to the top of the scan, to the top of the storm, and then they do that a bunch of times over and over and over. What they're going to do now, because of these storms, because of how many there are going to be in that tornado threat, they're going to go bottom through the middle of the storm, then reevaluate the bottom again, and then go to the top, and they'll skip over the middle level. So they're trying to get the bottom of the storm, and I mentioned that earlier. It's very important to see what's happening at the base, closest level that you can get to the ground, where that rotation is going to tell us more than the mid levels. The low level rotation is telling us whether or not a tornado is likely to touch the ground. They're trying to reevaluate that bottom portion of the storm as many times as possible in those scans.
Right, because how many times have viewers say, hey, Matthew, I don't care if there's a tornado on the ground. What's the rotation look like at 10,000 feet?
Never do they ask what's happening up at the top of the storm.
So the scan strategies then are appropriate towards that. Looking at what we have right now, we have the northern part of Jennings County remains under a severe thunderstorm warning. You can see there's a tornado warning north of Columbus, and you can see some of the problem. I think that this at least speaks pretty well. You can see some of the expansion there. So they now have expanded the tornado watch. So now this includes Perry County in Indiana, includes Crawford County, Harrison County, Floyd County. This now includes Clark County. I don't recall off the top of my head with certainty if Jefferson County was in the initial, but you are now. Will this need to come into Louisville? That is a challenging question right now. I cannot tell you with 100% certainty whether that's going to be needed or not, but I can tell you that it is certainly a possibility. It appears that the tornado warning that was in effect for Spice Valley has now been canceled.
It's the National Weather Service in Indianapolis, and we're bringing up our GR analyst here. It's updated that the tornado warning, which is what it says in our National Weather Service conversation here, the tornado warning for Mitchell, Huron, and those that are over in Williams, Spice Valley area, that has been expired early. It's been canceled by the National Weather Service.
I'm just going to make sure that, by the way, our crawl takes that off the screen just with 100% certainty, so that because that has been canceled.
They feel less certain that there is enough rotation up there that a tornado will actually be produced in Lawrence County. National Weather Service in Louisville is allowing the tornado warning in Orange County, French Lick area, Paoli, Chambersburg, those up in Orleans, anywhere in that area in the northern half of Orange County. You are underneath that tornado warning still. And Mark, I believe that goes out, and I'll have to double check here. So that goes for another 10 minutes or so.
And I do want to make sure that we're on the same page here. They're saying
30 minutes, excuse me.
They're saying they're going to allow it to expire. The verbiage sometimes, they do say canceled. Okay, so that is canceled. I'm going to make sure that's pulled off of our call right now.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, the northern one up there in Lawrence County has been canceled.
Okay, and that's now removed from our system.
Yeah, there you go. But the one, as mentioned before, Orange County, still rocking and roaring. Lawrence County no longer underneath a tornado warning. That doesn't mean, Mark, that's not to say like we want everyone to just go about doing what they're doing, their normal daily activities. You've still got rotation. They just put a new severe thunderstorm warning on it, and it probably says tornado possible. Let me look that up really quick here,
And
Mark.
that's a tool they have in the toolbox. You know, you can go severe with tornado possible or tornado warning, and there are different levels.
Wow.
You just saw...
They chose not to.
So just severe. And the rotation has come down a lot there, so I can actually live with that pretty well.
1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So they have brought down the winds as well. It's that southern side that we were fairly confident would have the 70-mile-per-hour winds, though.
And so you're like, well, Mark, I am seeing the reds and the greens next to each other. This is, and just make sure, Matthew, we're looking out of the Louisville site. Okay. So the Louisville's radar is coming in from here right through that thunderstorm. So if there was a tornado, we would look for the reds and the greens to be next to each other. We would not look for them to be red on one side of the beam and green on the other like this. What this normally means is that you have some type of a downdraft or strong wind. Second, we can see that the shape of this is more of a bow, which also supports the concept of a downdraft. This is very likely right in here, a rear flank downdraft that's hitting French Lick right now, West Baden through around Paoli. This is going to be 65 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Matthew said it earlier, but who cares? If it's a tornado that's doing the spinny, or if it's a straight line wind and it's blowing at 70 miles an hour, your roof doesn't care. The tree in front of your house doesn't care if it's spinning or if it's straight. It does the same damage. And just whether this is straight line winds or tornado, there's legitimate potential here for 70-mile-an-hour winds that are going to be, that's coming right down Indiana 150 into Paoli and into Orleans. And this right now is on top of the French Lick area. This is a populated area in Orange County, and this is on trajectory. You can see that very notable bulge in here, that bow is heading right into Paoli. Matthew, that is a very strong radar signature of very strong winds at minimum. 60 to 70 miles per hour is very, very likely. I'm still looking at some spots south of Mitchell, north of Orleans, where that looks like more of an inflow notch in that area.
I know it does still have that appearance.
We do have a little bright blip here or there. What do you think the likelihood is on the northern side of what could be a downdraft that a tornado could potentially form?
So if this develops into a distinct bow, you can get an MCV on the northern side that can still generate tornadoes. So that concept that you just mentioned is meteorologically favored should that bow become a little bit more mature. And I think your point is very valid. We need to watch what occurs there because that can start to spin.
Absolutely. So again, I talked about microscale dynamics within these storms. They're going to do what they want to do. They don't always follow just what they've been trending recently. Sometimes small change impacts the storm dramatically, and you could see this evolve drastically differently than what it was 10, 15 minutes before. So that's why we're always watching every single scan. That's why I mentioned that the National Weather Service is trying to get as many low-level scans in here as they can, because we need to see how these storms are evolving, Mark.
Matthew, you called this a while ago, but we're starting now to get some of these flash flood warnings into our area. And I since we have you here, I think it's important to mention that there could be life-threatening flash flooding here tonight. These are going over the same area. These are areas that have seen a lot of rain. The East Fork of the White is once again going to go back in a flood stage, as it 100%. Always does. But the fact that these are going over the same area shows a signal of what we call training. And this does have a signal of potentially creating a very dangerous flash flood situation.
So we've already had that multiple times. Lanesville, obviously, what was it, 2 weeks ago or so?
Lanesville was a week and a half ago. Yeah, it was Wednesday of last week, the week before.
That was slightly different than this. It was just kind of like one storm that popped off. But this is groups of storms that are moving through the same area. And so again, you're going to go underneath multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, potentially multiple tornado warnings, potentially, but it's those flash flood warnings that'll really start to light up the map north of the Ohio River here over the next couple of hours.
And you could see, the target, if you look, obviously the flood warnings, flash flood warnings go from Illinois right into our area. And you can see if this continues on the trajectory of what is occurring, which it is, we got problems here. And there are tornado warnings, for what it's worth. that go west of our area, and this becomes a challenge for us moving forward, so that those storms on the back edge are going to track along the outflow. And Matthew, here's a very interesting point. We know that the strongest storm within our viewing area right now is in Orange County. Even if that weakens on approach to Louisville, that will lay down a boundary. That boundary could become the focus mechanism for storms then to train along it. Now, those storms that are all tornado warned west of Jasper, Patoka, these are on the southern edge of that. They will not have their air contaminated by rain, and if they get on that boundary, they can rotate a little bit better. So that could keep intensity and tornado threat a little bit up, even into Louisville, but also it could become a focus mechanism for training storms and an increased flood threat.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's again, I've said it multiple times, the micro scale dynamics that happen here. You may have a front, you may have a boundary that's laid down by other storms. Sometimes you've got storms that pop up south of a group of storms, and that influences what happens to the north. So we have to take the overall, we look at the overall picture, we look at the very small details as well when we're looking at this. It's those storms that are along and north of 64 that tend to have the best and highest chance of producing a tornado, particularly a stronger tornado, larger hail. That is, again, if you're closer to the 64 corridor, just west of our area, closer to Jasper, Du Bois County, folks, please pay attention to those, especially in southern Du Bois County.
And let's do a track here on what's going on now in the northern part of our area. We want to go through all the storms where we have warnings. Obviously, we have you in here, so we can get you caught up. If you're in Jennings County, you're like, Mark, I haven't had an update in a while. And I'm going to say, you know what? Let's do that update. Matthew's going to track that storm, remember, fringing the northern part of Jennings County. So this really is extreme northern Jennings. Let me note a couple of things here. There's not excessive lightning on the southern side. More of that is near where the tornado warning was. That gives us a sense of intensity here. Sand Creek 2 minutes from now. The Greensburg area 7 minutes from now, that's in Indiana, and Salt Creek 18 minutes from now.
And you can see
what's interesting, Matthew, is that is right underneath where the enhanced area of lightning is, and that means the updraft is stronger.
Let me do a quick scope of that for you here. Yeah, you see a little, it's just a tiny dot, ain't it?
There, it's through the rotation, but the Weather Service India has been a little generous on their warnings. I'm not saying in a bad way, but they have. Let's go further off to the south now into where we have severe. So we now have the north, this little oddball that goes into the southern part of Jackson County as well. And if you look, it's this little skinny warning because it's the northern side of that line that the Weather Service put out that warning. And the reason, in case you're curious, the Weather Service Louisville here, the Weather Service Indianapolis here. So again, you can see how these warnings are trying to work together. We'll watch Mitchell. If you're in Mitchell, find me on whether it's Facebook or X or wherever. Just let me know what you're seeing. I think Bedford may be just a little bit south of the most intense winds, but Mitchell's right in there. What's interesting about this is where Matthew noticed there was an inflow notch. And Matthew, let's go back over to the Louisville site on this one.
Yeah, sure thing.
But over Mitchell is where we have the enhanced lightning here. We don't have a whole lot of lightning here near Paoli, which may say that area is weakening a little bit. Let's look at the scope of this, and we want to look Mitchell, Orleans, maybe a small area of rotation here right over the Orleans area. Remember, you're under a tornado warning, so I would take that seriously. That could be a spin. It doesn't scream that to me. And then let's move south to see if those colors are as bright near Paoli.
No, I don't see as much blue in there.
I don't either. So that lack of lightning tells us the air's not rising as quickly. The updraft may be a little bit weaker, so that wind energy may be coming down a little.
Do you think that might be contaminated a little bit by what's happening down in southern Orange, southeast area? Maybe that extra rain down there is just a touch.
I think this is an interesting one because, you know, when we were talking in our video, we knew that it's going to reach the edge of the highest fuel at some point. I don't know if it's reached that. What I find interesting, though, Matthew, is a lack of lightning. That, to me, is the most interesting. Also, over Orleans, where we did see that little area rotation, there's an uptick of lightning right now.
True.
So that means in Campbellsburg, look, let's watch this one real closely. That rotation may come up a little bit New Orleans and into Campbellsburg. Now that we're getting an enhanced lightning, it means the air is rising a little faster. The area near Paoli is weakening just a little bit, but still good solid 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that warning has now been extended into Washington County. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Washington County. That is the same storm, and I'm curious, are they going 60s on that?
60-mile-per-hour winds.
And are they doing Tor Possible?
Tor Possible,
okay,
yes, sir. They've got both of those on there. So they have brought down the winds originally. As they were moving into Orange County, they listed them at considerable damage possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds.
And that matches
with what's the radar trend right now.
Right. You know, that is one of the things that we want. We want the Weather Service and us to be on the exact same page. Matthew, I am a little concerned about what I'm starting to see now near Orleans.
Yeah.
That area of rotation has come up, and the lightning is enhanced now. This may be trying to drop a tornado here near Orleans. This is 1 mile to the northeast of Orleans right now. Rotation here is not out of control. It's about 50 to 60 miles an hour, but it is gate to gate, which means that it's closer. And the next thing that we would want to do is see, is there one of those debris signatures in that area? Nothing. Nothing that would scream that there is a tornado on the ground doing damage. So that is something that we're going to watch really closely. That is where the tornado warning belongs right now. If I'm in Campbellsville, I'm a little bit on heightened alert.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a little bit more careful because the next scan will get halfway to Campbellsville, and we're going to get more information on that. And as you noted, the Weather Service is in a scan strategy that will give us more data, which is valuable in these scenarios.
And this is a little bit closer, not a ton, but a little bit closer to Louisville's radar now, just a little bit. And so we're getting slightly better information the closer it gets to a radar. However, it is going to be moving still well north of Louisville, well north of the actual radar, so you can't get a perfect view of the bottom side of this storm. The lowest levels, that latest scan just came in. So let me see. I'm gonna scope this one for us, Mark, because of that latest scan that just came in. I know you're eager to see this one for sure.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
So
it looks better.
Okay. Yes, better as in less likely that a tornado is forming, is what Mark is saying.
Yep. The rotations come down just a pinch.
So that's really good news. It's still in the Orleans area, right along.
There it is.
There's that latest one just came in. So it updated on reflectivity first, but now you see the scan on velocity. And there's still a very obvious, very clear inflow notch on this thing.
100%. You are 100% right.
In fact, our winds may start coming back up, do you think, Mark, here on just south of Orleans now? So between Orleans and Paoli, it looks like our damaging wind gust threat's coming up.
Yeah, and it does look like maybe it's outpacing some of the better wind energy a little bit, and what happens is you would then be favored for wet microbursts. These wet microbursts can be stronger winds but more localized, and to Matthew's point, I would agree there is one of those that may be occurring south of Orleans. Either way you look at it, the science is the science, but it's simple. If you're in Paoli, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. If you're in Orleans, we saw an area of rotation move to your north. That has weakened a little bit, but we're still watching that. Matthew, favored areas, if we're to get rotation on this, are going to be exactly where you mentioned on that inflow notch, which would be right here near the Orleans area. It's east of Orleans and heading in towards Campbellsville. And I'm just going to get that road so we can get a couple of spots here very specifically. So 337, it's going to be north of 337 along North County Road 500. Basically, where North County Road 500 matches East County Road 800, basically near the Lipsick area. And then that will get on to 60 in the next 3 to 4 minutes and then take 60 right into Campbellsville. Now, what we're telling you is not that there's a tornado on the ground. What we're telling you is this is a favored area if we're to see an uptick in rotation, and I would be on a little bit higher alert if I'm in that area.
Absolutely. In fact, with that latest velocity scan that just came in, we get a lot of these a lot faster now with the mode that the radar is in. You can see, again, that very clear inflow notch right over northeast, north of 37, I believe that was, Mark?
North of 37, approaching 60.
Yes. So, again, and I think that may also be called East Washington Street that comes out of Orleans. So, in between there and 60, that is where the most likely area of rotation would be if there is a small tornado that can form out of this. And the National Weather Service has actually just chopped back quite a bit of this tornado warning. So French Lick, you're now out of it. You're out of the severe weather threat. Paoli, let's go south of 150, Paoli. You guys do not have a tornado threat on the board right now. But if you're still in northern Paoli, let's just go ahead and stay in our safe place, especially if you're between Paoli and Orleans. But it's really a little bit further north of that we've got a couple different areas we're watching. Mark is also watching an area rotation.
Matthew, there's an area rotation over Cusco that's come up right now. That came up really quickly. And notice, to your point earlier, you talked about the tail being on there. There is a very notable tail on this storm right now. That may require a tornado warning should that strength come up a little bit, right directly over Cusco. If that was to get a tornado warning, that would include areas like English, Birdseye, and maybe Whiskey Run, maybe Southeast, maybe Fredericksburg, but that is definitely conspicuous, that area.
Yeah, so here's that tail that Mark was talking about. So you've got all this light green that's really light rain. Your inflow notches right here where there's this dry area, so dry air going into the storm, but it's going to start pulling, potentially pulling this backside further to the south. That's the tail of the storm, and it lines up perfectly. I mean, you've got the city name on there. Cusco, red, green. That's right where the tail is. It's perfect. I mean, it looks like a really, really messy supercell, basically, like a baby one. It's kind of dirty looking, but that's where we would expect a supercell's circulation to be, is exactly there. So you've got winds that are rolling right up into Cusco, winds that are wrapping around the other side of Cusco. So you guys, and we just got that again, you're going to see reflectivity update a little bit faster than velocity usually does. So give it another 30 to 45 seconds or so, and velocity is going to push that couplet closer to the Orange County line.
That hook looks more conspicuous too.
I would say so. So they may throw up a tornado warning here anytime soon. It's actually inside the severe thunder. So it moved into the severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. Yeah. Which is why they haven't issued one just yet, because it's already technically covered by that warning. And it does look a little bit tighter, would you say, Mark?
Let me go back to the prior. And here's the current. I'm going to agree with Matthew. It looks like it's tightened up here a little bit. I think that at this point they could justify going with a tornado warning. I think they can also leave where we are. Either way, I think we're
shear
close.
Values, yeah. What's that last scan look like for shear values?
Prior scan, you can see east of Cusco, there's that little blue with the green in the middle. That's the area rotation.
Yeah, so it's come
That's
up.
the prior. So the rotation is a little bit stronger. It is on almost a due east trajectory, which would put it then towards Chambersburg, Valine, and then towards ultimately Hardinsburg, Indiana. So these are areas that we are indeed watching. Obviously, it's on the verge. I will say this, it doesn't matter. Sometimes I think that we get so focused on, is it under, or is there a tornado warning on this? Oh, it's only a severe with tornado possible. No, it's not only with a tornado possible. That severe with tornado possible means that they're saying at any moment this thing could speed up and drop a tornado. They're normally using that as a precursor, and then if that rotation comes up a little bit, they're going to boom, drop that tornado warning. So they're very close out of Du Bois County that is about to move south of French Lick. Still a very notable area of strong winds coming through Paoli, moving down Chambersburg. Can we just let our newsroom know? Can we have them call to Orange County, check out of Paoli, French Lick, and Orleans if we have any damage or power outages? Check with the emergency manager and maybe the sheriff and county, and that way they can update us. A little bit of an uptick now on rotation.
Actually, can I head to the green screen and talk about that one?
This thing needs a tornado warning.
You know, so there are two. There are multiple areas
that needs a tornado warning.
Yeah. So again, we mentioned this earlier that it looked like the velocity, or excuse me, the couplet. That velocity couplet, the red, the green, started to tighten as it was crossing over the Orange County line, and now it definitely has. So within the next probably minute, you'll see the red box pop up. That tornado warning is going to pop up south of French Lick, east of Cusco now. If you are in Cusco, go ahead and tell us. Put it in our in one of our streaming chats. Wherever you are, if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, we're going to be monitoring that. Let us know what you just went through, because it was over you as it was strengthening. Did the winds pick up? Did you start to hear that roar? What were you experiencing? Because we need that for folks that are going to be south of French Lick to give them a heads up. Mark, very, very, very briefly.
I think we're getting the tornado warning.
It's coming out.
Orange, Washington County, that would line up with what we're seeing. Let me head over to our other radar system here, Matthew, so you can see there is the new tornado. Okay, so this is exactly what we'd expect. A good job by the Weather Service, again, in Louisville, staying on top of this and getting that warning out, Matthew. That is exactly what we're seeing.
All right, so you just saw at the bottom of the screen the map and the crawl went away. That was Mark updating that there and making sure that that new warning was in the system. So tornado warning not confirmed, but it is radar indicated, right, Mark? I haven't looked at correlation coefficient on this one.
Let me just verify to that point here. I'm going to just view the warning here while I'm talking to you to make sure that we know exactly what the warning is. 3/4 inch hail, Matthew. It's moving 11 miles southwest of Paoli, going east at 40 miles an hour. So this is a radar indicated tornado, not a tornado confirmed by radar. And I'm going to head back over to analyst. I'm going to do on the left part of the screen where the area of rotation is. And right, we're going to do correlation coefficient so you can look through that and explain what we're seeing. What's the sea of pink saying there?
Oh, well, okay, sea of pink actually is a really good thing for us, because that means when we're looking at a product like this, it's trying to determine if everything in the air is the exact same size. Do they correlate well with each other? Correlation, not causation, right? You've heard that phrase before. But when things correlate with each other at 100%, that means that they are the exact same. They're perfect. Every single raindrop in the sky is going to be the exact same in a storm like this. 100% correlation. But if there is no correlation, if everything is a different size, you've got debris like leaves, trees, 2x4s, shingles, lots of different stuff being lofted in the air, that value drops to 0 or pretty close to it, and that means that you've got a damage-causing tornado. So we want to see pink or this maroon color across the entire map. What we don't want to see is a little green, blue, or black ball pop up here, or yellow discoloration at times. The darker it gets, the darker blue or black color that shows up, that's when we know that there is an extremely strong tornado causing damage on the ground. We don't want to see that, but sometimes we do. In this scenario, we don't just yet. We did just see this little velocity signature pop up there, Mark. I don't know if you want to speak to that briefly.
So that's what we call tornado vortex signature. This is an algorithm within radar. Radar, many years ago, we tried to teach it so that it would be able to tell where there's area rotation. When a tornado vortex signature is indicated by radar, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado, but it's triggered the algorithm that we created to then determine where's an area to watch. When it turns to yellow, that algorithm is saying the rotation is very strong. When it turns to red, it is almost a virtual deadlock that you have a tornado that is on the ground doing damage. So the area we're watching is south of French Lick by 2 miles. This is crossing Indiana 145 right now. And there it is. It is on top of Indiana 145 as we speak right now. It is not necessarily a tornado doing damage. We don't know that. Radar is inconclusive. When Matthew showed you that sea of pink that we were looking at there, that is not to say that there's not a tornado. It's to say that the radar is not seeing debris. So this could in fact be a tornado. This is rotating very strong along West County Road 575, where that junctions with 145, Indiana 145. So Matthew, that then takes this right into Pine Valley.
100%.
If you're in Pine Valley, you're listening right now, you're like, wait a minute, Mark and Matthew just mentioned my town. Right. This is that moment where you're like, you know, I want to go to work tomorrow. I don't want to get injured. I don't want my kids to be a danger. You know, I'm not going to go out there with my camera. I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to try to get into a safe place in my house. Where? Remember the word duck. And I use this because I think it really helps with kids. Downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, keep away from windows. And you could even buy a stuffed animal that is a duck and say, you know, if there's a tornado warning, we're going to go get with, maybe you just name whatever duck you want to. But we're going to go duck. And so that is downstairs for D, underneath something for U, C is center of the house, in case we keep away from windows. That's going to go along Indiana 37 into Pine Valley. Matthew, can you give me a track on this one? Going off to the east at around 30. Actually, I think 40 on this one. So let's do around 37, 38, just as an in case.
And I really do think that this will basically be directly between Chambersburg and Southeast.
Okay.
So this is moving basically due east very, very quickly here, Mark.
Okay.
Orange County, Indiana, reporting in Orleans that some down power lines. That's about all that they've got for us on that one. That was tornado warned earlier.
Okay, and that at least verifies that that was a damaging thunderstorm.
Absolutely.
So we know that the storm now has a history of producing damage. So the area of rotation location that we're looking at now is south of that. Youngs Creek, 8 minutes from now. Pine Valley, 12 minutes from now. 17 minutes from now in southeast. Matthew, let's take the trip up the road and see what the storm to the north is doing. Interestingly enough, these storms intersect. The tornado warnings intersect one another. So are we looking at significant areas of rotation here? So let's look up and down this. Here's the Lipsick area.
It's actually outrunning it.
There's northeast and there's Bromer. Matthew is making a valid point. The gust front down here is appearing to undercut that storm now. That said, Matthew has that area rotation right over the Campbellsburg area. I'm in full agreement on that location. That puts it 3 minutes from now in the Campbellsburg area, 7 minutes from now in the Smedley area, Hitchcock, Indiana, 11 minutes from now. If you're in Salem, Indiana, the rotation area will be over you in 18 now. It's possible you never go under a tornado warning. It's not intense rotation, but nonetheless, there is an area of rotation that we're watching. Matthew, it is worth noting that's about to breach the box.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That'll breach out of the tornado warning, and either way, there will have to be something after. It does appear they've already got the severe for Salem. The severe, I'm curious if that's severe with tornado possible.
It is the same one from earlier, so it absolutely should be. Yep. There it is.
Yes, so severe with tornado possible does include the Salem area.
Okay.
And this is what we feel like is the beginning of a long evening for our area.
Ooh,
and part of the problem is there's a lot of storms that go back to the west, and we're going to transition at some point and see less of a tornado threat and then go with an uptick in the threat of seeing flash flooding because the storms will train over the same area. And I would say that there's multiple threats that we're going to deal with. Now, just so you know, we will stay live when we have tornado warnings on TV. If a tornado warning was canceled or allowed to expire and we had no more tornado warnings, then what we would do is return you back to your programming. Just so you know, I mean, I hope you know this. Our goal never with any cut-in that we ever do is to take your choice on what you want to watch. At the same time, our mission in what we do is to protect life and property. And so if we deem that there is a threat to life and property, obviously with a tornado warning, we stay live. And our greatest concern right now of all that we have out there is going to be the area south of French Lick. There's no question. That area of rotation is the strongest. But that said, that may have come back just a pinch here as well. It still is notable rotation, but maybe a downtick by a fraction over the last scan or two.
Let me go back a little bit, and it does look like, especially as it crossed into Orange County, that really picked up for a split second there.
It really did, and that's when they issued the warning.
Yes.
That's a really good warning, though.
Crossing over 145, holding together, but now it's gotten to the eastern side of 145. I'm not saying let your guard down. You're underneath the tornado warning for good reason. I think Mark and I would just agree that, yeah, it doesn't look like it did when it first got into Orange County. It's not quite as tight and bright.
And that's what we do, is we do live analysis here. New tornado warning now just issued here. That's for the rotation Matthew and I were noting over Campbellsburg. The problem with that, Matthew, is that this continues to be, and I'm going to take over one more
that's State Road 60 that this should be running right along, and we had that southeasterly trajectory towards
that
Salem
thing's buried too.
Yes,
like if you're sitting in your house and you're like, hey, I got a chance to see a tornado. No, you don't. It's buried.
Yeah.
You will only see rain coming towards you. You will not notice anything until you see something flying in the air, which may be the last thing you see. So this is not the scenario where you're going to get out there and be like you're in the Great Plains and you're a professional storm chaser. These are buried in rain. You're not going to see that. You literally will not. This also now puts this it's getting towards some of our more populated areas. So now we're going through Campbellsburg. This means Salem is now in a tornado warning, New Philadelphia. And I hate to say this, Matthew, I've been here, unfortunately, a long time, a little relic of who I am. But I was here, obviously, in 2012 when Henryville and Pekin and Borden were hit. And every time that I know these areas go under a tornado warning, I know there's still a sense of uneasiness.
Yeah, the anxiety.
And I have always been really close to a lot of the people that went through what we all went through in 2012. So Borden right now, that area rotation, we're going to watch you. You're not under a tornado warning. Henryville, I've got my eyes on you. You're not under a tornado warning right now. I will call it like I see it as it approaches. What's interesting about this is that area near Livonia shows that push out.
100%.
And what is happening is on the north and on the south of the damaging wind push, we're getting that rotation area. So in Campbellsburg, and then on the south side of that was near the Cusco area, there's the strong winds in the middle, and there's the tornado threat on either side. And that Campbellsburg tornado threat continues to show as rotation has come up. And I think this is worth noting. The lightning has popped a little bit as well in that area now.
It has. Is this more of a, similar to a comma head scenario here, would you say?
On a small scale, yes, I would agree with that statement.
It's not quite as defined when we're looking at it on reflectivity, but yeah, velocity kind of does have that. Again, this is, if you're along State Road 60 there in southern Indiana between Campbellsburg and Salem, right now, great time to go ahead and do exactly what Mark was saying, duck. Get down underneath, get downstairs, underneath something, center of the house, and then, what was the last one? Keep
away from windows.
Away from windows, thank you.
You need to start using that in school talks, I'm telling you.
I do a lot of school talks. That is a very, very good one, though. But kids, you know, it's amazing how many kids know, get to the basement or get to that center part of the house. Usually they say bathroom or hallway.
I know.
They do it has been taught well around here, and for good reason.
I think that
because
sometimes,
we have so many instances like this.
I think sometimes those kids make a better decision than the adults do because you know, like you go out to a lot of schools and you teach this stuff, and the kids hear it over and over again from a professional, and I think that they hear it and they make better decisions. Sometimes it's the adult that goes out with their cell phone. It's not really a kid every time.
Yeah, I'm going to put another track on here, Mark.
So we're going to track the area where we have the rotation here. So we're going to focus now on where we have tornado warnings, and we'll take
the one for Lawrence, or the one for Orange and Orleans and Northeast is gone now.
And can you just drift to the north after this? Hold on.
Yeah,
so
sure.
4 minutes Smedley, 8 minutes from now in the Hitchcock area. Salem, you've got 14 minutes. So what do? Inside of 10 minutes, you go to your tornado safe location. Downstairs, underneath something, center of the house, keep away from windows. I'm asked this a lot. Mark, I live in an apartment building. What do? You go to the lowest floor. Mark, I live on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Just go down there and say, hey, I'm worried. I'm under a tornado warning, I'm scared. They're going to let you in. We live in an area where the heart of the community is really, really a big part of who we are. So I doubt anybody's going to say anything. And then you're like, well, Mark, I don't have a basement. Where do I go? Interior closet. Mark, I don't have an interior closet. Get in the bathtub. Really what you're trying to do is put more walls, the exterior of a tub, anything between you and the outside of the building. Because what you want is the debris, if a tornado was to form, to hit the outside of the building and not you. You can replace the building. You are not replaceable. So these are the warnings that we have. The tornado warning, I just wanted to make sure that this was not a tornado warning on the northern edge here. Right. So I just felt that was important to note. Best area rotation right now is going to be in 2 locations. One that is near Campbellsburg, Indiana, about now 13 minutes out from being in the Paoli area. And then our second area rotation, Matthew, can we go to that southern one real quickly as well? And let's track this back a little bit. Worth noting, by the way, before you go into this,
you want to see the one to the west?
Yeah, let's do this first, and then we'll come back. This is a very serious concern now for Du Bois County. So this is a tornado confirmed on the ground that's heading into Lockhart. I just want to mention, if you're in Huntingburg, Ferdinand, or south of Jasper, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now near Lockhart and heading in your direction. This is not, there's a tornado, maybe. This is a tornado on the ground, and your life's in danger. Du Bois County we covered for a long time. We don't determine what our counties of coverage are. That's determined outside of what we do, and we then just cover the counties that we are told are part of our viewing area. Du Bois County, up until last year, was technically part of our viewing area. Not now, but I know that a lot of people in Du Bois County still get us. And so I just want you to know, if you're in Huntingburg or Ferdinand, you must be in your tornado safe spot now. That is not, there might be a tornado. That is, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground heading in your direction. Now let's go back over to the southern part of Orange County. Orange County is our hot spot right now, Orange into Washington County. And Matthew, what I want to do is take the scan back a few so we can see the evolution of the area of rotation. So no tornado warning. This is 8:40 p.m.
Going through Cusco.
Moving forward right there. Cusco, Weather Service sees it, immediately pops tornado warning. You notice the greens and the reds are literally married to one another. They are on top of each other. Now we start to move this east, still strong there. What we can see on the latest scans is that area of rotation is spreading out a little. So what's happening is the rotation, which was tight, has now broadened a little bit. If it's broadening, that means the chance of dropping a tornado maybe has come down just a pinch here. This is important to note, but all of these storms, I think we're starting to get into what we know is the reality of this, Matthew, and that is this is on a trajectory, a lot of these storms to get, if nothing else, storms into Louisville. Some gusty winds, damaging winds. We hope we don't get tornadoes, but a lot of the high resolution data at least suggested a conceptual model that somewhere near 65 is where the intensity would be coming down. Now, does that mean that they come down after they get to Louisville or before they get to Louisville? I think it's going to be very close.
Very close.
It's going to be probably within a county either side of Louisville. So this storm could be in its peaking phase and hopefully coming down in intensity on approach to Louisville. But it is indeed possible that these still hold the potential for damaging winds and even a tornado. But I would say, as we said in our video earlier, north of 64 has the greatest potential of getting
everything.
Tornadoes. North of 64. And someone in Louisville is like, well, you know, I live near 64. So, yeah, it very well could get to near Louisville, but north of 64. And also it's worth noting that the new high-res data is focusing an area of extremely heavy rain along 64, coming down where these tornado warnings are, and that conceivably could affect Louisville. So flash flooding will become a legitimate concern overnight tonight.
Yeah, let me show that really quick. Some of these values look like they may be off the charts here, Mark. You know, sheesh. I don't know how accurate that could be sometimes, but 6 inches per hour. Yeah, that's pretty insane. So extremely heavy rain, even if you only get it for a short time period, you're going to be smacked with this rain here, and you could see some localized flooding. But if you get multiple storms in a row, which is very likely up there in Orange County, in Washington County, because you've got what's over Reeve and Lost River and Halbert heading your way, you're going to get another round of potentially 4 to 5 to 6 inch per hour rainfall, and so you get that twice in a row. Yeah, you're going to get multiple inches of rain. I think that the flash flood warnings will start to pop here soon for southern Indiana, especially up in Orange and Washington County.
And let's look at that, by the way.
And they just put a new tornado warning out just west of Orange County.
Okay, so briefly on the flood warnings here, we have flood advisory for Lawrence County, northern Jackson County flash flood warning. Flood watch covers a huge part of the area. As Matthew noted here, we just got a new tornado warning that's west of Orange County. You get the idea. Look at all this. Everything here is generally north of 64. If it's me, I probably would have extended to Oldham and Trimble, but like I said, I think we're splitting hairs here, but this is getting close to our metro now. Clark County, 1 county off, and Floyd County, 1 county off. We've got tornado warnings that are in Orange County, west of Orange County, east of Orange County. We have a tornado confirmed on the ground that's moving now into around Holland. It's going to be near Selvin very specifically, but just south of Holland right now, that is a tornado warned storm. There's just a lot going on a dangerous night in our area. That cell that is near Holland is absolutely wild looking on radar. Let me show you. This is Du Bois County here, and you can see the massive hail on this one too. So south of Holland, very notably a hail core there. Emergency managers did report a tornado on the ground in this area. So we know that this is doing damage, but I will say what's over Holland is not the tornado. That is a hail spike, and that is a notable hail spike that's showing up there. And that area rotation is near Selvin with a spotter emergency manager report of a tornado on the ground. This is a life-threatening situation if you're Holland, south of Huntingburg near Ferdinand, and then you can see the Weather Service even put a secondary tornado warning just south of that in case it gets deviant motion, meaning just in case it starts to move south.
For folks that made a trip over there for Father's Day, maybe for you know, Santa Claus, Indiana to Holiday World, by golly, you're in for it tonight for sure. Hopefully they're watching us as we're talking about this, because yeah, we're going to hit our area hard, but sometimes we know that there are places that other people are traveling to that are nearby, and you may want to get that information. So yeah, Santa Claus, Indiana folks, I would say this storm is so close to you, go ahead and get into your safe place. Don't be traveling north anytime soon if you're going to be leaving Holiday World.
Oh, so that's There's one west of Orange County. There's a new one in the northern part of Orange County, new one in the, there's the southern part of Orange County, and then there's Washington County.
What was that? National Weather Service Louisville just put out the one in Orange County, that newest one extension?
We've got 4 of these now in effect for our area here. Now, or is that, I need to see on that one.
It's an extension of the one that's along 150 right now.
Is it? Let me just check briefly to make sure we verify with 100% certainty on that. So just checking the newest tornado warning. This one is just issued at 9:06. Matthew's 100% spot on. So that's the storm coming out of the Halbert area. This is a wild night where now we've had 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings in Orange County now.
Yeah.
Is there a 4th one I'm missing? Is it at least 3?
Yeah, 3 so far.
Okay, so 3. I mean, you've been under a tornado warning for probably over an hour in Orange County, and then remember, these are countywide sirens, Matthew.
Yes, we said this at the beginning. We said this during our stream. We said this at the beginning of the show, that you may go underneath 1, 2, 3, 4 different tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and then at the end of it all, it will be flash flood warnings.
So let's spend some time, Matthew, now on going through and doing some legit hardcore tracking on what we have out there. So we're going to start, let's go from east to west.
Okay.
I want to start on what's approaching Salem. I want to go on what's getting over Indiana 137, and then we'll get western part of Orange County, and then we'll take a look at Du Bois County. So our area rotation here, maybe.
I would say right along 60, yeah.
It's definitely along Indiana 160 regardless of how you view this. This is moving almost into Salem along Indiana 135. Salem, I need you downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, and I need you to keep away from windows. That tornado, if there is one, would be very close to you, right near where the arcing towards the northwest meets the arcing towards the east. So it puts it in Salem in the next couple of minutes. I'm going to say in the now. Canton within 5 to 10 minutes, in New Philadelphia 10 to 15 minutes, and in New Salem around 15 to 20 minutes. You need to take tornado safety precautions, putting you in the lowest floor of your home or underneath something. That would be the safest spot. Let's move now down towards southeast Indiana. Okay. So this is one of many tornado warnings. This is in Washington County. We have a second one that includes southern Washington County. Let's scope the area here to see how that area of rotation is doing.
It has decreased quite a bit.
Massively decreased, massively. I like the trend that I'm seeing, but let's move it over to Hardinsburg and to Oregon Springs. I just want to make sure and verify with certainty. Matthew, can you come back to Hardinsburg here briefly? And what I want to do is let's stop the scope, move it a little bit further west, and let's just take it back a couple of scans. I want to see what this over Hardinsburg, Indiana looked like a couple of scans ago. Okay, so that was not any rotation.
Straight line, yeah.
And looking at it, radar is coming in from this side. And let's also look at this area near southeast and back that up a couple of scans as well.
That was the one I think that we were originally warned for. Yeah.
That was it. So, okay, so let's take that forward now and move to, I want to just again focus on where that, okay, that area rotation is weakened markedly. So I don't think that it's an imminent threat of a tornado right now in southeast or Hardinsburg. That said, you're under a tornado warning. If you're in Hardinsburg, Indiana, please still take it seriously downstairs, underneath something. I need you in the center part of your house and keep away from windows. You're like, this makes absolutely no sense. It's not raining near French Lick, but there's a new tornado warning, correct? But that is for the storm that's near Lost River. Let's then scope and move to that storm near Lost River, Indiana. Okay. And once we look at that storm, we're going to do is look at the rotation. A couple things to note here. This area of rotation still has significant lightning on it, meaning better updraft. Radar shows the rotation right over the Natchez area. Weather Service extended that tornado warning because this area of rotation has been ongoing for some time. So that's why that area of rotation moving into Orange County is under a tornado warning. Let's scope, track that into Orange County. This will be, Matthew, this was a storm track if we could.
Yes.
From Natchez into Orange County and get a sense on who and when for that one. Roland 4 minutes from now, Prospect 10 minutes from now. So that puts it near Orangeville around 12 minutes from now and near French Lick around 12 minutes. And Matthew's going to just do a wider track.
More places.
Only reason we're going to do this is it'll give you some more towns. Lost River a minute from now, 10 minutes from now, Prospect, Indiana, French Lick 10 to 15, and Paoli 20 to 25. Again, Du Bois County we know does get us on TV, and I just want to make sure that we cover Du Bois County as well. So let's then go to what was and still is probably the most beast supercell of them all. Why? It's alone. It has all the fuel. It doesn't have to share it with the other storms. That fuel's its own, and it's going to spin harder, and it's going to have a better chance of producing a tornado. And this is a confirmed tornado that has been reported by an emergency manager. The area of rotation right now is very close to Selvin, and that is moving towards the Johnsonburg area. So Holland also is getting a nasty, nasty hail core moving through as well. And can you take me back over to reflectivity? Let's pull the scope here briefly. Just kind of want to see what that hail core looked like. A few scans ago, it was absolutely nasty. Okay, it's come down a little bit on the hail. I'm glad to see that.
You want me to go back a couple scans or no?
Yeah, let's actually look at that because the hail core was mean right there.
Yeah.
That was the hail core right there over Holland, Indiana. And that hail core was probably producing some quarters to maybe ping pong. That is now heading towards the Johnsburg area, but it has come down in intensity a little bit. The hook is where if there's a tornado, and Matthew, versus the other storms, one of the things we really note on this one is massively more lightning on this one.
Oh yeah, yeah, quite a bit. And we, you know, lightning in and of itself is dangerous, but we also use it as an indicator. Is the storm strengthening? Is it weakening? More lightning, if you see a big lightning uptick, that means that the storm is strengthening, the updraft is probably strengthening, and it may drop a tornado any minute. Over the last few years of me doing this job, quite a few times when I saw a storm without lightning and it was just kind of an individual cell, and you saw a huge lightning uptick, often dropped a tornado.
100% right. And Matthew, let's track this one off. So this one is exceptionally problematic. It's along 64. This is a major interstate with a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. Again, tornado confirmed per the emergency manager. Puts it in the Johnsburg area 6 minutes from now. Ferdinand, please take your tornado safety precautions 13 minutes from now, and the Eddyville area around 19 minutes from now. Two things that really bother me about that is we have a report of a tornado on the ground, and it's on 64.
A major interstate. That's crazy that it's literally running right along the interstate. It's not just crossing it, Mark. It's driving it at this point.
And it's not showing any change in direction.
No,
this is moving due east, which,
let me put
look, we obviously need to be aware down line. This is one of those that could get towards Louisville.
100%. Here, I'll put it back into motion for you guys.
God, that thing is nasty. That is a mean storm.
Yep, as soon as it latched onto 64 north of Hart, it just stayed on it. So again, we know that this has produced a tornado reported by an emergency management director out in that direction. And at this point, if it's still on the ground along 68, along 64, south of Cass, south of Johnsburg, or going to be moving through the Johnsburg area, not pretty, man, not pretty. Just to think, I mean, it's bad enough when you see a video of a tornado crossing a major highway and the cars that it hits, but this isn't just going to hit a few. Like if it's on the ground and it's on 64, it's going to catch everybody on both sides. Crazy scenario right now going through Du Bois County and eventually into Perry and eventually into Crawford. So if you're in Crawford County, let's give you a little extra heads up. You're about to get a nasty storm that's going to go very likely the northern edge of it, the heavy rain and maybe some hail up near Birdseye, English, Whiskey Run. But the tornado threat is going to be along 64, West Fork, Riddle, Carefree, south of Grantsburg, south of Kirby, Beechwood, Leavenworth. You guys are going to be the ones that we really think have the highest threat of getting a potential tornado here along either side of 64.
And Matthew, I'm going to, by the way, get our cameras aiming northwest.
That's a great call. Great call. In fact, I would say particularly if you're along in south of 64 in Crawford County, just because it looks the trajectory of the storm and because of the way that 64 lifts a little bit north compared to where the storm is now. So, you know, as the interstate moves north, that means that the storm, if it's riding due east, is going to actually stay along and south of it. So Leavenworth, folks, those that are again in Beechwood, West Fork, Riddle, I think that you guys Carefree to Wyandotte, you guys have got to be in your safe place soon. No, remember where it is. Be paying attention to this. Don't change the channel. Don't stop the stream. If your phone's getting ready to die, we've said it before, go ahead and plug it into the wall, because you're probably going to be losing power over there in Crawford County, and you're going to want to get this information.
And one of the things that we're noting here that is on the storm coming into Orange County is that we're seeing an uptick now in the intensity of the rotation. So here's reference point, French Lick. That right there is going to be along Indiana 150. So that area rotation on the right, that green, is coming right down Indiana 150. So that then would put that just near or north of French Lake, Indiana. And you can very clearly see the greens, reds very, very close together in this particular area. Weather Service has noted that they are watching Clark County, the rotation coming out of Washington County. They have not made any decision about whether a new tornado warning would be needed. But we need to now think, if we're in Clark County, a tornado warning is possible. So that is an area that depends on how this rotation continues, what that is going to mean. And that is this storm that moved past the Salem area. The area of rotation right now is basically on top of Salem.
Yeah.
And I just want to check, because that would have a debris signature if there was a tornado doing damage, and we are not seeing one now, which is a good thing.
So again, when we pull up that radar product and it is all purplish pink, great sign. We don't want to see any discoloration in there.
We just got a report of a tornado on the ground near Spencer County, Indiana, near the Dale, Indiana area. So Spencer County, Indiana,
north,
that's Spencer would be the west. I think that's the storm. Yeah, I think that one, that's why they extended the tornado confirmed. So that is a tornado on the ground right now near the Johnsburg area. This is along 64. I cannot tell you how incredibly dangerous this is right now. 64 in Du Bois County. Guys, there is a tornado on the ground doing damage. Severe thunderstorm warning is coming for Clark County and Scott County of Indiana. That is going to be, so that would then replace the tornado warning near Salem. And I'm just curious on this one, if this is severe with tornado possible. Would seem that's the way they're going to go. That is. So they're going with severe with tornado possible. Matthew, we agree on this one. The rotation has come down a little bit, and it certainly doesn't look as strong as what it once did.
I would say you're right with those two, and that's why they decided to put a large severe thunderstorm warning out for both of those tornado warnings. The one coming out of Orange into Washington, the one in Washington that's looks like it's heading into Scott, heading into Clark County. That's why they put tornado possible there. In fact, there could be a couple areas of rotation. I also want to mention you got this tail north of Birdseye heading toward English now.
I saw that too.
The velocity looks like it started to come up a little bit there, Mark.
Yeah, a little bit.
Over 145 in Stewart area.
And what's going to be interesting now is we're getting into a scenario where that could start to interact with the confirmed tornado that's on the ground in Spencer. And Spencer County, just so you know, I mean, you're talking, it's lit like it is on top of Dale right now.
Yeah.
The tornado is on top of Dale, Kentucky right now. I believe, is that on the Kentucky side?
No, that's still in southern Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah, it's north of Holiday World.
Got it. So I mean, that is basically, we're talking about the Holiday World exit now.
Yes. So for folks, again, we know that Holiday World isn't technically our coverage area anymore. You know what, Mark? We've got so many people that were probably celebrating Father's Day over in that direction, and we're letting you know, if you're leaving Holiday World, do not go north towards 64. Go south. Mark, I'm going to head to the green screen. I really just want to reiterate that point. I-64 is not a safe place to be right now. Not a safe place whatsoever. I-64 is not a safe place right now because you have a confirmed tornado on the ground that's moving west to east. It is riding the interstate as if it belongs there at this point, and it has been for like the last 15 miles or so. Again, here's Santa Claus, Indiana. That's Holiday World. Maybe you're watching on your phone. You just had a really great time there. You're celebrating Father's Day, and you're like, I'm going to go ahead and run up 162 towards 62, and I'm going to take 64. Absolutely not. How about you go ahead and head south if you're trying to get home from Holiday World, because these storms are riding along and north of 64, have been severe warned, have been tornado warned, and you've got a confirmed tornado on the ground there in Spencer County that's riding along 64 as we speak. It's either along and north of 62 or it's along the 64 corridor. And again, I know you're watching on your phone there in Holiday World, and you're like, I just want to go home. either stay where you're at or head south, because it is not safe to hit 64. We talked about this earlier, that sometimes tornadoes cross interstates and it goes from one side to the other, north to south, right? And it's, you know, it's like, okay, that's a scary scenario because it hits a few cars that don't see it coming. But it's even worse when you have got it riding directly along the interstate and it's just hitting every single car. If that is exactly where it's at right now, not a good scenario there in Spencer County, Mark.
So we've got tornado on the ground here near Dale, Indiana. Matthew covered the fact that this is getting very, very close to the Santa Claus, Indiana exit. This is heading directly towards the St. Meinrad area. You have got to be in a safe spot if you're in this area. As you can see, it is literally on top of Dale, Indiana. We've got to watch that storm. We have new severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing here for our area. So what we want to do, because again, Du Bois County, as we noted, some get us out of Du Bois County. It's one of those counties that we call a fringe county. Since it's so close, we don't want to just let you go. North Vernon right now, rain and thunderstorms. Seymour, not severe. Let's take a look at our camera here out of the Seymour area. That's the view right now. Nothing looks like it's getting crazy, right? Is it all clear in Seymour, Indiana? Give me about 15 minutes or so more, but you can see still vivid lightning ongoing here. New severe thunderstorm warning, and this one is our latest. This one still shows a Boeing segment that is west of Borden. It has had some notches on it that we have watched here for potential strong winds. This one has a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning on it. We're going to go 3-5 on this one, putting it in Borden 14 minutes from now. Henryville 20 minutes from now. Henryville, I'm talking to you specifically. So this doesn't have what I would say is a slam dunk of a tornado. What we are seeing is some level of rotation. I don't think that this is a high-end scenario. And if you're asking for this particular portion of the line, does this support long-track tornadoes? Unlikely. If we get a tornado here, it would be a quick spin. That doesn't necessarily make anybody feel better, but I do want to answer that if you're curious. 26 minutes from now in the Carr area, 32 minutes from now in Perry Crossing, and yes, you're on the map in Charlestown. 40 minutes from now, which would be approaching our newscast time. We've now been live with you for about an hour and a half, and we started our first video around 6. So this has already been a long day for a lot of people, and I'm sure that are a number of people that are feeling fatigued. In particular, if you're in Orange County, you've been under tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning. The area rotation, and I'm going to take you back because I think you're going to get a sense of why this tornado warning was issued. You're going to see the rotation was notably higher when this was in the western part, southwestern part of Orange County. As we then move into the now, there is some rotation, Matthew, but this looks like it's becoming outflow dominated here and pushing more air out than it's sucking in near Hardinsburg and Oregon Springs. This looks more like a wind producer than a tornado producer in that area. And of course, worth noting, the Weather Service is going to have to make a call there in terms of how they deal with that. And then this has had a tornado potential on it. This is probably our best area of rotation right now that is in western Orange County. This one's going to be about 3 miles southeast of the town of Northwest, or about 3 miles to the southwest of Orangeville. This is just north of West Baden Springs along North County Road 725, where that junctions with North County Road 625. That area of rotation is heading towards the Orangeville area. If I'm in Orangeville, Kentucky, I'm taking my tornado safety precautions. And an area that is just on the edge of our viewing area has had a tornado confirmed on this one via reports, via emergency managers. It is the strongest storm in our area, or our general area, because technically it is outside of the viewing area, but at least this is going to give some heads up if you are or have any friends in Du Bois County or in Perry County. These are counties that we're watching. And Matthew, beyond that, I'm going to put it into motion because there is more than just even what's in our viewing area. This shows a concerning sign of what we call training. If you look at what training means, is this unique concept of train tracks. So if you were ever to be on a train track and look all the way down towards the horizon, a lot of times it's just a straight area. So if these storms hook up and begin to train or get on the train tracks, the repeated strikes of exceptionally heavy rain can go directly over the same area. And you're probably thinking, Mark, those arrows are pointed towards the metro. They are. Louisville, we're going to have to watch this. Obviously, we have severe weather just to the northwest of the city right now. It is conceivable that gets into the city, and then it's conceivable what behind gets into the city. What one would expect here is the strongest storms to remain on the southern or the far front flank. Why? The area has not been rained down yet. These areas still have the highest fuel. Secondly, we know as the sun sets, the fuel values should come down. Fuel values are what feed the storm. Once the fuel values come down, eventually the updrafts weaken. That means they can't support rotation as much. They're not going to be able to tap into the stronger winds aloft. And we would expect a weakening to occur. But that weakening may not save that area from significant flash flooding. This is setting up to be a scenario that could cause flash flooding in the Louisville metro area.
Well, we got a new tornado warning, Mark, and I talked about this one earlier in northern Crawford County that was going to be heading toward or north of English, and that is exactly what we just saw pop up here. You may have seen it pop, that little bitty, that red box. That's, yep, there we go, we got it. So again, it hasn't shown on
that does look better.
Yes, it has not shown on our GR analysts right now, but I'm circling the area where we have rotation. I think that a small brief tornado could pop any minute now. Let me, I'm going to check. Okay, correlation coefficient hasn't popped up just yet, so that's good. We don't want to see that. What we do know is that south of Ethel, there you go, yeah, crossing over, what is that, 450W there? So South County Road, 450W, it's crossing over North Brownstown Road. I don't know if those are interchangeable names coming out of one county into another, but it's Crawford County into southern Orange County. Ethel area, please go ahead and get into your safe place. We were talking about this one about 15 minutes ago, said that that would be an area to watch because it was getting a tail on it.
You nailed that.
And it has absolutely gotten that at this point. You can see that small tail.
You're right. You can see what's referred to as a rear flank downdraft. Yes. See how it has that little bow shape, Matthew? You're right. That's normally going to be when the rotation comes up. So this may have the best chance of tornado within the next 6 to 10 minutes because that RFD is wrapping on the south side.
100%, Mark.
So that was a good call, Matthew, on that storm. And, you know, again, we will say, if you wonder why we have multiple eyes on storms, this is the exact reason we have multiple eyes on storms. Now we're starting to get into the concern here with flooding. New flash flood warning just fired. This one fired out for Orange and Washington County. You know, we talked about this in our video, that there were going to be areas that went under multiple tornado warnings potentially here today and then got flash flooding as a peripheral concern. Don't lower the concern on the flash flooding. I'm going to tell you, some of this could be life-threatening flash flooding that occurs at night. Yep. At night. So if you're out driving during the day, you're like, I could see the road. I know about how deep that is. There's no perception at night. Right. And you drive into something, you think, I got this. It's just some water going over the road. Matthew, it's going to take me 30 more minutes if I have to take that route around there. I'm not going to do that. No, I want to get home. It's Father's Day. I want to be with my family.
I think your family wants you to get home as well.
They want you to get home. Yep. That's why you don't drive into the flooded roadway. We have seen it over and over. When you go in, sometimes you don't come out. And the last thing you see is the water coming over the windows and your car starting to move down. Please be very, very careful. Matthew's highlighting that area of rotation.
Mark, I've never seen that pop up before on our system.
That's the tornado debris signature on that particular system that we assigned on that one. And that's out of Ferdinand, Indiana. That is in Du Bois County. That's the storm that we're talking about that is now on the 62-64 interface where Santa Claus, Indiana exit is. It's exactly there.
You know, we've said Du Bois County, we've said Spencer County, and you're probably like, well, where is it? It's literally on the line of the two. I mean, we're talking, again, right on the line. Du Bois County, Spencer County, here's the interstate. And that's where our debris signature icon has just now popped up. Here's the hook. Here's your inflow notch going up into Ferdinand. So anybody that is in Ferdinand, south to 62, you have got a tornado that's on the ground causing damage right now. It has just moved to the east of Johnsburg. Johnsburg, folks, maybe some of you are walking outside and you watch us and you see the debris, you see tree limbs down, things like that. Go ahead. If you're watching us right now and you're on one of our streams, send us a message. Let us know what you're seeing. I'm not saying that we want you to go outside, but if you have noticed something, if you did have damage near your place, give us that information. Do it safely, though. We don't want you to get yourself hurt trying to get that information for us. Ferdinand, folks, south toward Mariah Hill, 62. Please be in your safe place immediately because this is on top of you. Again, 64, it's riding right along it. Just to say, as I did earlier, for those that are leaving Santa Claus, Indiana, and they're leaving Holiday World, and you want to get home, we want you to get home too. Don't go north. Don't go to I-64. Go ahead and go south and then try and find a way back home that way if you're heading toward the Louisville area. Maybe just hold on for a little bit longer. Mark, do we have a new tornado warning that just came out?
Yes, and this now includes the New Washington area, Matthew.
Okay,
so that's why I was just trying to get your attention.
Yeah.
So new tornado warning now issued. This does include Henryville. So this is an area that has a history with severe weather and tornadoes. And you can see that area rotation, Matthew, has come up over South Boston.
South Boston right along 160 heading into New Liberty, Mark. And we've been highlighting 160 for quite some time. It was 60 west of Salem, 160 on the eastern side. This is where the rotation has. It's amazing that these tornadoes literally look like they are riding the interstates and riding our major highways here across Kentuckiana as if they belong on them at this point. So not a good scenario when it's driving directly along some of these major roads, Mark.
Worth noting that we're not seeing any debris signature on this right now, which would mean this is a tornado radar indicated, not radar confirmed, not tornado on the ground doing damage.
I'm glad that you highlighted that. I should have definitely mentioned that.
No, I think that we're both on the same page here, but it's still worth noting that we are watching this area where we do have rotation. And there are multiple areas where we've had rotation. Matthew has highlighted this multiple times. Let's look further west and see what we've got here on the other flank of this where the tornado was. Oh.
It looks about the same in the Ethel area crossing over North Brownstown Road, heading toward Bacon. If you're in Bacon, you're in Southeast, go ahead and get into your safe place. Again, I know Southeast was already there earlier, and we said you're going to go, there was quite an uptick there south of Ethel. Let me bring that up on correlation coefficient and see if there was anything
the reason, what precipitated this tornado warning is an uptick on that rotation. So at 9:25, we saw an uptick of rotation near Ethel, and that rotation right now is on North Brownstown Road south of Ethel and approaching Bacon, Indiana, and then heading towards southeast. This is one of the stronger rotating areas within our viewing area right now, so it is something that we are watching. This is rotating notably just south of southeast. This is Crawford County, and this is Orange County. This is insanity thus far tonight. This has been what I have worked in this area for 21 years. In the month of June, I have never seen something like this. This is unreal for the month of June. And let's take a look at this other.
There's another very clear circulation between Orangeville and Orleans. In Orleans, you were underneath a tornado warning earlier. So was Orangeville. So was Paoli.
Unbelievable. It's intensifying the area rotation behind a rain shield.
Yeah, and so it's going to be heading up into Orleans. I believe it's pronounced Lipsick up there in northeastern Orange County. What is that? West County Road 700 North. Right. West County Road 650 North. 37 coming out of Orleans. If you live at that intersection, by golly, you've got a few minutes at most. These are slow movers, so you've got about 5 minutes or so until it is in Orleans proper at that intersection there of 37 and West County Road 700 North.
That rotation has come up notably here. This could be producing a tornado, Matthew. I'm going to take you over to analyst here real quick. If it is, we will know because it's buried. Can you give me correlation coefficient on there? So remember, we're going to be looking for the C of red.
I'll go ahead and let you get your finger on that.
Yeah, you saw what I saw. So a couple things first. What I want you to note is, Matthew, can you put a point on this? This is going into Orleans in the next 3 minutes. Can you give me a marker there? The only reason I want that marker is I want to know what I'm looking at here. So this is buried in rain right now near Orleans. Matthew, take me now over to correlation coefficient. That's the area we're watching. Let's go back one scan.
Okay.
And can you take me back over to velocity?
Sure thing. I'll go forward 1.
Right, that's what I want to see.
Okay, displaced.
Displaced. That may not be a tornado, but right now, let's now advance it into the now.
Sure thing.
It's not there now. So this is something that's conspicuous, but it is not a tornado confirmed right now via radar, not a tornado debris signature. That said, that is quite a bit of rotation ongoing that's moving into Orleans, Indiana. Orleans, Indiana, please, you've got 90 seconds. I need you downstairs. I need you underneath something. I need you in the center part of your house, and please keep away from windows. If you're in Orleans, Indiana, you've got to take this one seriously. It's notable rotation. If it hasn't produced a tornado, it could at any moment. So we need to take this one very, very seriously. Matthew, let's go further south, and I want to do this on a lot of these storms.
And here is the new tornado warning coming out of Du Bois and Spencer County,
okay, so
into Perry and Crawford.
So that goes Perry, Crawford, and that is tornado warning, Matthew, not tornado confirmed, correct?
Yes, it is the red box. Now I'll pull this up very briefly here.
Let me get out of the way.
It does say radar indicated.
Okay.
But we know it has a history of producing a tornado.
Correct.
So that is the most serious one for our area, I would say, at this point.
And by the way, we have crews out there that are attempting to get into some of these areas so we can find out what has occurred. Matthew, let's do some exercises here. I want to go and look for debris just to make sure where we stand on English, Indiana, and then I'm going to go back over to the other radar source so we can track. Let's take it in tight on the storm north of English. Let's start off with our rotation first so we can get a sense of the location we're looking at. A couple things I want you to note here on this side. Remember when Matthew showed you this? This was a distinct hook with the little kind of C, the reverse C right here. The last scan that released a little bit, it came back a little bit now. Second, we see rain out ahead of that right now, so we'll see how that affects the storm. That area of rotation here is just north of English. Matthew, what road are we looking at here?
That is State Road 37 that it has crossed over.
Okay, so it's on State Road 37, 3 miles north of the English area. That's the area of rotation right here. Let's now look to see if we have any debris being lofted in this area to make sure. Good news is we don't, so this is something where it could be producing a tornado. And you notice that rotation may have even tightened up.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so.
That rotation may have just tightened up just a pinch here as that is now passing just north of English. Let's now zoom out on the storm that's going towards Clark County. And this one's going to be moving into Clark County. The rotation had peaked a little bit the last time we viewed this. Let's look right now. So Matthew, can you take me in a little bit tighter? I want near the Henryville area, right in here. Can you take me back 1 or 2 scans just so I can get a sense of where we are?
We may lose it to the west. Okay, there's 3 scans back.
Okay, so here's our area rotation that prompted
it. Up there.
Let's move forward.
It's pretty weak.
It's pretty weak. This we still need to watch. It does look like, Matthew, because the radar is looking due north, that maybe almost everything along this line is now starting to rotate. But the area that prompted the tornado warning that is going to go between Henryville and Underwood right now has come down in intensity. Let's take a trip back to the west, and we're going to look at that one that was moving into Orleans, Indiana. Go back to the north here, because that one was almost on top of Orleans with our area rotation. That has a little bit of a reflectivity pop there. Can you take me in a little tighter on Orleans?
Sure.
Okay, so that is directly over Orleans now, the area rotation's right here. Let's do the same exercise and go to correlation coefficient right here on Orleans. Good news is I'm not seeing anything that confirms a tornado, and it looks like they actually allowed the tornado warning to expire. Worth noting that that area rotation now has come down over the last scan here. So watching, Matthew, a very fluid situation here tonight where we say this sometimes, but one scan can make a difference.
100%.
Like you're seeing it. You're seeing it happen.
100%, 100%. Again, I think that our biggest concern, while we do have 3 tornado warnings out there, I think that our main concern, well, we have 4 technically, but 3 areas of rotation. It's the one in St. Minard, that one running along, what was that, 62? And yeah, between State Road 62 and I-64. By golly, I mean, those folks have been through it there in that section of Indiana, between that major interstate and a highway. I mean, it has just not been pretty. Now it's going to be crossing over State Road 62 and heading toward, let's say, Cattail Road over there in Perry County, folks that are in Cardinal Road, and those that are on Clifton, those that are on State Road 145. If you're in those areas in northern Perry County, we used to cover you guys very frequently with these things. We really want you to get into your safe place immediately because this is a storm. It says radar indicated now for the box that's over you in northern Perry County, but it was confirmed on the ground just a short time ago, and it's still looking like a monster, Mark. It's moving into southern Crawford County. I'm going to give it, it's a slow mover, I'm going to give it about 20-ish minutes into southern Crawford County for the part that it's actually most likely to interact with.
Busy night here as we're continuing with multiple tornado warnings that are ongoing within our area here. We had a tornado confirmed that touched down near Dale, Indiana.
Yep.
That one was moving, and that one is now moving through Ferdinand into our viewing area. We have numerous tornado warnings ongoing right now.
There's
on what
so
is
much action, Mark.
An exceptionally busy night in southern Indiana. Exceptionally busy night. And on top of all of that, you get the idea that there are multiple storms that are on the west edge of this. Matthew, let's do tracks on each one of these as you head over to the weather wall. And we're going to start off near Madison, Indiana, because Madison, Indiana is still cleaning up from an EF2 that was on the ground as a long track tornado. And unfortunately, now under a severe thunderstorm warning.
And is that just a severe thunderstorm? Is that a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, or is there tornado possible on that one? I think it's 60.
It's a good question, Matthew. 60 on the winds, tornado possible on the tag.
Okay, all right. So 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible here. I know that Milton folks, Madison, Milton on the southern side of the river, you guys just went through that storm a couple of days ago, had a tornado down and lifted as it was crossing over into Kentucky. You're getting flashbacks right now. This is not the same type of scenario. It is another tornado warning, or excuse me, severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. However, earlier this week, we had a tornado warning and we knew we could see a debris signature there and it was tornado confirmed, Mark. So just to give folks a little glimmer of hope, it's not the same scenario, but you have got to be paying attention to this if you're in the Madison area as it moves south and east. Now we're going to go a little bit further to the west, crossing over 65 now. I assume, yeah, Blue Lick up there toward, what is this? This is 160 coming, yeah, South Boston, New Liberty to Henryville. So right along 160, you have got this area of rotation. It's not the tightest and brightest it's been, but it sure is there, Mark, and that's why it's still tornado warned at this point.
And I think that belongs under a tornado warning
100%.
since it's somewhat a diffuse. There's multiple areas. I'm going to track the two, Matthew, just for thoroughness here.
And so we're going to put this. These are actually fairly slow movers. You may have seen that little tag on there. It said 30-mile-per-hour movement with this storm. That's exactly what's happening. These are 25 to 35-mile-per-hour storms, really slow compared to what we had last week. So Henryville, a couple of minutes. I mean, it's basically on top of you. It's crossing over 65 right now. Runyon-Town, you guys in less than 20 minutes, less than 30 minutes in Hibernia, and less than 42 minutes over there in Oldham County. So again, this is going to be moving across the river slowly but surely. Let's go a little further to the south where we've still got the tornado warning that's crossing over County Road 375 East Valine Road. Valine is going to, in southeast, are going to be north of where this area of rotation is. But basically, I mean, you may have an address in southeast. You may have an address there that is underneath this tornado warning. So I would go ahead and in this area of rotation, I would go ahead and get into your safe place if you've still got an address on the southern side of southeast, north of Whiskey Run, south of Hardin. I can't remember exactly which one that is up there, Mark, but it might be Hardensburg up there. And then heading into Palmyra, yeah, Hardensburg. So if you're east or west of Palmyra, go ahead and get into your safe place because, yes, we have another tornado warning with rotation heading directly towards you. Now, the rotation has come down just a little bit here, Mark, on that one that's along 64 and is crossing over 62. It's not necessarily the exact same as it was. It undoubtedly, though, I think is our strongest rotation on the board here. So 10 minutes to Sassafras, less than 20 minutes to Salina, 25 minutes to Oil. I've really been trying to hit the Oil area up to St. Croix and then over there to Leavenworth. I know it's a slow mover, but that just means you've been given more time to think about what you need to do. If you're in a mobile home in the Leavenworth area, I would hate to see this cycle up and within 45 minutes it gets to you and you didn't do something. If you're in a mobile home in Leavenworth, or oil, I'd say that you've got time to call a friend that's got a brick and mortar or more of a well-built wood structure and say, hey, can I go ahead and hop into your place because I want to stay safe during this storm. Louisville obviously looking very ominous right now as we look off to the west here, Mark, from our Lynn Family Stadium camera.
That's the camera from Lynn Family here. The storm right now with the tornado warning near Henryville is going to be out of range and a little bit too far north to see that via this particular camera. Here's the view out of Corydon right now. Corydon, as we look towards your west and north is where we have tornado warnings ongoing for you. We don't notice a whole lot of lightning here, which is a good sign. If we were concerned that this was coming up in intensity, we would see a lot of lightning strikes. There is no question about it. Our storm with the most lightning strikes is that storm near Ferdinand. That is clearly our most powerful supercell. And interestingly enough, the Weather Service did put a new severe with tornado possible, and let me make 100% sure that that is severe with tornado possible they did for Orleans, and that is the area rotation that we were watching.
So you think that that's the one down near southeast, or do you think that's the area of rotation up near Orleans?
Remember, that warning was allowed to expire originally because there was a tornado warning, so I believe that that is for the area that went through Orleans. And we'll take a look at the rotation in there. What was near Orleans has clearly come down in intensity.
Yeah.
Nothing else out there that jumps out at me. Obviously, we still have that area rotation ongoing that is just south of southeast and north of Marengo. That one may even have translated a little bit northeast of Marengo. That one's about to cross 66 in the next 4 to 6 minutes. Fredericksburg, I need you in your safe spot right now. Hardensburg, Indiana, I need you in your safe spot. And what does this all mean for Louisville? Somewhat of an interesting one. We have seen in the data that the intensity would start to come down as this moves towards Louisville. Now, have we seen that? A little bit. I don't think this is going to be a cliff tonight. I don't think the storms are going to fall off a cliff and just fall apart. My belief is that they're probably going to be coming down in intensity as we progress each hour. But we're sitting at 9:48, just so our news department knows. Obviously, with all of these tornado warnings in effect, should these tornado warnings continue to be in effect, we would stay obviously live with programming. If we go into severe thunderstorms, we would go into our newscast. I do want to mention to our producer, if you can get any reports out of any of these counties, Clark County, Orange County, Crawford County, Du Bois County, please let us know what you're hearing. And if Joel can get any of those reports, even if we're live during newscast, Joe can still convey those reports to us on what we know is happening in southern Indiana. But the counties we're most interested in would be Clark, would be Washington County, would be Crawford County, Orange County. We did have in Lawrence County a tornado warning earlier, and then heading west towards Du Bois County, Perry County. That's ultimately coming back into Crawford. If you can check and let us know what the emergency managers are reporting. Matthew, auxiliary concern here is flash flooding.
Yeah.
I say auxiliary because it sometimes isn't viewed with the same level of intensity from the general public.
Yeah.
But that said, the flooding concern here tonight is going to be very real, and this may very well extend into Metro Louisville.
100%. And so we talked about this. You're going to go underneath multiple tornado warnings. There would be an area that would. 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and then boom, you get hit with all the flash flood warnings. Orange County, you guys are the ones that have been hit with multiple. I mean, Orleans has gone underneath 2 or 3 different warnings.
It's unbelievable.
Southeast, Paoli, I think, has had 3 or 4, and then severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado tags. And now you've got the flash flood warning. So we said it would happen, and it was you guys there in Orange County. It's extended into Washington as well, southern Lawrence County too.
They extended the tornado watch as well.
Yes, fine. So
that we thought that was necessary.
To our Kentucky counties for sure, very close to the 64 corridor, you would need a tornado watch. I'm glad that they did extend that. It is interesting that the National Weather Service up in Cincinnati has included far northern Kentucky and part of Indiana.
Severe thunderstorm watch.
Severe thunderstorm watch instead. So they're fairly confident that things will be weakening for them up there. But for us, it's holding together really, really well, Mark. And we still have more tornado warnings to the west where these storms are starting to become a west-east direction and linear here, Mark.
So it's worth noting that the watch that was expanded is not a new watch. So the tornado watch now is including Louisville. We thought that they would expand it versus issuing a new one. Expansion means it still expires at midnight.
Midnight, that makes sense.
So that's why we just mentioned that. I want to go to what's crossing 65 right now, because this thing has a very notable hook on it right now.
It does look like it's starting to transition some here.
And that may be coming up on the rotation now. So this is County Road 160. South of Henryville. This crosses the Blue Lick, Indiana area. This is going to go south of Otisco along Indiana 3. And we are definitely noticing an upward trend in that rotation.
Yeah.
That area rotation went right through Henryville. If anybody is in Henryville, can you please let me know if you're on X or what used to be called Twitter? Please let me know what you are seeing. It would be very important to know if you're getting any damage. And Matthew, I really, really, really want to look at that. I'm going to head over to the wall here briefly, but I want to make sure that we don't have any debris. That is notable rotation right now heading into Otisco.
Yep.
Otisco, you've got to be in your safe spot now. If you're joining me along Indiana 3 and Otisco, I need you in your safe spot, not 5 minutes from now, not 60 seconds from now. I need you in the safe spot now. Remember, the radar is going to lag by a couple of minutes, so this may be on top of Otisco now. If you're in Otisco, I've got to have you in your safe spot. Matthew, can we go over to the analyst here to see if this area of rotation is lofting any debris at all? So this would take us from there could be a tornado on the ground to there is a tornado on the ground. And we are not seeing debris being lofted. There's the area rotation. I really want to hawk this. Can we put rotation on the other side? And I want to keep the correlation coefficient here because I really, 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 really am nervous about this one. So this is Nab, Indiana right here. And this is close also to the Marysville, Indiana area. The radar here is obviously identifying the same thing we are. The area rotation has come up markedly east of Henryville. And can you take this back one scan? I want to see what it looked like when it went through Henryville. One more. It's coming up. It definitely was weaker coming through Henryville than it is on now final approach towards Otisco. And this is the current scan right now?
Yes, this is current.
So what we're looking for is in here. Understand what we're talking about. On the right side is a sea of pink. Who cares? Here's why you should. What it's seeing is rain or dust, whatever it happens to be. If you all of a sudden see something that changes color and in here turns blue, it means it's looking at something that's different. What would that mean? It's not raindrops, because raindrops will all look the same. If it's inflow into the storm, it's all the same dust. However, if it now has done damage and lofts a 2x4 or a roof or a tree or limbs, now it's going to look different. And what would happen in here is you would see a blue hole pop out. If that occurs, we're now not in this could be a tornado. We would now be in there's a tornado on the ground doing damage. Rotation right now, here's the latest scan. If you could, Matthew, take me back one scan. Can you give me the minutes, by the way, too, on when we go back, how many minutes back the scan was?
This was, let me go forward for you here.
Okay.
All right.
So we're just trying to get the exact moment.
2 minutes ago, so 151.
Okay.
140.
Each is 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go now to the current.
Okay.
So this is going to move about a half a mile to on top of Otisco in the next 60 seconds. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot in Otisco. We don't see debris being lofted just yet, although that might. Matthew, can you give me reflectivity on one of the sides here and give me a marker on that if you could first? So what we're doing is looking at what is here south of the Otisco area. We just want to make sure that that area is not debris being lofted.
It is quite the hook.
That is a mean-looking storm right now, and that's where the marker is right here. Close. Inconclusive right now, but it may be a tornado on the ground. If I'm in Otisco or south of Otisco, I am absolutely 100% in my tornado safe spot. Matthew, can you keep an eye on that and take me over to the other radar? I want to make sure that we can get roads and get very, 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 very specific for Otisco, Indiana on what's occurring in Otisco right now. Be careful, Otisco. There may be a tornado on the ground or in the process of forming. This area of rotation Interestingly, there may be 2 areas of rotation, but clearly the more notable area of rotation is right here. This is Henryville-Otisco Road. So when you drive out of Henryville, you get to the fork in the road. You go Henryville-Otisco Road, which would eventually take you towards Marysville. The area of rotation we just got is just south of Otisco. And can you zoom me out a little bit on this?
Sure thing.
But that area of rotation is almost just south of Otisco right now. It does look a little broader than it did on the last scan, but nonetheless, very notable rotation here. And then when we put on reflectivity, you can see a marked hook on this storm as it goes into Otisco. If this has not produced a tornado, it is trying really, really hard right now along Indiana 3 near Otisco, Indiana. Here's Henryville-Otisco Road. Again, the reason I know this area well, it's not a story I enjoy telling, but after the Henryville tornado, the Pekin Borden Henryville tornado in 2012, I went in the day after and surveyed, and I drove along Henryville-Otisco Road into Marysville, where I was horrified by what I saw. And so I know this area extremely well from the damage surveys I was doing that day. That's the new scan here. RFD surge may be wrapping now, so this would bury, if there's a tornado, you would not see it. Can I get...
Mark, really quick, can we actually visit a new tornado warning that just came out?
Briefly, in a second. I just want to look at that rotation on the latest scan and just make sure we don't have any debris here, because we just got a new one. Area rotation here, Matthew, can you just briefly take me back over to analyst, and then we'll go on to the new tornado warning.
Sure thing.
Just, okay, not...
No, you want me to leave up correlation?
Yeah, not looking at anything in there that screams tornado for sure. I'm going to come back over there, Matthew, because I want to make sure we have 2. I want to keep eyes on this one constantly.
Okay. You're
looking at it, the second tornado warning. Let's update on that one as well.
I'm going to go out to the west here, and that one is for, and I've just been looking at this, over near Ethel and Youngs Creek to southeast. Again, you have another tornado warning out there in Orange County, northern Crawford. You guys have already been underneath multiple warnings, and here comes another one for you. In fact, there might be a couple areas of rotation, but particularly up near Youngs Creek, Pine Valley, South County Road, 450W north of Ethel. I would really be more concerned with that, but there's also one moving into the Bacon area. So there are a couple of different spots of rotation in there. I would say everybody that I just mentioned, if you live anywhere near any of those regions, from the intersection of West County Road 575 South, South County Road 450W, all the way over to State Road 37, south of Pine Valley, in Pine Valley, down to Bacon, go ahead and get into your safe place. I think that that's the best thing that you could possibly do right now, because there are multiple areas of rotation within this tornado warning that just popped up. Mark is still analyzing the...
that one near Leopold,
yes.
That thing is absolutely beast mode. That is the nastiest supercell we have in our area.
And that should be moving toward oil here very, very soon.
So the tornado warning does include Crawford County, although the area of rotation appears that it would stay south. If you're in Alton, if you're in Concordia, if you're in Leavenworth, if you're in Carefree, basically if you're near 64 and south, you've got to watch that one extremely closely. We've got a tornado confirmed on the ground right now. Matthew, take me back up to Otisco. This is the one I've been really worried about. Tornadoes on the ground now. Otisco, you've got to be in your safe spot. This is a life-threatening situation. Tornado is on the ground right now. And can you check and see what the Weather Service noted on that?
That's a great, I don't know if it was a spotter.
That's what I'm curious about, because it's been a little bit inconsistent.
Okay. They said that they believe that they had a CC drop.
So
it's very faint. However, they said that there's another 911 caller reporting that they see a tornado north of Charlestown near 2400 Market Street as well. I
have no problems with this. I agree on this one. We said inconclusive, and the Weather Service in their verbiage, you just heard what they said. Maybe. Maybe. They're not saying is, they're saying maybe, but this is in a densely populated area and they're not going to take a risk, and I don't mind that. Let's go back over to the rotation here. Good call. The velocity on that in Otisco here. That area rotation is just all over all over Indiana 3 right now, south of Otisco. If you are near Otisco, you have got to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Not in 5 minutes, not in 90 seconds, now. This is a life-threatening situation where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado confirmed on the ground. They have a spotter report that's reporting a tornado on the ground. We don't know, radar-wise, it was close. It could go either way. I am always transparent when I look at and analyze radar. Is it a guarantee or is it a maybe? This one was on the verge. I cannot say with 100% certainty, but my guess is the spotter report pushed them over the limit.
Yeah.
And it is buried.
Oh,
it is
100%.
buried in rain right now. Let's track this and where exactly it is going. If you're in New Washington or Hibernia, these are areas where we need to be thinking. And we're going to, because it's a area of rotation, we're going to track the whole thing.
Let me go a little bit further out here, Mark, so we can get a few more folks. Sound good?
I mean, but it is a narrow area. I mean, right? It is what it is. The area that it's going is not over a huge area, so we may just not get a ton of towns in there.
Yeah, this is true. So it's basically heading due east, about 30 miles per hour. It's a slow one.
So the Runyon Town area 4 minutes from now. Tornado safe spot, Runyon Town. Vesta, 11 minutes from now. Tornado safe spot. Hibernia, I can give you 3 minutes if you want to wait 3 minutes until it gets a little closer, but prep that tornado safe spot to get in there. This is buried. Don't think you're going to be able to go outside and video this thing. It is now buried within the updraft of the storm. Then it's going to be in Oldham in 24 minutes. Wait. Oldham's not under a tornado warning. Correct. If this holds together as a tornado warning, if it's just a regular storm, that doesn't stop the fact that it's going to be there in 24 minutes from now. Otisco, Indiana, just off to the south, there is a tornado that the National Weather Service confirmed. I will tell you that what we know is there may have been a debris signature. It was inconclusive, but I think the spotter saying there was a tornado pushed them over the level. Let's go back over to the analyst here as well. I want to check the rotation versus are we seeing debris being lofted, and that will help us to get a sense of where we stand. Well, one of the things we note is the rotation area is a little bit more diffuse right now.
It is. I'm going to put a marker, but I mean, it's just kind of
I would do it in the middle. Yeah, I'm with you. But that is buried, Matthew. So if there's a CC drop, it has to be a tornado. So again, I'm going to tell you inconclusive. It's possible.
Let me go back a couple scans for us, Mark.
And that's what we noted. This guy right here may have been a tornado. We're not 100% sure. Again, I tell you guys, tornado debris signatures are very, very rule-oriented. There are very specific steps that must be taken to correctly identify a tornado debris signature. Matthew, can you just check on the other storms while I stay here? Partner. And just let me know if we need to make a move onto the others and take a look. Where we stand right now is a tornado confirmed by the National Weather Service. We will tell you that it is possible. We're not 100% certain, but the spotter report prompted this to go over the top. It may have done damage near Otisco, and I would not be surprised. The area of rotation right now is about 1.5 miles south of Otisco. So Otisco, Charlestown, it's right between, and it is east of 3. New update on the radar scan there. Area of rotation similar. Hasn't come up in intensity. I'm glad to see that. And Matthew, I would like, if you could, on the rotation side on analyst, if you could briefly just take me back over to correlation coefficient. Just a quick swing here. Just want to make sure again that nothing jumps out. Okay. So we are in a static situation. It hasn't upticked. We had a report of a tornado on the ground out of this area, hence the reason that we're watching that extremely closely. Weather Service then went to an upgrade into a tornado confirmed on the ground, and that's where we stand right now. Matthew, I'm going to view on analyst. I'm taking you back over to HD. Let us know what you're seeing.
You know, I do want to give, for folks that are wondering, am I good to go to bed? I'm not saying that right now, but I would say that there is a clearing up in Bedford, Oxford, Seymour, Grassy Fork, folks that are further in our northern counties, Jackson, Jennings, Lawrence, I think that your severe weather threat has basically come down to 0 from here. This is what we expected for you. You guys are done. So if you're up in those 3 counties in southern Indiana, Lawrence, Jackson, Jennings, you're good. Now let's talk about those who aren't good. We're going to go over to the 3 warnings that are to our west. There's 1 warning inside of a warning. Sometimes we see that and we say, oh man, that is a tornado confirmed inside of another one, or we have PDS, something like that. That is not the scenario here.
It's just everything spinning.
The smaller one that you see stretching from just about southeast, Hardinsburg, Fredericksburg to Whiskey Run, that smaller one was there first. And then they issued the larger one around it for an area of rotation that was near Youngs Creek, Ethel, and is now over southeast. So let me throw you velocity on here.
Matthew, by the way, severe thunderstorm warning coming for the Louisville metro area as we speak.
So this is not super conclusive rotation here within this storm. At any moment, yeah, it could spin something up, but from Pine Valley down south to 64 there near Marengo. In that area, I would keep a very close eye on any little notches in there. Bacon and southeast, we got to continue watching to see if there's rotation. The original warning that I've got zoomed in on right here that encompasses part of Orange County, part of Washington, part of, what is that, northern Crawford and northern Harrison. This smaller one, I think at this point has basically run its life course, and I will double check on that for you here just to see exactly what it is. Excuse me.
And by the way, let me just note here.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Let me just note the severe thunderstorm for Louisville does include the storm that was near Clark County, so that includes the area that was tornado confirmed. They chose beyond that to go severe, and it is tornado possible. Just wanted to make sure we're on the same page, Matthew.
Very good, very good. So we'll go back to that one there that's east of Otisco, Zimmerman Road, north of Rolling Hills, Hibernia to New Washington. You still got some rotation in there. It's not quite as tight as it was just a short time ago. We haven't seen debris in a minute. Let me bring it up. Still not seeing any conclusive evidence, as you mentioned, Mark, of any sort of debris within that storm.
And what I think has happened is I think an RFD surge occurred.
Probably right on the southern side.
Yes. So, Matthew, can you put me over to reflectivity on there? I just want to give you a quick analysis of what has occurred. So remember when we were looking at this, we looked at the hook. The body of the storm here, the hook. It appears, that's weird, the hook is larger than the body of the storm. Why? A rear flank downdraft came around the storm and surged cold air. That cold air is now pushing underneath that storm, and you can see it's a hard push here right now. That may have weakened that area rotation some right here near the New Washington area. So that hard RFD surge has appeared to weaken it. That said, we've seen pulses where it's gone up and where it's gone down. We do not let our guard down right now if we're in the New Washington area. I would say south of New Washington by 3 miles is where that area of rotation is right now. But a positive here, Matthew, a rear flank downdraft, cold push south of that rotation may have choked off the rotation, which is a good thing on this storm, if that's where we're going.
That's what we want. We want to see, again, the microdynamics of the storm system working against itself. That would be fantastic. It still does say tornado confirmed, but I think that there's less conclusive evidence of that at this point. However, I still really want folks that are along and west of 62 there in Clark County, please take this seriously. Go ahead and stay in your safe place. We're going to go back down to
new tornado
Crawford
warning
County, and this is for the one that has been riding along in south of 64 for quite some time. Oil is in this in northern Perry County, Leavenworth as well. Alton, you guys are underneath this new tornado warning. Branchfield abandoned for folks over in Oriole to, I believe it's Dukers, you guys are as well underneath this new tornado warning. Alton, it's going to be in your area in about 15 minutes. Artist Point, a little more than 20 and a little less than 30 for those in Cedar Flat. These aren't real fast movers, so you've got time. If you feel uncomfortable where you're at and you're in a mobile home and you're in one of those areas that's 20 to 30 minutes out, call a friend that you're like, hey, I just don't feel comfortable where I'm at right now. And you can go there if you would like. I just wouldn't be going west by any means. Let's go south or east, all right?
Tornado warning for Clark County has been canceled.
Very good. All right, that's what we were expecting considering the way that things were trending there, Mark. We still have more warnings out to the west, and I think we've still got a long night ahead of us.
So we're now going on 4 hours and 10 minutes from when we started live on Facebook. By the way, if you guys don't follow us on Facebook, we offer you coverage on TV. One of the things that's changed in the 2026 world versus 10 years ago, we used to tell you if you got a tornado warning, what we would say is turn your TV up super loud.
Yeah.
That way, if a tornado warning is issued, you can still go to your safe spot and not miss us. The world has changed now. Now you've got this. So what we would ask you to do is, if you can, download the WDRB Plus app. In Louisville, if you go into a warning, you can utilize that. You can use WDRB News to stream us. You can go to WDRB.com. If you want to get in that stream right now, you can go there now. On my Facebook page, remember, it's Mark Weinberg, Mark with a C. When you get there, click like. You will see the stream ongoing. Matthew Wine's page, this is a way that you can get those warnings when you're not in front of your television set. And the world has changed, Matthew. There are people getting warnings in different ways than they used to. Hence the reason we have a Facebook Live stream going right now, which is basically going on 4 hours where we've had this stream ongoing. This may be the longest stream that we have ever done, by the way.
You know, a lot of our warnings, our tornado warnings, have just come to an end, Mark, and I think they expired them early.
Remember we said near 64.
Yep, so a lot of them have expired early, which is great news. We wanted to see that happen. And so the confirmed tornado warning that you see in the purple box up there.
It hasn't canceled yet, but I will tell you, it's gone. The National Weather Service pulled it. There is a glitch, unfortunately, in this system, but that purple box is gone.
The one in Orange County that was part of, well, it was a larger box. That one has come to an end officially, for sure. And then there's also that smaller box east of Southeast, over into southern Washington County, northern Harrison County. That one, it still shows on your screen, but it's gone too. So all of these areas of rotation have started to decrease, but we're still keeping an eye on some things. There are still severe thunderstorm warnings that are tornado possible.
And Matthew, let's head over to the wall. Let's track on where we stand. I know a lot of people in Louisville are like, come on, give me some attention, Matthew. I'm going to start you off with our Lynn family camera so you can see what's on approach here.
Yep, it's ominous looking. Obviously, it is nighttime, and we just sunset about a little less than an hour ago. You got the long days this year. In fact, today might be the longest day of the year, Mark. I can't remember. We're pretty close to it.
I don't know what day it is anymore.
It's June 21st. Happy Father's Day. There's a little bit of lightning for you guys. And for all the dads out there, you know what? Go into protection mode, baby. Let your kids know, hey, I've got you. This is what we're going to be doing here. Mom, same thing. Let your kids know, I've got you. We're watching. We know what's going on right now. We're listening to the people that we need to trust, and we're showing you where all of these different warnings are. And it's good to see that as these storms have been approaching I-65, we started to see a weakening trend. Not to say that folks east of 65 can't get something. In fact, you just had what was a tornado observed tag here on this tornado warning a short time ago. Has been allowed to expire a little bit early. So I know you still see the box on there, but the National Weather Service has taken it out. It's just not out of our system yet. But they're not confident that there's still one on the ground. 5 minutes until Jeffersonville, 12 minutes until Prospect, less than 20 minutes for Linden, and 25 minutes for Middletown. Does that mean in Middletown you need to get into your safe place in 25 minutes? No. I'd say that the better thing to do is 15 minutes. Give yourself a 10-minute head start there, getting into your safe place, making sure that your phone is charging, making sure that you're watching us on the stream because you had to leave the TV. That gives you a little bit of time to get yourself set up before it gets to you. That means Jeffersonville, you should already be there, and Prospect, same thing. So again, if you are in Louisville, downtown, along 64, in northern Jefferson County, go ahead and make sure that you continue to watch us, particularly in those areas, because this severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds is heading towards you. It also probably says tornado possible tag, but I don't think, Mark, I don't think that it's specifically for this area. I think it would be for places to the north. It does say tornado possible. While I was over at the desk earlier, I didn't see rotation here, but Mark is going to do a quick check on one of our other analysts and see what's going on in that part of the storm, because of course we would want to know if there's rotation heading into our most densely populated areas. I don't see anything
I don't
whatsoever,
either, Matthew.
Mark.
That looks like wet microbursts in there.
Yeah, so we're just talking winds coming out of this that are probably around 60 miles per hour. Still can cause damage and power outages. We'll check on those in a minute. But the more pressing situation is this cell, which is actually starting to morph into the line to the north. The line to the north is grouping or is coming south and is starting to overtake this thing, which would be good if it could kill it before it gets to Louisville, Mark.
Yeah, and that is probably the nastiest storm. And I think you make a super valid point on what's starting to occur here. That the northern part of that storm is going to lose its venting, because it's running into, these storms are colliding.
Yeah.
So what will happen is, instead of it blowing all of that air out aloft, it's now like putting a banana in the tailpipe. And so what that is going to do is cause that updraft to choke, and normally the intensity should come down. I think your catching on that is spot on.
However, I will say, I mean, look at the lightning intensity that we have in the storm right in the inflow notch, Mark. That still indicates that this is a strong storm that hasn't died yet. But as you mentioned, these storms are grouping together. So from the north, that cluster storms met this singular supercell, and as it has grouped together like this, you said it, Mark, we're going to see the venting capabilities of that storm die off. And so it should hopefully help weaken it before it gets all the way to Louisville. But it's still got a lot of ground to cover before it gets here, and a lot more people that are in the way of this storm along and south of 64.
And where we stand right now is there's still multiple tornado warnings. What you notice now is on the southern flank is the only place where there's tornado warnings, because everything is merging into more of a line. And so that puts the tornado warning for Crawford County, for northern Meade. That puts a tornado warning near Evansville, and puts a tornado warning near Carmi, Illinois, and then one south of Patoka. What's going to happen here, and Matthew said this earlier, I agree, we may be here for a while. We've already been here for a while. The reason we may be here for a while still is, notice in areas like Brandenburg, E-Town, Bardstown, through Owensboro has not been hit by anything yet. Now, that's not to say that these storms will maintain intensity, but because that fuel has not been compromised, it may allow them to last on that southern flank a little bit longer, in particular if they're not merging within that line.
Absolutely.
Once everything merges into a line, the tornado threat comes down.
Yeah, so there's that storm that's coming out of the Evansville area. That's tornado warned. We've got a couple more, like you said, near Carmi, Illinois, those that are just west of Greer, south of Patoka. Man, I mean, all of these are decent lightning producers. It's just, lightning is dangerous in and of itself, but we use that as an indication to determine, are these storms strengthening? Are they weakening?
Right.
When the lightning count's going down, we know that the storms are weakening, which we have seen on some of these storms north. But then you look at the ones along and south of 64, boy, that quick uptick in lightning on some of these, that shows us that the updraft is still rocking and rolling, and it's producing a strong storm.
What's interesting, by the way, is I've got this camera aimed west, and we're not really seeing any lightning here at Accord, and I'm kind of surprised. And that's looking towards the tornado-warned storm in Crawford County. I'm just going to verify that that is 100% looking west, because I would expect to maybe see some lightning. It is looking west, and there's no lightning whatsoever. So a little surprised by that. But those storms, maybe this is that signal that they're coming off in intensity just a little bit. Lightning, by the way, is a signal of how fast the air is rising in the storms, which then can tell us how much, how fast the air is rising, and it affects how well it can rotate. Weaker updrafts, weaker rotation. Another auxiliary threat here is we got a lot of flash flood warnings right now.
Yep.
Northern parts of Jackson County under flash flood warning, Washington County flash flood warning, Orange County flash flood warning, Southern Lawrence County, parts of Crawford, Perry, Du Bois County, and you're like, wait a minute. That kind of looks like that's lining up to go into Louisville.
Sure is, baby.
Bingo! So this is something we're worried about, that could actually occur. Matthew, how's that rotation? I'm going to head over to analyst. You're looking at the storm near Alton. This is one of our storms that still has a tornado warning on it. In fact, this is our only storm with a tornado warning on it now.
And so it's not as intense as it was earlier. This is the storm that was tornado confirmed. Dale, Indiana, Santa Claus, Indiana. Holiday World folks who may have been heading north to get to 64, and they ran into a mess. I don't know exactly what was on the roadways, but I'm going to assume that there was some debris out there, most likely some tree limbs and things like that, some leaves being blown around at minimum, because this storm ran right along 64. Now, and I talked about this almost an hour ago at this point, Mark, I said that, yeah, it's following along 64 now, but we've really got to focus on the cities south of 64 because 64 itself does take a northerly jog through southern Indiana heading into Louisville. And the storm did have a bit of a southerly component. So, yeah, now it is the Leavenworth area. Now it is, or is past Leopold, but Alton especially, New Amsterdam, north of Battletown. You guys, please get into your safe place. This is a storm that has produced a tornado before and is still tornado warned right now. There's not conclusive evidence that it's for sure on the ground, but it would not surprise me.
No, because it still has that very, very, very notable hook right now. I mean, if you're in Alton, you've got to be in the safe spot immediately.
Absolutely, Mark. There's no doubt about it. It's got such an inflow notch. It's seen that uptick in the, or at least maintaining its lightning intensity.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's strong.
So the rotation on this one is not as strong as it was an hour ago. We said that we didn't think these storms are going to hit what we would refer to as a cliff. We would expect these storms to slowly weaken. I do want to note to our news department that this is the only tornado warning in our area. We're going to have to see what the Weather Service decides, but if they do not issue or continue a tornado warning, there is the potential that we would go back into news programming. So just want to make sure that news is aware of that if they do not issue a tornado warning. I do want to mention here, it's not specifically our viewing area, but it is one of our neighbors to the west. And east of Evansville, there is now coming out of Ohio, Indiana, near Dayville, a tornado confirmed. This is just north of Newburgh. A tornado confirmed on the ground doing damage near Ohio, Indiana, that is heading towards Bullocktown and then off to the east. Another confirmed tornado. The mind-blowing thing out of all of this, look.
It's not the last one.
Here's my problem. There was a slight risk of severe weather today.
Yeah.
There was a slight risk in southern Kentucky on Thursday that did not produce a single warning.
Yeah.
If you're the average public, how do you know? How do you know what's the difference between the slight that produced a 23-mile-an-hour or 23-mile EF3 tornado and the slight risk on Thursday that produced nothing, and then the slight risk today that's produced countless numbers of tornadoes? They have got to get this better. They have got to get this better. This is not good.
I think that the unfortunate thing is that there was so much uncertainty with the exact path of this MCV. I guess that's
still, you got to upgrade when you know.
And so the one thing that I'll give him, I think I can give him some credit for sure, is the strong tornado verbiage. I think that was probably a good one. We'll see. Obviously, we don't know ratings out of any of these yet, but we do know for sure tornadoes have touched down because we've seen different debris signatures. Some of them brief, some of them were on the ground for quite some time, Mark.
And where we stand right now is I want to go through Louisville metro area, and then we'll go back. And I do want to check before I head over to the weather wall when the tornado warning would be allowed to expire, so news would know that. As we stand right now, the current tornado warning is in effect until 11 p.m.
And the reason that it's so long is because they're such slow-moving storms.
And it has a history.
Yes, it has been on the ground multiple times. So we're going to go up until the 11 o'clock newscast with a tornado warning, if they allow it to stay, yes. But then again, you've got that one to the west that's north of Owensboro. It's heading due east.
There still has to be a point where these outpace the fuel, right?
Yeah, you're probably right.
At what point that is, it does appear that near Louisville, everything is starting to come down.
Yeah.
This may still be able to affect our far western counties with that tornado threat, but that risk has come down. It's not zero in Louisville, but it has certainly come down. We still have a conspicuous inflow notch with notable lightning here that occurs north of 42. This is going to be right along Trimble and Oldham County. Let's scope.
Westport area is right where you're over right now.
And are you on analyst on that one?
Yeah, I can be if you would like me to.
You tell me, does it look good over there?
I'll scope it for you.
Okay. Little bit of rotation here. Nothing that jumps off the map, but Matthew and I have been doing this and watching these storms all night, and if you look at Matthew's eyes that are bloodshot, it's because we've been going at this for a while.
Yeah, I mean, like you strain your eyes just trying to find every single nook and cranny along these lines of storms.
It is so true, and really, if you wonder why Matthew and I are here together, it's because Matthew's a great meteorologist. Matthew can handle this by himself, but Matthew plus someone is going to be better. Mark plus Matthew is a better combination and a force. And what we want to do is, we are of the belief that this is, not a one-person show. That we believe as a collective we're a smarter group, and that's why we have multiple people here tonight. Matthew, let's do a track on this storm right now. Although
I can go back over in that direction for you, and then I'm going to do.
Yeah, we can do both, and then we can go back to the Crawford County area. So this
I'm going to go about 40, somewhere close to 40.
Okay, so we've got it in LaGrange in 5 minutes. I've got friends here at Goshen. It's on top of you right now. Goshen in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Crestwood 6 minutes from now. Smithfield 15 minutes from now. 21 minutes from now in the Eminence area. 28 minutes from now in Pleasureville. And Gratz, it will be 31 minutes from now. This is a severe thunderstorm with tornado possible. 60-mile-an-hour winds we feel are the primary threat. If there was to be a quick spin, we believe that would be along 42 near Westport. That is where we believe that would be the greatest threat. And we're definitely seeing flash flood warnings continue to expand on a concerning flooding threat here that is evolving. Now we go into Alton, and this storm is not the storm it once was, but that said, there's nothing like it in the area. It's the most powerful. And Matthew is 100% right. You notice this one is an excessive lightning producer. The area rotation is over Alton. Alton, please take your tornado safety precautions immediately if you haven't already. And I cannot guarantee this is producing a tornado, but it is the storm with a history of tornado producing. So this is heading towards New Amsterdam and then ultimately towards Dixie, going off to the east at around 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, you want me to draw a track on that?
Absolutely. That's what happens when you work together too much. We think alike. So this puts it in Wolf Creek around 2 minutes from now, Cedar Flat 9 minutes from now. If you're in New Amsterdam, 15 minutes from now with a tornado warning in effect for you, 20 minutes from now in Valley City, and 27 minutes from now in central Kentucky. So what you're seeing here is, because it has an eastward movement, this is going to cross the river, come onto the Kentucky side, and that is a storm that we're going to watch the most closely. Weather Service has a long fuse tornado warning on that because it's been going for a while. Matthew mentioned this earlier, but we wanted to check power outages to see where we stand. I mean, power outages are an instantaneous metric of our storms doing damage. When we started our coverage tonight, we were at 6, so we've gone up 300. I'm not saying that's not a big deal if you're one of the 300 without power.
Yeah, but it's just now moving into downtown Louisville and northeastern Jefferson County.
But it's a good metric, right?
Yeah.
If this thing does damage, let's say near Prospect, we should see the numbers go up. If this does damage in LaGrange, in Goshen, we would see the numbers go up in Oldham County. So we are watching these areas really, really closely. Also worth noting, we've been talking about this, the flood threat is huge. So now most of southern Indiana has a flash flood warning. Du Bois, Orange, Lawrence, northern Jackson, Washington, Clark, Scott County under a flash flood warning that includes parts of Floyd, northern Harrison, and then west towards Perry County. A massive part of our area with nighttime flash flooding is a significant concern when we see that.
Yeah, Mark, this is, and the unfortunate thing is, Mark's pulled it up here for us. You don't see it stopping west of us. It's still smashing the 64 corridor on either side, but especially the southern side of it. Man, it is hitting it hard. You see, this is our tornado warning for the Alton area, Leavenworth as well. It's going to stay north of Brandenburg, so if you're in Brandenburg, you don't have to worry about this one. But let me go further off to the west. You see north of Luce, this came out of the Evansville area. It'll stay well north of Owensboro, but that one is still heading off to the east. Now, could the storms from the north group together with it and help weaken it? Yes, but man, you can see actually it looks like the hook is detached there along 61 Mark, potentially east of Ohio. It's odd because earlier, about 20 minutes ago, Mark, you said this storm is coming out of Ohio. Still coming out of Ohio. So it is a really slow moving storm. A lot of these are only going somewhere between 20 and 30 miles per hour. That's slow moving for around here's type of standards. We're used to seeing, especially spring storms, big line rolls through and it's 60 to 70 mile per hour speeds on these things, and it's a tornado that lasts just a few seconds and it's gone. These storms are moving slow, so this is why the flash flooding threat has increased so markedly. Mark, what you got for me?
So the Weather Service has noted that they're now considering for Harrison County whether a tornado warning would be necessary because it's about to cross. Now, would that be West of Corydon, it's conceivable this could go slightly south, which also brings up the obvious point, Matthew. Southwest Louisville. PRP. If this thing holds, this is on trajectory.
100%. So again, it's a slow mover, so we're giving you a big time heads up here, not saying that a tornado warning for sure will come out for western Louisville, but we're letting you know that the storm will eventually get to you, and it could still be strong to severe enough to be causing damage, power outages, trees down, maybe a tornado that impacts homes as well. So this storm has produced a tornado before, still capable of producing a tornado, still has intense lightning, which is one of our signs of a very strong storm that's still got a lot of life left in it, and it's moving due east, so I think it'll be along and south of Corydon, Mark. There it is.
That's the warning.
New warning that
so that is Meade, and that is Harrison County.
Yep. And again, for Brandenburg proper, you guys are not included in this. Maybe to the northwest, maybe there is some of these some places that are considered Brandenburg there in northern Meade County, but if you're in Brandenburg and south, this storm is going to stay north of you. I don't want you to have to worry about it too much, but New Amsterdam, it's your thing. Now, was that the latest scan that just came in, or were you flipping between?
I was just checking multiple products here, but for what it's worth, that is the new warning right there.
Okay, so again, I think, Mark, you can agree with me that this should be almost due east, and it doesn't have much of a southerly component. I couldn't even imagine if the storms to the north grab this thing that it will. I don't think that it would keep the circulation and push it south.
I'm going to give you 30 minutes of motion just so you can have that and assess that. It is definitely a little bit south of east now.
It is a little bit further south. All right, so again, so the Heath folks, so New Amsterdam down to Heath to Central. I really want you guys to be paying attention to this. Maybe a little less of a worrying scenario for Corydon. Yeah, you're going to get heavy rain. Yeah, you're going to get some lightning, some gusty winds. I don't think that there's as much of a tornado threat for Corydon, folks. I think Heath to Central, you guys should really be paying attention to this. And because you put that in motion, Mark, I would say, I know Brandenburg's not included in this, we're going to pay attention to this one a little bit more. So sometimes you have to put that into motion and see what's going on. Mark, I'm glad that you did that for me, so that way I'd hate to give it all clear to somebody that it is going to be potentially a dangerous scenario for them. So Heath to Central especially. New Amsterdam, I mean, it's knocking on your doorstep. It's slow, but 10 to 15 minutes, it's in New Amsterdam most likely, crossing over into Harrison County, Mark.
And we're going to look at this from our other radar source, what we call the analyst. You can very clearly see that area rotation is on top of Wolf Creek right now. That's the area rotation. Is it an incredible area rotation? I'm not going to say it is, but it is definitely rotating, and you can see it. I'm going to put a marker.
Okay.
And just what I want to do is look at the intensity of where it was versus where it is. I'm going to switch over to a different radar way of looking at this. We're going to go over to what we call storm relative velocity. This kind of is going to help you to find where the greens and the reds are even better. And now you can see that it is on top of Wolf Creek.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is, as you noted, the original warning it will breach, and the Weather Service at least recognized that, and they put that second warning. If you notice, they pushed it a little further south of that.
Now, all right, so I have a friend over in Carmi, Illinois. We were talking about that earlier.
Oh, wow.
That's clearly, that is
Big
a tornado. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. So again, I've said this before, we're not done tonight. There's still numerous tornado warnings out to the west. I'm not saying that all of those storms will produce tornadoes here, but as long as they keep heading basically due east, it's going to hit somewhere in Kentucky, Anna, Mark.
We now have the new tornado warning us until 11:15, so I want our news to know that right now, as it stands, the coverage would go through 11:15.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, we're not 100% sure whether the warnings would be held until that time. It's all assuming that the storms maintain strength as they are. So somewhat interesting there, if you're wondering what this kind of garbage is right here, there is what we call a signal-to-noise ratio in this area. It is a scientific term for an issue because you have to understand the radar is still an antenna, and kind of like an antenna like your TV. You know, the TV sometimes if the signal gets bad, it'll kind of go in and out. That's signal-to-noise ratio. We have a signal-to-noise ratio issue here right now near Battletown, and that's what's showing up there. I'm going to actually turn off what is removing that, and it still doesn't show that that's the area rotation. That area rotation is over Wolf Creek. It is buried, so if there was to be debris being lofted,
Do we have it?
That's buried in there.
Okay.
That's a tornado. I think that's a tornado on the ground. I'm going to just message Weather Service. I think that's a tornado debris signature showing up near Wolf Creek right now.
Okay. We're going to go over to the green screen, guys, in just a second here. Mark has got a marker on there, Wolf Creek area, right inside that hook. You see that red and that green. Mark, you want me to change it over to correlation?
I want to just explain real quickly what we're going to do here. So there is an operation that has to occur to determine if there's a tornado on the ground. So this right here is where we have the marker. You see the red dot. The red dot is buried within an area of high reflectivity, meaning right here this should be all rain. Everything should be the same particle size. If it's raining, all the raindrops are the exact same size. Second, is there an area of rotation? It is right here. Let's now turn on correlation coefficient.
Gotcha.
And let's see under that area, is there something? It is directly underneath Wolf Creek. It just went over Wolf Creek and now moving east-northeast. Is that it right there? Can you take me back one scan and forward, because we got a new scan in that moment. That is what appears to be a tornado. It may have lifted. So it may have lifted after that and go forward. This right here is outside of the rain, right?
Right.
Okay, so that may have briefly touched down and then lifted, because it doesn't show that buried now. But nonetheless, it does appear that a tornado debris signature did show up south of Wolf Creek. I'm not sure that could be anything else. That was under high reflectivity.
It was.
Rotating. It meets all ticks for a tornado debris signature.
And even if it's a brief one, then a brief tornado is a tornado, right? So I think that one was one of our better signatures. I know that we had the one, you know, we had the one near, starts with an O.
Odin.
Oh, no. Sorry.
There's been so many.
Yes. East of it. Otisco.
Otisco.
Sorry, there have been so many towns we've been calling out today. Otisco area had what looked like, inconclusive evidence potentially, but then we got the phone call to 911 that said, I see a tornado on the ground north of Charleston. And so that's when the National Weather Service is making a decision. Do we go with another tornado warning, or do we say tornado confirmed? When you have eyes on the ground saying that they see something, that's when it's a little bit easier to say, all right, we're going tornado confirmed with this. So if we start getting reports, they'll probably change that red box to another purple one saying tornado confirmed rather than indicated.
And it was one scan. The Weather Service had to make a spot decision at that moment.
Right.
Is indeed there a tornado? They probably waited for scan number 2 to confirm if that was going to continue to move. It was not high end, but I do believe a tornado touchdown occurred. That was right over, let me get the location again here, Wolf Creek. So it does appear just south of Wolf Creek by maybe a half a mile. It does appear on the last scan that a tornado did touch down. And obviously the Weather Service in the coming days will be doing their damage surveying. But you can see, still continuing with an area rotation right now, heading towards New Amsterdam. If you live in New Amsterdam, you obviously need to take your tornado safety precautions this moment. Tornado safety precautions mean downstairs. It means underneath something. It means getting to the center part of your house. And it means keeping away from windows. That hook is absolutely impressive on this storm. One of the best hooks that we have and have seen all day long. A very notable area of rotation. And I just want to, again, continue to view this storm. The interesting thing is, it will have breached the first tornado warning. You're probably looking at this and you're like, Mark, that's about to get to the end of the tornado warning. I understand what you're thinking, but remember, there's a second tornado warning that is now downstream from that. So that second tornado warning is what covers. New Amsterdam, I need you downstairs right now. Center part of your house, you must be away from windows. This is obviously about to cross the Ohio River. I hear this a lot, which kind of makes me laugh. But people are like, a tornado can't cross the Ohio River. Remember 2 years ago when Milton, Madison were hit, that tornado crossed the Ohio River 5 times? Well, what about what happened a couple of days ago? Wednesday night, a tornado touched down, crossed over the Ohio River and died in Carroll County. So don't ever let that make you believe that a tornado can't cross a river. We have so much evidence that that is absolutely rubbish, and it happens all the time. So Matthew, I want to go over to analyst again here to once again assess where we stand on rotation and if this is a tornado maybe, versus a tornado on the ground doing damage. So what we're going to do is look at the area of rotation here. Let's take this back to Wolf Creek because I want to just make sure that we are catching the exact same area.
All right, so go back a few scans for us and go forward one.
Okay, rotation right here.
Okay, go forward a few scans.
Okay. Weakened rotation right here. That's broad rotation now. So green, red. What you saw when it was south of Wolf Creek is the green and the red were on top of each other.
Yes, you want me to, I'll take it back too, and you can put your finger there and we'll go to CC.
So, and are you on storm relative here on the right, or are you on base velocity?
Base velocity. You want me to go storm relative?
Could you?
Sure thing.
Because I think it just shows that area rotation here really good.
Okay.
So here's where we are. The green and the reds are literally on top of each other into the now, where we're going to be over here. And what you're going to see is as Matthew advances this into the now, the greens and the reds are no longer on top of each other. So Matthew, we've seen a pulse up and now a pulse down. This is a long storm that's been going on for a while. Oh, yeah. So I don't think that we just now fold in and let's turn the lights off. We're done. The rotations come down. Let's head in our cars and get home. We need to still watch this storm.
100%. And it's not the only one. We still got some out to the west. In fact, you guys may have heard me say earlier in Carmi, Illinois. I'll take it out there very quickly. Let's see. Yeah.
This has been a crazy night.
They've had tornadoes. Yeah. So they're no longer underneath the tornado warning, but had a friend out in that direction that just sent me video, very clear evidence that there was a tornado on the ground probably within the last hour. And for our area, we just got a picture. I just saw it in my email, Mark. Just got a picture of the Orleans area. Let's see, specifically Brommer, Indiana, so a little further southeast of Orleans. And that to me, that's a heck of a lowering, and I'd say that is probably...
The hard part is on the picture is you can't see the ground interface. Yeah. Can we get that forwarded to our... Is that on viewer submission?
It is. You want me to send it to our producer?
Well, the producer's in there. Can you look in the viewer submitted photos? What's the title on that one, Matthew?
That one is Picture a Possible Tornado from Tanner Gray.
Can you guys pull that into the system so that we would be able to show that here on TV? It was a viewer submission, so we do have permission, obviously, because they went through the viewer submission.
Webb has also sent in a video. I'm going to take a quick look at that.
While you do that, I'm going to look from Corridon and see what we have ongoing right now.
Go ahead.
So this is our Corridon camera here. From Corridon, I just want to get a sense of where we stand directionally. So we should be looking west-southwest out of Corridon. That is where we're looking. So we're looking into the supercell thunderstorm that is moving to New Amsterdam with a tornado warning on it right now. The rotation has come down some. Let me tell you, Corridon, you are under a tornado warning. You are hearing the tornado sirens right now. As it stands, the area rotation appears that it would go south of you. I'm not saying let your guard down, but I'm telling you right now, being on that edge, I'm not seeing an area of rotation heading towards Corridon. That concerns me right now. In fact, the rotation has weakened off on this storm some and is approaching New Amsterdam. So that's the view from Corridon looking towards the southwest, and you can certainly see this one has a lot more lightning than what we saw, you know, out of Louisville. Let me actually show you from Lynn Family. This is what it looks like in downtown. Oh, there's a cool shelf cloud.
Yeah.
So looking for lightning from Lynn Family, and we're looking and we're looking and we're not seeing any. So the storm, oh, did we get one?
Nope, I haven't seen any.
So here's the view from Corridon, and what you're going to notice is it's a far more electrical thunderstorm. A lot more lightning strikes, not out of control lightning, but a lot more lightning strikes. What does that tell us?
It's a stronger storm, Mark.
It's a stronger storm. It's got a better updraft, and it has more potential to rotate. Now, if you're in Corridon, because you're on the northern flank of that storm, and there's some mergers ongoing, I would be more concerned about damaging winds. And you can see on the right side of the screen there, trees starting to do the wiggles just a little bit. Power is up. This is something we look for. So if there was to be damage, one of two things would happen. The camera might actually lose power and just go out. Or second, we would start to see power lights, the lights going out in Corridon. These are things that we would be looking for and assessing if we were to get damage in Corridon where we know for sure that it was on the ground. This is the latest tornado warning until 11:15, 30 more minutes. It is on top of New Amsterdam as we speak right now.
And it's heading slowly. I said this before. along 135, central to Heath, central to Heath, central to Heath. I think that this is making a beeline for you guys, maybe as far south as Mockport to Laconia. You guys are included in this warning. Folks that are in Corydon, I know you're underneath the tornado warning. I always like to give it all clear if I'm really, really certain of it. Mark, I think you could agree with me. I don't think that Corydon has a tornado threat from this one.
I would say that something markedly would have to change for it. And I would say, yes, you're under a tornado warning with your sirens, but if it's me, I would not go into the tornado safe spot immediately right now, because it does appear that this is going to hug the southern part of that. And that's normally the case. We call them right movers. When a storm is severe with a rotating updraft, it normally does not move left at all. In fact, it normally starts to move right. The storms were moving northeast. The supercells that acquired rotation started to go east, southeast, or east, and this is one of those cells. Even if it started to lift north, it would lose its supercellular characteristics, meaning it would not be a tornado producer. So it's really the southern side of that box. Now, it's not going to hit Brandenburg likely as it stands right now, but it's going to be close. It could be a mile or so across the river.
Mockport, again, Laconia, I think that you guys are in the box for a reason. So, in fact, Mockport, you may be just like a quarter of a mile outside of it. I'd stay in your safe place. It's over New Amsterdam right now. We have said your name so many times, but again, it's because it's so slow moving. It's, what, 20 to 25 miles per hour? Check on that, Mark, but here you go. This is from Carmi, Illinois. This is the one that my friend sent me a picture of earlier, and that's obviously a heck of a lowering from the cloud, and you can't see past the trees, Mark, but when you have a tornado warning on a storm and you see something like that, you're fairly certain that this is something that's on the ground. We've also had some pictures viewers submitted from our area. If you guys are able to get those ones in a little bit.
Yeah, there's an Orleans picture that we'd love to see if we can get that one in as well.
Brommer, Indiana. That one looks very similar to this one. In fact, you could see that trees are off in the distance, and there's a hill in that one. And you guys can bring us back to radar for us for our area now. But again, you're going to see more of these pictures and videos come in, and we're going to be able to show you what has happened throughout the day. It's just not necessarily what's happening right now with some of these.
And Louisville, we're not ignoring you. I'm going to head over to the weather wall here real quickly, and we're going to assess what we've got. That's a view from Lynn Family. Louisville, you're hearing the heavy rain right now. Why have we not been talking about Louisville? Why are we ignoring Louisville? Because there's no warning for Louisville anymore. The storm now that was severe is no longer severe. Don't underestimate the concern for flash flooding tonight. Don't underestimate this in the metro Louisville area, because there is potential for what we call training storms. Matthew, let's go from Lynn Family back over, if we could, to radar. And I want to give an update on what's occurring in the metro Louisville area. It's 10:47. This is the tornado warned storm, but you can see we've got a lot of rain and thunderstorms ongoing. Heavy downpour in downtown Louisville. I've got a friend that I spoke to in Goshen. He says the pool's flooding. This is what's happening right now. There is extensive heavy rain ongoing, including areas like Campbellsburg, LaGrange, Charlestown, New Washington. Downtown Louisville is starting to get in on this. And I want to put this into motion, if we could, and take this out a little bit wider, because what you're going to see is a signal where there's going to be an area where repeated strikes of heavy rain occur. The high-resolution data that we showed earlier in our stream that's now been going for 5 hours, Matthew nailed this. It nailed this going into Louisville, and then these supercells creating a line that generates extremely heavy rain. So this may be able to produce a flash flooding all the way through Louisville, and in particular, that could make it even into Bullitt County. And there's still tornado warnings firing on those storms near Tell City, near Evansville, and then the one that's in our area right now that is south, let me say that again, south of Corydon near New Amsterdam.
All right, let's bring up that flooding threat here, Mark. Look how much of our area is underneath the flash flood warning, stretching from central and southern Illinois all the way through southern Indiana. What is this, like a dozen of them on here? There are so many, it's hard to count because they're all overlapping each other. And a lot of these are the same spots that had tornado warning, and then tornado warning, and then severe thunderstorm warning, and then tornado warning, and another tornado warning. That's exactly, again, if you were watching our stream, we said that that would be the scenario. Somewhere in our area is going to get hit with everything. And southern Indiana really has been hit hard here tonight. So I do want to say, if you guys are like, hey, you know what, I stayed in the gas station for a little bit and I got to go. Well, you know what? I can't blame you for that. If you've gotten all clear, you're up there in Jackson, Lawrence, Jennings County, even now, I would say Orange County up into Washington. You guys are looking significantly safer. Scott, into Jefferson County, Indiana, not Jefferson County, Kentucky. You guys, I think that your severe weather threat has come to an end tonight. You'll get some more showers and storms, but you can go home. You hit those roads, though. So many of them are underneath flash flood warnings. Please take it slow, because not only could there be trees on the road, there could also be roads that have water rushing over them. Both of those are bad scenarios at night. Take it slow. It doesn't matter who the person is behind you riding your tail. Your safety comes first. Mark, we still got more of these warnings to talk about.
Yeah, so we're still under a warning in the southern part of Harrison County, and what we're going to do is take a look at that storm ongoing right now. Last time we looked at it, the rotation had come down some on it. It is near New Amsterdam. Obviously, this is on trajectory to get into Louisville. My guess is, as we stand in this current moment, is if the Weather Service had to make a decision, which they don't until 11:15, they would probably go with severe with tornado possible if they had to put it downstream right now. But we'll see how things, how that changes as we continue here. But the rotation is not what it was. It's definitely not what it was.
No, it is looking significantly weaker, but it still has, especially reflectivity presentation here, Mark, it still very clearly has
a good hook
that's gone through Battletown, now crossing back into. So a lot of that rotation was on the Kentucky side in northern Meade County. Now it's going back into southern Indiana, southern Harrison County, going to be crossing over, what is this, 130, yeah, 135 in Harrison County. I say 135, it'll take quite some time before it actually gets there. It'll likely be in and south of Central and then to Heath. Been really trying to hit those two cities, in between those two and on either side of them. If you're a mile north, 2 miles north, or let's say a mile south, 2 miles south of Heath, go ahead and be in your safe place, because this is a tornado warned storm. It doesn't give us conclusive evidence that there's a tornado on the ground, but it did produce one further to the west. So we take this much more seriously than some other tornado warnings that are just, oh, you know, kind of. This one has done it before. It could do it again, Mark.
It's interesting when you look at radar. It clearly has a little RFD surge or cool air showing up now on the south side of the storm. I'm going to head over to analyst.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what I mean. Again, if you don't know, my background is in radar analysis. I worked with the Doppler on Wheels crew when I was in college for many years. Was part of multiple tornado research projects. So my graduate thesis work when I was in grad school, in transparency, I did not get my master's. I left before I finished. But it was in radar analysis and specifically de-aliasing radar. You're like, why did you leave college before you got your master's? True story. 6 hours before I finished my master's, huge tornado hits Oklahoma City. I was on a research path. I wanted to get my master's and then get my PhD and teach. That was my plan. Massive tornado hit the town I lived in 1999, killed 43 people, and at the time I was like, you know, do I want to be more proactive in being part of the warning process? And it hit me really hard. And after that, I decided instead of doing research, maybe I could be on the front lines, and that's why I do what I do. So my expertise that I gathered over the years was in radar analysis. The area of rotation right now is near Battletown. What we can see is the body of the supercell through here still carries a hail core. What you'll notice here is extending south of the storm, there's this little green line. That little green line is what we call a rear flank downdraft. Now, if that rear flank downdraft of cool air that's coming off the back of the storm starts to advance out ahead of the storm, it will cut off this area, the updraft of the storm, from getting the fuel. You shut the fuel down, you shut the storm down. So we're watching closely that rear flank downdraft. If it can wrap underneath the storm, it then would cut this right here. This notch you see is where the warm air that we have outside is feeding into that storm. And if that RFD surge chokes that, it will be game over on this one. Now, all of that said, there still is some rotation near the Battletown area. It's not incredible. It's certainly not what it was earlier. But nonetheless, these are the intricacies within these storms that we monitor when we're doing true radar analysis of storms. These are the things that we're going to look at to try to determine where we stand. There is clearly still rotation on that. Weather Service has said that if this storm maintains intensity, we are starting to see it becoming more outflow dominated, meaning they're seeing what we're seeing, which is, you know, that's good. When we all are on the same page, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that it's running into the banding or exactly what it's called. I can't remember it off the top of my head here, but the purple discolorations that you see on the map, that is, we can't tell what's going on in the storm on velocity there, but on reflectivity, we still have the shape of the storm, the look of it, and that does tell us a lot about what's going on in there. So it still has that supercellular look, Mark.
So I just got a report, and this is a good report from somebody at Fort Knox base, and they said that they wanted to give us a heads up that the tornado sirens are indeed sounding on Fort Knox base. Now, is there severe thunderstorm in Fort Knox? No. I can't tell you if Fort Knox operates on their own rule set. They may be able to fire the tornado sirens independently from the entire county should they deem a threat. But as you can see here, West Point, and then there is Fort Knox right there. So the base is not under a tornado warning right now, but nonetheless, again, I will tell you that what we are getting as reports is that the sirens are sounding in Fort Knox. It may be a preemptive strike, basically because there's a tornado warned storm to the west, and maybe they want to be proactive. What I don't know is if Fort Knox can independently, because they are an Army base, fire those sirens under different circumstances.
I'll tell you what, Mark, that hook, it's looking even crazier at this point.
It looks really good. And the rotation, it's over Mockport.
Yeah.
Literally on top of Mockport. Is that base velocity or storm relative?
This is base. Let's go to storm relative. So, yeah, it's over Mockport right now, heading into the city, obviously from west to east, crossing over 135. South of Central,
There
Mockport.
comes the flood warnings, too.
The flood warning now includes Brandenburg and Mockport area. Brandenburg hasn't even gotten a drop yet, and they're in a flood warning. That's because the National Weather Service knows that these storms are going to start training over the Ohio River. That's why you're included in it, Brandenburg. So, again, this storm very clearly has a hook there.
It does have a hail core. I'm going to tell you, it's not over yet.
No.
If it was game over on this, central Indiana would not show a hail core, and it does. If you notice on the left side of the screen there, that purple, if this thing had shut down, it has not. The hail core would go away. So this is still battling and fighting. It's trying.
Yeah, it's directly over Central. I pulled it up.
It's trying to recycle. I don't think you let your guard down on this one yet. And if you're in Mockport, Indiana right now, you take your tornado safety precautions through Laconia, Indiana. That is where, if that is to produce a tornado, it will. And the hail spike has occurred.
Absolutely.
There's more hail now.
So this was, Mark, let me see. This was about 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago. There wasn't much hail moving through New Amsterdam, and then as soon as it got through New Amsterdam, boom, that exploded. So like you said, that's an indication that the storm was strengthening. It had an increase in intensity. The updraft very likely increased, and so that storm was being fed good ingredients to keep it alive. And so, yeah, we've seen an increase in the hail now over Central. Unfortunately, it looks like folks are going to be needing to make some insurance policies there for sure. But, man, it's north of Mockport and in Mockport that we have got that hook that's moving through.
What's interesting about this, Matthew, is if you look at the reflectivity here, or the rotation potential here, I know what people are probably seeing is red and green right here and thinking that's the area rotation. That is actually not it. Remember, the outbounds are red, the inbounds are green. This is the updraft base right here.
Yeah.
That is actually air rising into the thunderstorm. The area of rotation right here is just north of the Mockport, Indiana area. So don't mistake what you're seeing there as the area of rotation. And you can see that absolutely coincides right here very well with where that hook is. The rotation hasn't come up notably yet, Matthew. However, the inflow on that has come up just a little bit, so that may mean, and also showing hail, may be a signal that that storm is coming up a little bit more in intensity. There's the new scan right now showing even a better hook heading towards the Laconia, Indiana area. Central still has hail ongoing. This remains a supercell thunderstorm. I hate to say it, but there's more behind this. North of Owensboro, tornado warning right now. North of Rockport, this one heading towards Cannleton, which will put it in Perry County. And you can see here, obviously a lot going on. There is that area rotation and that absolutely, what was that?
Right overhead there, heat there, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Classic hook on this storm that's north of River Road in the Heth, Indiana area heading towards Laconia. This is crossing Indiana 135 right now. The area rotation crossing Indiana 135. It's also worth noting that there is a notable downdraft signal showing up near New Amsterdam, which may be generating some 60-mile-an-hour winds beyond just the potential for this thing to drop a tornado. But you can very clearly see there the area rotation. It's not incredibly defined on radar in terms of the velocity, but it is exceptionally well defined in the reflectivity showing that hook and numerous hail cores with also significant lightning from central Indiana. Let's go back over to our coordinating camera, which should have a view on this. And you'll see the lightning strikes here. I'm going to move this camera almost due south as the storm cuts under Corden, but it's continuing to produce excessive lightning on this thing. Clearly, this is the most intense storm within our viewing area right now. A lot of lightning strikes showing up on our camera out of Corden. And one of the things that we're watching here from this camera is going to be, does the power go out? Do we see those trees that are flying around like crazy? You can definitely still see the trees are indeed moving, but we have not seen any power flickers on this storm, which is a positive sign. That's something that we'll look at. I'm going to aim this a little bit more westerly just because there's better lighting there, so we can get a view on that and see if our coordinating camera does indeed show any damage that's occurring. By the way, the emergency manager out of Meade County is checking on the Wolf Creek area for a possible tornado touchdown. They said that RECC shows almost 300 without power in the area. 911 just got a call now of a tree down along Highway 228 along Battletown Road near Cedar Flat Road. And that is the area where I noted that a tornado debris signature did briefly show up, which would match exactly with what we saw. Look at that lightning firing off now out of the Corden area on our camera here. So this is the tornado warning that we've got ongoing within the area. It's the only tornado warned storm. The Weather Service is going to have to make some decisions here in the next 13 minutes to decide, do they want to go with tornado warning? Do they want to go severe with tornado possible? These are going to be the decisions they have to make. Notice the hook went from extremely defined to becoming a little bit more it looks like the rain is starting to catch it up to it, and it may be occluding and weakening. So something that we are indeed watching. But Matthew, here's an interesting one. The emergency manager out of Meade County said that he is checking on the Wolf Creek area.
Yeah.
And he said that a possible tornado touchdown, which we do believe that showed up on radar. That's
at least briefly. You pointed right to it. You said, I think that this is the gate to gate. We see the red and the green. It's kind of blue discoloration at the time. Looked like very small but very tight rotation. And then we took it over to our CC, correlation coefficient, and there was that one small drop right there over
I think it was a tornado. I think that was a tornado.
And it wouldn't be surprising for them to get confirmation tomorrow with the National Weather Service. Will probably go out in that direction. So emergency management directors are heading out that way. We've got a crew out in the field right now, Mark, and we're talking about this storm in particular, that if it makes it into Jefferson County, it would be folks south of PRP down toward Bethany, maybe even all the way down almost to that southwestern tip.
There
it is. Put a new tornado warning out.
So they had to make that call. We knew that. So that is the new tornado warning. That is going to be for southern Harrison County. And I want to be transparent. The National Weather Service was very clear that they very specifically and purposefully kept Louisville out.
Yes, because they didn't want the sirens to go off for the whole city, just for folks south of Bethany, Meadow Lawn, down to West Point.
And it may not hold that far.
Right.
You can very clearly see they are very, very keenly aware of the Jefferson County border because they want to make sure that if they turn the sirens on for the whole county, that they need to be on. They don't want, in that rotation area, if you look at it, it may stay south, and also it does show that it's starting to bury a little. There may be an occlusion, or that rear flank downdraft may be in the process of choking it off, as we thought could occur.
So this one is going to go until, and I'll double check on this, Mark, but it's probably almost midnight that this is going to go for.
I've got it up right now, 11:30. So that puts us out of news. So news, while I would not leave, if this tornado warning continues through 11:30, we would obviously cover up the entire rest of the newscast, but you know, stay in the booth until we get a little bit closer to the end, just in case they were to issue or cancel a little bit early.
All right, if they're going to stay in Jefferson County, Mark, we send a reporter out there. You think down near Meadowlawn?
If we had a reporter going out, I'd head towards West Point. My opinion is get on Dixie, go south on Dixie, and go as far as you can before that storm overtakes you.
Yeah, that sounds good. And
but they're going to run into significant rain. Yeah,
they're going to have heavy rain all the way down Dixie until they get almost to 44 down there.
And now we have Harrison County under the flash flood warning, Meade County on the Kentucky side under the flash flood warning, Crawford County, Orange County, Washington County, Harrison County. We've got Clark County, parts of Floyd County under the flash flood warning, and we have parts of Lawrence County, northern Jackson County under flash flood warnings. We've got a lot going on in our area right now. This is the view from our Corridon camera, and I'm going to head over to E-Town and see if I can get that on trajectory. Matthew, we've had quite the lightning show showing up here from our camera in Corridon.
Yeah, I mean, it is. The thing is rocking and rolling still. It's not done with us, Mark, and I know that it doesn't look like it did when it was in Dale, Indiana, when it was north of Santa Claus, the Holiday World area, and we knew that there was a tornado on the ground over there, but now it still has that supercellular look. It still does have a hook. It still does have a ton of lightning. It's just that the velocity isn't as intense. Now, we have seen multiple times today, though, Mark, where the couplet was fairly broad. And then we got 911 calls of, hey, I see a tornado, or hey, I've gotten damage over in my area. So it doesn't always have to have that signature reflectivity and CC drop and that signature velocity couplet. Sometimes the broader ones are the ones that are putting down a tornado. And so we're not going to say, hey, you're all good over there in Heth or north of Brandenburg and Mockport or over toward West Point and Laconia. We're not saying, oh, don't worry.
And here's the other thing.
You have to take your precautions.
We're so close to the radar.
Yeah.
That this is mid-level rotation shows up really well on this storm.
Yeah.
It just may not be in the bottom interface. It may not be in the bottom 1,000 feet. If this area of rotation starts to increase, right now we're under 700 feet. If you're getting that rotation under 700 feet, this is going to be a tornado.
Yeah.
So by the time it shows up on the lower scans, we will know that a tornado is likely already on the ground because we're looking so low into that storm. But I'll tell you this much, I'm looking 5,000 feet above the ground, and this thing has significant rotation on it still. So it is, while the radar is not showing much rotation down by the ground, it still has it about a mile above the ground. Also worth noting, Tell City's under a tornado warning again. And
they're, you know, we said that out to our west, they sure weren't done out there. And I think that is just an example of things. Look at all that lightning, Mark.
You're starting to hear it too.
Hearing some thunder here in Louisville.
I know that people are waking up, or maybe they dozed off on the couch. In Louisville, let's just show you what's going on in Louisville.
Sure.
Obviously, we just heard the big lightning strike. There is extremely heavy rain right now in parts of Louisville. Northeast Louisville, it's torrential, and you see the lightning strikes. So if you're along 42 right now between the Waterston and Gene Snyder, that would include areas like Worthington as you get outside, Prospect. Goshen's got heavy rain, Crestwood, real heavy rain right now. J-Town about to pick up. That goes through Linview, PRP, and then of course, south of Corridon, we have excessive lightning that's moving into extreme southwestern Jefferson County, which also brings up the point, whether southwest Jefferson County ever goes under the tornado warning or not, there is still going to be excessive lightning that goes through, and it's going to be an absolute rumble fest. Also worth noting, Matthew, that area, that hook, is doing exactly what we would expect under occlusion. What I mean is, let me take you back. This was at 1056, Matthew. That is textbook. Textbook hook. gone. Full occlusion. We're seeing more of the rain pushing now down around the backside of this thing. My hope is that it is playing its last hand, and it will weaken after this, but we're not there yet. It's starting to show signs that its best days may be behind it. It is starting.
Yeah, Laconia, it's knocking on your doorstep. Buena Vista, you guys as well, down toward Davidson and West Point. Go ahead, think about where you need to go. Laconia, you should already be there. Buena Vista, West Point, down toward Davidson. Start thinking about where you need to go and get ready to go there just in case this does ramp back up. But I think, Mark, you're right. If it's occluding, let's just hope that this thing has had its last gasp.
You know, the thing that would tell me that there's more of an occlusion for what it's worth is if you look on the backside of the storm, there was a clear slot back here that was between Andyville and New Amsterdam earlier. That clear slot is getting torched. And now you can see what's happened is it's basically full-on rain back there.
Yeah.
I just think that we're seeing signals of occlusion, weakening, cold air wrapping around that. But that said, there's still a lot of lightning, and we would want to see those lightning strikes coming down. We've got our crews out there that continue to watch these storms. Can you tell me where our crew is and where we have a live shot coming in from right now? Can you two-box that so that we can make sure we keep the radar up here? Because along Indiana 111 right now, we have an area of rotation approaching and about to move into the Laconia area. But if we do have any crews out there that we can take, please let me know where they are so that we can take their live shot if indeed we get to that point. So Indiana 111 right now, Indiana 11, that area rotation right now is just to the east of Mockport and closing in on Laconia. So we do have a crew right now along Charlestown Road heading into New Albany. They're in the backside of this storm, so I suspect what our crew is going to be seeing is they may be seeing heavy rain and driving out of the rain. Where specifically, can you let me know where they're going? Okay, so they're going to be going towards PRP. So what they're going to be doing is trying to then get out to the south, out of the rain, and then into the front of the storm. So for me as a storm chaser, if this was me, I would obviously be diving south hard on 31W. And the approach, my attempt would be to try to get in front of it before it gets into the Fort Knox area. If you stay on the northern side of this thing, you're just going to be buried in lightning and maybe even some hail. But the storm right now is so close to radar that if this thing does show an uptick, it will drop a tornado instantly. It is very close to the radar. I'm going to show you the rotation here because I want to take a look. It is not ultra strong right now. If there was an area of rotation, it would be right here near Laconia, and I'm just going to take that up a few scans and go higher into the atmosphere, because you do notice that even the rotation that was there is weakening. This is looking 9,000 feet above the ground, and you can see near central Indiana there's what we call a mesocyclone. This right in here is the area of rotation in the mid-levels of the storm. You're probably thinking, well, that's north of where the storm is. You are right, where the rotation is at the surface. The reason this would happen is storms tilt away from where the wind energy is coming from. So we know right now we have about 50-mile-an-hour winds about 1 mile to 2 miles above the ground. So those winds are out of the southwest. The surface, if we had rotation, would be here north of Brandenburg. The mid-level rotation goes north of it because it's tilting, because the mid-level winds are at 50 miles an hour. So it lays the storm down a little bit. Because this is a supercell, this is the norm. Now let's take that rotation, Matthew, on the right side here back down to 0.5, because the surface, if we're getting rotation, would be just north of Brandenburg. Actually, not great, but it's come up just a pinch. And I know people are probably looking at this right here and saying that's rotation. No, those are actually downdrafts that are occurring right there. So that also may be a sign that if that downdraft pushes cold air into the inflow trajectory, Matthew, that'll choke the storm off too. It's got some things stacking up against it.
Absolutely it does. And that's what we want to hear, is it's moving into Jefferson County here soon. And you know, we had made a comment earlier saying, hey, look, it's not tornado warned for southwestern Jefferson County just yet. because it's going to take a long time before it gets there, and we don't want the sirens to go off for the entirety of the county. The same thing would happen if it's in the east end. If you have a tornado warning in the east end, it's going to go off for the whole western side of the county as well. So that's why they're trying to play it very smart right now. And we're on TV telling you, hey, it's heading your way, but there's not a tornado warning for you yet because we're uncertain if it crosses the river over into Jefferson County. It's not because you guys don't matter down there. It's because we don't want everybody in the county to hear sirens when this thing may not even survive making it into Jefferson County, Kentucky. Mark, you're looking a little bit further to the west.
So we just got reports out of Spencer County of power flashes here. So this may get upgraded to tornado confirmed. This is a very dangerous storm that's heading into Perry County. That could ultimately then get into our area. So these are things that we obviously have to watch. This has been one of the longest coverage scenarios that we have had all year long, as we started on our streams earlier, and then we went into our tornado coverage. Matthew, the Weather Service may have played their hand.
I think that this is probably a really good decision. Let me double check and see what this says, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning for what I believe.
It's got to be a tornado possible.
Tornado possible, that's right.
Yeah.
So they're saying, hey, there could be a tornado within this. We're just not confident enough on shooting off the sirens for all of these different places and seeing the trend downward with intensity with the storm. There's still lightning, but not as much on the southern side, Mark.
And that front flank where I just said that there was it's pushing southward. So notice the front of the storm is really starting to go due south. Once that overtakes and you can actually see what's occurring here, this arc right here is trying to form into a bow. If this occurs, you shut down the rotation and you turn this more into a damaging wind producer, which of course doesn't mean show over, it just means a different type of threat. And Matthew, we said this all night. I don't care if it's straight line winds that are 60 or 70 miles an hour or it's rotating and twisty.
Right.
Your roof doesn't care. It does the same damage.
So again, this is a scenario where it may not be rotating like it was, but it could still very well produce 60+ mile-per-hour winds possibly within this storm. And you know, whether it's a downdraft or it's straight line or it's a microburst, a wet microburst or a dry one, Mark, it's going to cause damage, right?
Microburst?
I have not, personally.
I'm going to tell you that I have.
You have?
So I was doing a field project in Albuquerque, New Mexico. True story. I was stuck in the desert for 8 weeks. I was the ground truth radar for a research project. And all my job was to do is look for wet and dry microbursts. I'm sitting at the airport one day in the radar truck. And I'm in contact with the air traffic controllers so that we could assess if there was a downburst. I'm in there. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at radar, and all of a sudden, I see a Christmas tree of red and green next to each other in this monumental downburst. And I look out the truck window, and you could see it descending.
Really?
You could see it descending. It hit the ground, and then dust flew up everywhere like crazy. But there's these different scenarios, as you alluded to, that can produce these strong winds.
Yeah.
There's downbursts, there's microbursts, there's straight line winds out of thunderstorms. Each of us tells something about what the thunderstorm is trying to do.
Yeah.
The fact that this is trying to push cold air in front means that that supercell near Brandenburg may weaken, and this may also have downstream effects on that storm coming into Perry County. Because if that starts to push further south, that may take over everything.
Absolutely.
That may signal the end of the show for tonight in terms of the more organized tornado threat.
Right. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be a damaging wind threat down the line further south of the parkways. It doesn't mean that the tornado threat goes away entirely. But boy, are we glad when things weaken, when we see a trend downward in intensity. And yeah, that's what we're hoping for. That's the sign that we're seeing. Mark, can I give a quick all clear for folks in southern Indiana north of 64 of any tornado threat? I think that it's safe to say that. No tornado threat for anyone north of 64 in southern Indiana specifically.
We've shut down the fuel that's necessary there. By the way, let's look at the watches because I'm curious. They have kept the tornado watch.
Yeah.
That said, let's give them a little bit of pad on that. This has been ongoing for a long, long time. They have numerous warnings that they're dealing with. You also notice a new warning, not tornado, but for Crawford and Harrison County. This is, I don't know what to say other than this is pure insanity at this point in terms of how long this has been ongoing. And you can see that new warning here. This one just issued here for, and I got to make sure we don't catch the tornado warning. This thing loves to catch tornado. Oh, and it's tornado possible.
Yeah, that one's been on for a minute, but it didn't look like it had much going on up there, Mark. It does expire at 11:30, so we got another 10-ish minutes on it. I'm just not confident in that being able to produce anything at this point, considering everything's been so overrun. We've lost our daytime heating.
But at least it's not a tornado warning. Let's take our victory here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to have to, when this is all said and done, get back and look at the tornado count. So in terms of the warnings, I don't think we've had more tornado warnings in our viewing area this year, which is insanity. On one day, the amount of tornado warnings we've seen today has been absolutely crazy. We had one point, we were trying to count, we think Orange County went under either 3 or 4 tornado warnings tonight. I think it's 4.
I think you're right.
You tell me the last time we had a county that went under a tornado warning 4 different times in one night.
Yeah.
That's insanity.
Particularly in June.
In June?
Yeah.
This is technically not even really tornado season. We're moving back into the damaging wind time of the year.
We did have somebody ask us on the stream, why does it feel like we're getting so much more spring-like weather rather than summer weather? Well, this is a summer setup with an MCV, but, I mean, man, it kicked off.
The wind energy has been really good.
Yeah.
And we're seeing on radar again, anytime you see that little circle there, it's a higher indication of rotation. And this one, fortunately, is moving almost directly into,
Yep, Tell City and Cannleton area.
That's not good. If you have friends in Cannleton right now, they have got to be in their tornado safe spot. Tell City and Cannleton, obviously that area rotation is very, very notable. Now, this is much further away from the radar, so our radar is looking higher up in the atmosphere, meaning it may be catching more mid-level rotation. But there is a lot of rotation here ongoing right now that is heading basically. Can you give me a slight push forward and backward on that? Just want to see where exactly the motion is, because some of them have been due east, some of them had just a pinch south. So there's the area of rotation. Okay, it does have a little bit of a push south of east still on this one.
I think you're right.
So that would put this, that means Cannleton is dead center on where this is going. So if you have any friends or family in Cannleton, if you're joining us from Cannleton, be careful. There is a potential tornado moving towards you. We did have power flashes coming in out of Spencer County. This is heading right towards Cannleton. This is Tell City here where Perry County is located. And obviously, should this thing continue to hold together, we would need to be thinking then towards our viewing area. My hope is that the cluster of thunderstorms ahead pushes a little bit cold air south of this. Maybe it can, this will cross over into the cooler air and weaken. If and when that does eventually occur, we would then be moving more towards a damaging wind threat and then towards game over within these storms. So this is what we're hoping for. This is where we stand on the now. Let's take a look at some of our cameras that are viewing what's going on around the area. Downtown Louisville from the 800 building right now. You can see our storms continue here. Rain has let up in downtown Louisville. Now the heaviest in the south side. Interestingly enough, Louisville may end up getting and missing some of the most insane rain out of this, which I don't think anybody will complain about. We don't want flooding. Oh, that looked, oh no, that was lightning. So that was lightning. I was just making sure that wasn't casting upward. So that is lightning as we look from our coordinating camera right now. And you can tell from whether it illuminates the ground or illuminates the sky. So if it's going upward, that would indicate more of something like a tornado doing damage with power lines getting blown. But what it did look like is that still looks like the lightning coming across the sky, which is what we want to see.
Mark, we've gotten different videos and pictures submitted from our area. We've also had some further to the west with what very likely were tornadoes. I mean, I couldn't see the exact connection with the ground, but very likely tornadoes out near Carmi, Illinois. We've also got one in Gibson County, Indiana. In fact, that one, we can see the ground and we can see some, we can easily see circulation there. Would you be interested in pulling up one of those videos? I know that our producers got it ready to go.
Let's take a look at what we've got out there.
One of our partner TV stations out near Evansville. And yeah, you can see this going to the field.
Look at that rotation.
The rotation in the cloud, but then you look at the ground and boom, there goes all that dust and everything coming up.
Oh, wow, that's really good stuff. Look at how hard that rotation is on the storm. So you can see that is arguably, while you don't see a fully condensed funnel, that is a wedge tornado because you can see it is narrower at the ground and wider at the base. Unbelievable the amount of rotation.
Yeah.
This is
wow when it zooms out,
unbelievable. This is not what you see in our area in June. This is elite stuff for June. Now, that said, are we talking about like an EF4 or something like that? No, we're not. But that is incredible. This is the view from E-Town looking north at the storms that are going to go north of E-Town and through the Fort Knox area. And this is a severe with tornado possible that is approaching Fort Knox. Also worth noting, we have flash flood warnings all over southern Indiana, a couple of counties in Kentucky. The watch that remains in effect is until midnight. We'll see what the Weather Service decides on that. And here's where we stand. The best rotation right now anywhere in our viewing area or slightly beyond is going to be Tell City. Back into our viewing area, the tornado warning that was in effect for the area has now been canceled. So let me verify this just with the Weather Service. Again, always better to make sure that the Weather Service, or that we know exactly what was said here versus just saying the weather system says that.
Yeah, hey, Jasmine, if you could also check the emails and see what David just sent through a short time ago. Looks like we've got some video as well, maybe, of a Charleston tornado somewhere north of there. We had reports.
Interestingly, by the way, I'm glad I checked.
Yeah.
They did a status. They did not remove that warning. That warning, while I don't know why it doesn't show on that system.
They just chopped it back, but they didn't expire it, huh?
That's what it appears. But interestingly, are you on the latest scan over there too? Where it almost looks like they dropped off the severe. There's something going on a little weird here. So what I'm going to tell you is the tornado warning remains in effect until 11:30, and until we get the all clear on that, we're going to remain with that.
I would say so. Jasmine, just to be clear, and for the folks at home, I know I mentioned that the tornado video from Charlestown, that's not right now. That was from hours ago. So if you're in the Charlestown area, you don't have any sort of tornado threat any longer for the rest of the night. Don't worry about that. We just wanted to show the video on air potentially. But Mark, you're still analyzing that storm heading into West Point.
So we still have a tornado warning on this storm until 11:30. This is heading towards West Point and Fort Knox. So this includes it includes the base, this one.
It includes the radar. I mean, it's going to hit it dead on.
Area of rotation.
You think we might lose radar out of this one? Possibly?
I don't think so. That site is a beast. But the area rotation is going to go right over West Point, Fort Knox. And it again, doesn't appear to be the storm that it once was. But nonetheless, you know, if you're in Fort Knox or West Point right now, and this is an area that is absolutely notorious within our area of getting upticks. You'll have the storm look like it's coming down in intensity, and then when it comes over the hill, it will absolutely go wild. So we've got to watch this. But what we refer to is around the radar, there's what we call a cone of uncertainty. Cone of uncertainty is the storm gets so close to the radar that it actually loses a hole. You actually can't see what's going on in that hole. So we'll see if, you'll see when it gets over it, there's going to be like basically a clear circle around the radar where it's too close for the radar to actually see anything. A little bit of a hail here showing up near the Supio area. And then Davidson right now is where that hook is located. Matthew?
Can I ask you, we got our reporters down in PRP, and they've got that drive camera on. Is that something you'd like to see here?
I mean, we could take a look. We could certainly take a look.
We could do that. I just don't think that they're going to make it to the West Point area.
I know, that's my problem. I don't know if they're going into the Bears cage, basically. And
and I wouldn't want to send them directly into that.
Plus, driving through, they're going to have to go through heavy hail. I don't think they can get ahead of it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So there's almost no point for them to actually try and get down into that storm. Last thing we want to do is send our own people into a bad situation. I think that if they just kind of want to park it where they're at in PRP and
pause.
It was an attempt, but unfortunately we didn't make it all the way down there, and that's totally fine.
And the tornado warning, by the way, is in effect for another 90 seconds. What I'm going to say is, I don't think we're going to leave this immediately when the tornado warning expires, because it's 11:30 at night. This has had a history of trying to produce tornadoes and some damage. and I don't want to just release this instantly at that point. I want to also see what that storm near Tell City does before we go back into programming.
100%.
So, by the way, the area rotation right along the tip of the hook there's still a lot of lightning, and there's still a hail core here. So this storm is it's still not completely done yet. The area rotation will come directly over West Point, Fort Knox. So this is severe with tornado possible, Fort Knox. My opinion, let's not play around. Let's just go ahead and get in our safe location. Downstairs, underneath something, I need you in the center part of the house, keep away from windows. Obviously, everybody on the base is going to make the calls, but again, my opinion is it's very close. There is at least some subtle rotation still on this thing. It's super close to the ground. It's severe with tornado possible. I would play this as tornado. I just would not take that risk personally.
Yeah.
So,
Mark, can I say the severe thunderstorm warning along 64 right behind your head, that will expire here in 10 seconds as well.
Okay, so
I know folks there were underneath the tornado possible tag.
I know.
I don't believe that they have a tornado threat anymore for the rest of the night, so that'll drop in a second.
Let's see what falls off here as we reach 11:30. So tornado warning has fallen off. Severe thunderstorm warning has fallen off. This is the area of concern. It is severe with tornado possible near the West Point area. I believe that we will know something here pretty quickly. And obviously correlation coefficient. Let's go over to the analyst again and see, are we getting any visual of any debris or anything being lofted?
It's going to be hard.
You can see that it is on analyst, you can see the cone of uncertainty really well.
Yes, perfectly. And this little area right here where there's absolutely nothing coming back, south of West Point, northeast of Muldrow.
It's literally
that's the cone of uncertainty.
So
can't see above it.
Basically what we're telling you is the radar site at Fort Knox, if a tornado was to occur, it would be right there.
It would be right there.
Literally right there.
So we're not going to be able to use correlation coefficient. There's nothing that we can use to tell you exactly what's happening there, unfortunately.
We could, we could still look at this from the terminal.
This is true, yes. We could switch over to that. You got that pulled up?
Let me see if somebody took terminal off, because sometimes that happens here.
Yeah,
So
and I will check on mine. I don't know, does the analyst pull?
Yeah, it does do terminal.
All right.
Okay, the terminal is scanning, but it appears to have junk data in it. So let's stay on the analyst for now. I'm just going to view. So what we're talking about, by the way, is
it hasn't come in just yet.
Yeah, we have many ways to look at radar data. Many ways. So that is what we call the terminal radar right there.
But I do see
it does still show rotation on the right.
Yeah.
Let's make the rotation full then.
Sounds good.
Instead of going two panel, because the
oh, well, we locked up now, baby.
Oh, no.
All right.
Good job, Matthew.
But hey, you know what? I appreciate it.
Way to break the radar. That's coming out of your paycheck, buddy.
All right. So for everyone looking at this thing looks like it's just spidered out here and it's gone crazy. Well, it's unfortunately the terminal not giving us our best view right now. We're back to our regular radar, the one that's in the West Point and Fort Knox area. This is the area of rotation that's moving directly over that cone of uncertainty. The reason that we call it cone of uncertainty is because we literally have no idea what's happening above our radar. So your first beam goes out like this, the next one like this, like that, and it continues to go up the sky, right? So you can see all parts of the storm. Right here, it doesn't go, the beam does not go directly up. It stops significantly lower than that. So this is the area above the radar that we cannot see in the sky. Yes. It's unfortunate. And I've seen this multiple times since I've been here, Mark. We have had multiple areas of circulation go directly over the cone of uncertainty. We just have to wait for it to come out the other side. And sometimes it does with a very serious wind signature on the eastern side of that cone of uncertainty. Not necessarily rotating signature, but wind signature with 60 to 70 mile per hour wind. So we'll watch that here and see if that's the case again down there in the West Point, Supio, for those down near Fort Knox as well. You might be getting the really strong winds right now out of that storm, Mark.
And I'm just taking a look at see where we stand with the Weather Service on our warnings. Obviously, they expired the tornado warning. We continue with this severe thunderstorm warning. Let me give you the latest information on this one. Severe thunderstorm warning is until 11:45. Notice this is for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're in southwest Louisville, if you're in West Point, if you're in Fort Knox, this is not just a threat of a tornado only. even if it produces a tornado at this point, you may not know the difference because it could be a weaker tornado. Which 70-mile-an-hour winds or weaker tornado, there is no difference. So this is a dangerous storm with a considerable tag on the warning. So this is something we have to be seriously cautious with. Fort Knox, West Point, Muldrow, approach Pitts Point, Shepherdsville, 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible. Weather Service noted that because they saw some of the higher gates very close to the radar, sighted about 500 feet above the ground, they chose to go with that considerable tag. And that is the basic reasoning why that has gone into an elevated concern. The remarkable thing about this particular storm, by the way, is this one has had the ability to be tornado warned or severe with tornado possible for probably going on 2-3 hours. These are not weak little storms. These have been very impressive, and for this time of the year, these have been absurdly impressive. You do not get 3-hour tornado warned storms in the central Ohio Valley in the later part of June. I have not seen this in the last week. I have not seen a week like this in June in our area, and that, you know, however you want to take that, it's been an absolute incredible weather pattern this week that has produced multiple tornadoes. We've had long track tornadoes that occurred here. One was on the ground for 23 miles. There were so many EF2s around our region on Wednesday night into Thursday morning, and now we've had long track supercells.
You know, I mentioned a tornado earlier in Carmine, Illinois. I misspoke there. That's where my friend used to live. It was Newburgh, Indiana, just a couple miles north of that, so it was very close to Evansville. We had numerous warnings out there. We had another video that was sent in, the one that was in the field, clearly had a crazy rotating base of the storm, and then you saw that dust and stuff being lifted up. So yeah, we've had multiple tornadoes out of this already, seen on camera, detected by radar as well. Mark, it has been a really long night for folks very close to the Ohio River.
And so a positive here is the Tell City warning is transitioning to severe.
There you go.
The bad news is north of Evansville there may be another tornado forming.
Isn't that not crazy? So again, that's where the video came from, pointed north of Evansville on the western side or eastern side. And now they're warned again. So the one that's in Tell City, I think, is where my video or my picture came from a friend earlier.
With that hook too.
And then here's another one moving right through. What is that, Chandler?
That's over Chandler right now. Chandler, Indiana,
Chandler,
along
Boone,
Indiana 6-2.
Ash Iron Springs.
I mean, this is basically Evansville Metro. So not a good night under any circumstances that we can possibly come up with. Positive about this storm near Tell City is this is very clearly taking on flank downdraft. Meaning, I'll show you what I mean. Again, the beauty of having this. Notice the hook. That was when it was west of Lewisport. What I want you to note here is the front flank on this storm is going to start to overtake the storm. And why that matters is because you choke off the updraft. So now you notice the front flank has accelerated ahead of where that hook was, and that has now robbed that storm of the hook entirely. So this is a signature of a weakening storm. Now, what's going on near Fort Knox is potentially 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is a favored area for storms to intensify as they come out of. So I would watch this with a little bit more intent eye, because we've seen storms come through West Point and Fort Knox and go wild on the way out. It does look like, at least to me, Matthew, that this is an outflow-dominated storm, and I would say that because of this arc right here.
However, the National Weather Service, according to GR analysts, looks like our severe thunderstorm warning for that has been canceled early.
See, and I don't think it was.
I don't know if that's just a glitch in our system.
I know. That's why I stayed away from that, because there was something going on with within the feeds tonight that sometimes was erroneously canceling warnings. So that's why I haven't pulled that one up in a while.
So did they just chop the warning back potentially, make an adjustment?
I'm just looking. Perry, Breckenridge, Hancock. But that one's until 11 Central or midnight. So no, that thing is not. I don't know why.
That's the one over there in for Tell City. So the tornado warning was taken off that one.
Gotcha. That's the new warning that was issued. But here is this warning. The current warning is 70-mile-an-hour winds till 11:45, 7 more minutes. So I don't know why it fell off that system, but that's why I've been staying here on this one.
Makes sense.
Definitely seeing on yours as well a outflow push. That arc there is a very, very notable downdraft signal. Look, I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing because it can produce the 70s that the Weather Service warned for. That's heading towards Pitts Point. But from a rotational standpoint, I want you to look near. This right here is east of West Point. Look at this arc. So this arc emanating from the storm is an outflow pushing out. And what you notice is it is originating right over the radar. Matthew, let's go back over to reflectivity. I'm guessing what you're going to see is either the hook of the storm or a bulge right here, and that's it. So that is the rear flank downdraft surge that has absolutely overtaken any updraft here. It would lower the tornado potential on this, but as I said, who cares? I mean, if it's my house and 70-mile-an-hour winds, let's say lay down a tree in my front lawn, I don't care. If it's 70-mile-an-hour straight line winds or if it's 70-mile-an-hour twisties, that's a tornado. Who cares? Your tree's down. You have to pay for that to be cleaned up. The damage it does to your home, it's still the same damage, and it's a terrible situation to be in. All of that said, again, on this scan, Matthew, even more notable on that rear flank downdraft surge.
Yeah.
You got to be careful in Pitts Point. This one may be able to produce a lot of winds. Also of worth noting, Matthew, we've almost voided out lightning now here on what would be the updraft portion of the storm. It's only now on the front flank downdraft into the core of the storm. So again, a signal that we may be seeing a weakening trend within this thunderstorm. It is 11:38 right now, excuse me, 11:40 now. We do not have any tornado warnings in effect for our area. What I'm going to do is, because this is an elevated severe, is stay on air till 11:45. If the warning is no longer issued as an elevated warning, we'll go back to programming and try to recover our voice.
We do have the one severe thunderstorm warned storm coming out of Candleton and Tell City. I mean, my goodness, such a slow mover, Mark. What is this moving at?
It's got a good rotation on it too, by the way. I'm taking
30
up
miles
the
per
animals
hour.
for you.
That's a good idea. All right, so again, this is going to stay north of Cloverport. Just came out of the eastern side of Candleton. That looks like the velocity couplet has come up. So they allowed the warning to expire, and now that velocity couplet right along the Ohio River. Let me see what road that is. State Road 166.
I mean, that's good rotation.
It is, and it wouldn't surprise me if they reissued it, and it would include Breckinridge County north of Hardinsburg, most likely.
And what we need to see is going to be is that forward flank completely surge and cut that.
What you were talking about right
it's
here.
It's not done yet. It's showing a sign that the forward flank downdraft may be trying to shut that thing down, but the rotation's still there.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, just to be clear for you guys, here's the area of rotation. You've got your red, your green, they're but right up against each other, right along the Ohio River, east of Candleton. It'll stay north of Cloverport. I do think that another tornado warning is going to come out of this thing because that's just too tight and it's too bright. So, and it's had a long history of tornado warnings here, and I think this one did produce a tornado over near the Evansville area earlier. So I think this one will probably get another one here soon. Again, you do look at the structure of the storm, and that's the hook that's right over the Ohio River east of Candleton, and that is, again, State Road, I think, 166. That hook is just a little bit too convincing for me, even if, as Mark had mentioned, there is this forward flank downdraft. If that is going to cut off the flow into that hook, well then, yeah, we're going to kill this storm. But Mark, I just don't think that we're entirely done with it yet. Are we on storm relative right now?
We are.
Okay, all right, I figured so. So again, you can still see where that circulation is.
That pixel, by the way, is 54 on the north, and on the south side we're at 14. So at 54, it's about 70 miles an hour rotation, and we're looking at 2,700 feet above the ground.
Okay, so again, that's the lower end of the spectrum there, but it could happen, right? It could happen. So. However, the National Weather Service does have tornado possible tag on the orange box on that severe thunderstorm warning around this area. So they've got it covered with, hey, a tornado could be happening. If a red box comes out here, that's when they're saying, all right, we're pretty certain that a tornado is about to happen or is happening right now. But this is I think, a warranted situation where it was weakening. They put out the severe thunderstorm warning for tornado possible. And now I'm saying that it wouldn't surprise me if they brought it back up a notch and put a new tornado warning on that one. So we'll watch and see if that comes out here with the next couple of scans. Mark, you've gone back to the storm that has crossed the river and is now moving into Pitts Point. And you mentioned that oftentimes we do see it strengthen as it's doing that. And I think that the new warning is...
I'm going to force the new warning. So it's coming
60,
down. No tornado possible.
Okay.
So this is the old warning. Severe tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds.
That expires in 1 minute?
Expires in 1 minute. New warning goes beyond that. I just want to see...
a new scan came in on that one that's north of Cloverport. It's not as conclusive, Mark. So.
And that tornado warning that was out there is until 11:45. The tornado warning for tour possible. It gets confusing with so many warnings out there. But as Matthew just noted, the rotation, while still there, on the storm near Cloverport is a little bit weaker.
Is that relative velocity or is that?
That's storm relative on that one for now.
Base.
Here's base velocity on there. It's still rotating.
No, it's still, it's still pretty tight. Sorry, when I saw it originally, I was thinking we were on base. So yeah, I'd say, it's still something that bears watching very, very closely. It has a clear inflow notch, clear hook, clear rotation.
And then 4 minutes from now, if that tornado warning expires, what we're going to do, I'd like to give it maybe a scan or two more. So the tornado warning is now off of that storm.
Yes, that came out of
and this is the area of rotation. We get updates about every 2 or 3 minutes. I just want to make sure that this thing's going to behave coming into Breckenridge County.
Right.
I don't want our friends in Breckenridge County to say that we abandoned you, because that's not who we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to give that storm one more push and make sure that we can get that rotation down. By the way, a tornado confirmed on the ground now. I don't even know what to say anymore. I really don't. This is... I can't believe that we're seeing something like this in the month of June in the Ohio Valley. I mean, it's not the northern side of the Ohio Valley. This is the core, and you're getting just an unreal amount of tornado warnings and tornado confirmed. The most jarring thing to me is this has been on a slight risk today. This was a slight risk of severe weather, and we have had so many tornado warnings around our region here today. So just an update, if you are in the Shepherdsville area, be aware 60-mile-an-hour winds are inbound. Those will be in your area shortly. There's more rain developing on the north side that's going to move through Louisville. So this will give Louisville another push of rain. Some want it, some don't. Some have had too much, some have had not enough. And then our storm that we're watching here that is approaching Breckenridge County is indeed still showing rotation, and I'll show you. This is near Dodd. Dodd's right along the Ohio River, and Tobin would be on the Indiana side. So it passed Indiana 66. The area of rotation that we've been talking about is moving towards Addison, Stevensport. So this, if it holds as some level of rotation, would be moving towards around Addison. And Matthew, that latest scan has come in on the analyst, and I'm going to go over to your system, and to me that rotation is becoming more disjointed.
I would say so. You're right. It doesn't quite look like it did. It's still got the structure of the storm on the left side of the screen when you're looking at reflectivity. It's still got that hook, still got an inflow notch. I mean, still got a ton of heavy rain with it, and maybe even some small hail.
So let's give it one more scan.
Yeah, you look at it on the right side of the screen. I'll go back a couple scans. You saw the red and the green real tight for 2 scans there. And this latest one, they're still right next to each other, but they're not as bright.
And one would expect this, partially because it's the outflow of that storm's running into all the other storms. Second, we can see that the forward flank of that thing is almost, from a latitude standpoint, south of where the rotation area is. Yeah. So we're watching that. And by the way, again, it is worth noting that if you know anybody or have anybody that is in the western, near Evansville, just east of Evansville, there is another tornado confirmed on the ground. This is going to be very specifically near Boone, Indiana, along Indiana 61. This is an area where there's a tornado confirmed on the ground. So obviously this has been a wild late June night. Even when I was coming in today, Matthew, I mean, I knew we'd have a couple of tornado warnings. I felt pretty confident we would.
Yeah.
And we even said it in the stream. I didn't think we'd get this many.
There's a lot.
I mean,
a lot going on.
The fact that we had tornado warning after tornado warning, and that we got 4 in one county, you knew that the wind energy still supported rotation and there was enough fuel. I knew we'd get some warnings, but this has exceeded what I thought we would get out of this type of a scenario, because it's been, relentless. We started our stream on Facebook at 6 p.m. tonight. We're going on 5 hours and 50 minutes where we haven't stopped talking. So, you guys, I may need you guys a little bit later in the week if my voice doesn't survive.
I totally understand. Just had a new flash flood warning that came up just west of our area. Said that 6 inches of rain has already fallen up there with another inch possible. And those were spots that had tornado warnings. So yeah, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm, tornado warning, flash flood, flash flood, flash flood. Wow. So much happening tonight for sure. And so
let's get back over to that storm and look at the rotation on this.
Dodd has come back. Is that the latest scan?
So it says it is, but I don't believe that it's updating as frequently as it is on your interface. So let's take back your interface and zoom into that area again. I'm going to come over to the analyst on your interface. There was the Dodd one. There hasn't been one more update.
No, you're right.
If we get one more update and the rotation continues to come down.
Should be in about 45 seconds because reflectivity just updated on that left side of your screen.
And it does look like that reflectivity little ball, the hook there, is making more of a push now into the rain area, which would mean that it occluded and it's weakening, which would mean the next velocity scan on the right there, where we have the greens and the reds next to each other, if this does what we think, it should show even weaker winds. So,
Addison folks in Breckinridge County, we would love if you told us within the next few minutes what's going on near you.
Exactly what we thought.
You still got some rotation, but it's not as strong as it was just, 5 minutes ago. So
I think that's where we're going to pull the plug tonight here.
I think that could be a very good call. Now, we'll be watching this very closely in case something comes back up. You may see us pop back on here. We're not saying that the entire event is done for the night. However, Mark, we mentioned that as these storms cross over 65, they'll be weakening. And when they go south of 64, how much longer can they really stay sustained? And my cutoff during the stream was when it gets to the parkways and south.
I think it's for sure game over.
Yeah, and so fortunately, that's the case that we're seeing right now. We haven't seen any rotation for the most part once it crossed over 71 to our Kentucky counties.
Well, let me say this. Obviously, Fox has the World Cup.
Yes.
If those World Cup games were not on FS1 tonight, we would have had a lot of angry soccer fans. Now, that said, would it have affected what we did? Absolutely not. No. Our goal is the protection of life and property. And
you may have just seen like a little box in the right with the game.
And people angry.
Well, we would have been taking, a large majority of your TV screen to just, because this is what it's all about. This is why we do what we do, is to let you guys know what's happening, protection of life and property, but specifically life. We would have never shown up on your screen if we didn't think that it was warranted, right?
So what I want to say here is I want to call out some all clears here before we end this. So Seymour, North Fernan, Bedford, French Lick, Paoli, Salem, Scottsburg, Henryville, Madison, I'm going to give you the all clear, Clarksville, Jeff, New Albany, I'm going to give you the all clear, Corydon, yes, but southern part of Harrison County, no. No in the south. So let's say no on Harrison County. Still, Crawford County, no, not yet. People are asking in Louisville, is it an all clear in Louisville? The likelihood of severe is low, but until that little last area of rain gets through, which is about 45 minutes, I'm not going to give you the full all clear yet. But I'm saying that you're trending in the right direction. Right. So if we do end up seeing something that pulses back up, we would cut back into programming and start another stream. But as it stands right now, we have seen a downward trend on every storm that was within our viewing area. Unless something drastically changes on that, we're going to allow this to you to watch your programming, and we'll end our stream here on Facebook and on YouTube. So for everybody that followed us here through a really long night of severe weather, thank you for trusting us. Unless we hope we don't see you again tonight, but we're going to continue to watch. We're not going anywhere. Keep it right here on WDRB for continuing weather updates.
The following is a paid commercial program.
You know, it was about an hour ago we made a promise to you that if we got another tornado warning, we would go live back on TV. And unfortunately, at 12:51, there are people waking up hearing tornado sirens going off, wondering what's going on, and we get it. Yeah. It is not a comfortable situation. So we're going to update you on where we stand. There was a new tornado warning issued. This one was issued for Breckenridge County. The tornado was in effect for Perry County, which is just a fringe outside of our viewing area. But now we have a new tornado warning here for Breckenridge. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here for Meade and Hardin County. And a severe thunderstorm warning here is in effect for Nelson County. Here's where we stand, and here's what we have ongoing. This is the storm that came through Tell City. Just a few moments ago, this storm did produce quarter-size hail in Tell City, which I do think probably caused the Weather Service to up the ante and go with the tornado warning versus a severe with tornado possible. The area of rotation right now is basically sitting just southeast of Tell City. So this is almost entirely on top of Cannleton. Now, I'm going to take this back 2 scans, and what you're going to see is a very notable hook. The hook then starts to get pulled into the core of the storm. And that is where we are right now. It got pulled into the core of the storm. What does that mean? That normally indicates an occlusion is occurring on the storm. What is an occlusion? Occlusion means that the area of rotation is getting wrapped in cold air, getting pulled into the thunderstorm, and normally what happens is it weakens after. And I say normally because you know every storm reacts a little bit differently, but the norm on this, and I would say 80% of the time, is the rotation would come down. Where, like, if an occlusion occurred, why did the Weather Service go with a tornado warning? It just produced golf ball size hail. It has excessive lightning ongoing on it. It has had a tornado and done damage near the Evansville area. And I feel like at this point they just want to make sure that if it does ramp down, they give it that time. So let's scope inside this thunderstorm here near the Cannleton area. And I want to give you a baseline so you can get a sense of where the storm is right now and then where it will be going. So that area rotation is directly over Cannleton. If you live in Cannleton, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Not in 5 minutes, not in 60 seconds. You need to be there now. And this ultimately is going to move north of the Cloverport area. Here's Addison, and then ultimately that could get towards the Breckenridge, towards Hardinsburg and Breckenridge County. So the reason why the tornado was issued. Let's take this out and let's go through all of the thunderstorms that we have since we have you here at 12:54 in the night. And I know there's still a lot of people. Louisville, all clear. Yeah, I think severe is over for Louisville. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning here. Is this for severe with tornado possible, Matthew?
Let me double check there for you, Mark.
And that's going to be the one in southern Meade, eastern Breck, and that's going to be in Hardin County. And interestingly enough, it's the exact same track that the former storm had taken.
It is tornado possible for the next 5 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, so that one would be where the location is. Let's zoom in on that one. That's coming into Radcliffe right now. That one's going to be south of Fort Knox.
It still has the very evident hook on it heading into Vine Grove.
That's what Matthew's speaking about right there along 1600, just west of the Vine Grove area. Let's put a scope on this one as well and get a sense of where the rotation looks like on this particular storm. Not a lot. Not a lot of rotation on it, but as Matthew noted, it still does have a hook, and it is a storm with a history of having a tornado warning on it. Nonetheless, let's watch out for 60-mile-an-hour winds from Radcliffe through Vine Grove into the Longview area, and then we'll take a jog off to the east here, where we have a severe thunderstorm here north of Bardstown. Cox's Creek, Highview, Wakefield, Van Buren. This is going to be affecting Bloomfield and just north of Bardstown. That said, some of the stronger winds could extend out ahead of that storm and get into the Bardstown area. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, another storm that we are watching. But Matthew, I think we both agree the strongest storm right now is near Cannleton.
Absolutely. The one that we're zoomed in on right now, Cox's Creek, Bloomfield, down to Bardstown, it does have tornado possible tag on it. I'm going to very quickly switch over to velocity just to see if anything really sticks out.
Okay, and I'm going to grab the camera.
I don't see a ton, Mark.
Okay, and I'm going to move the camera, by the way, from Bardstown to the north. Yeah, that we can get a view on it.
That's probably a good idea, So we'd be looking straight through the storm, but some of the heaviest of the rain. And I just don't see a lot going on there. But we go further off to the west, clear as day with the latest scan in along, what is that, State Road 66 north of the Ohio River heading into Dodd. So where 166 and 66 meet, in fact, near Skillman. right across the river into Kentucky. That's where we have some rotation ongoing. Let's see, yeah, that's right hooked up with the hook as well. So let's go back to our radar. I'll show you guys where the hook is. And you can see the inflow notch right over Skillman, south of Dodd, Sunny Corner, Tobinsport. And here, I'll pull it up for you guys. There we go. You see the hook, and I'll point to it for you. There's the inflow notch. This is the hook coming out on the western side. And then I'll throw up our velocity couplet right in here, Mark.
It still looks good. It still looks good.
Here.
You know, I would love to see it. Let's go back 2 scans.
Sure thing.
Because there was that starting to be what appeared to be an occlusion. And I'm curious if it looks better or worse or the same. It still looks pretty decent. It redeveloped the updraft base and the hook on it exceptionally quickly.
Yeah.
And that is something that happens on occlusion. So what happens when occlusion occurs, it'll normally weaken the rotation. If the storm is a cyclic, meaning it's going for a long time, it can generate more rotation again and again. And this one has been going for a really long time. So this is already, we know, a cyclic storm. It is about to cross over the Ohio River just north of Cloverport. And then you're now moving towards Breckinridge County and moving into the core of it. Where is this going to go versus Hardinsburg? Because I'm just curious down line.
I do think it's going to stay north of Hardinsburg, most likely. Clifton Mills. As far south as Garfield, maybe, but I mean, I'm not going to say it can't hit Hardinsburg like addresses on the northern side. But if I were to zoom in, and I don't see any smaller cities or towns in this area.
So we're getting into rural Breckinridge County there. Yeah.
So it'll be between Cloverport and Addison as it crosses over the river. It's north of Tobinsport. I mean, Tobinsport should absolutely be in your safe place when it comes to this storm.
100%.
Sunny Corner as well. It's just too close to call. Skillman is over you right now, so hopefully you are already in your safe place, and same thing with Dodd. But once it crosses the river, it's between Addison, Stevensport, and down toward Cloverport. In that area, if you're south of Cloverport, you're probably safe. If you're north of Addison, you're very likely safe. But if you're south of Addison and north of Cloverport, let's go ahead and get into our safe space immediately, because, again, this is a tornado-warned storm. Mark is checking on GR Analyst right now to see what we've got going on inside the storm. It doesn't look crazy by any means. It's not the tightest circulation that we have seen so far today, but it absolutely warrants a tornado warning, or at least did for a few scans there, and now, as Mark said, it is weakening.
So on the right there is the rotation.
Yeah.
You can see the red and the greens. I mean, they're
a little further away.
And then look back 2 scans.
Yep.
Look at the magnitude of the red and greens was brighter. The greens right here in Candleton were right on top of the reds. And then you go into the now, and that occlusion definitely affected it now. Can it recover from this? I don't know. It is tried many, many times already, and this thing's been going on a long time. But that said, it does have the appearance of what the last storm showed. If you look on the north side here, Matthew, it does appear that that forward flank is sinking south faster than the storm is moving south, which means cold air could get ingested into the updraft and weaken it, which is exactly what happened on the storm that is now weaker near Radcliffe, and it is almost mirroring that path, Matthew.
You're right. So I'm going to go over here and just to point out what you were talking about, Mark. So the forward flank of the storm is all of this jazz up here. This is the heavy rain. Sometimes there's hail associated with this portion of the storm as well. And then down here is where you have the hook. The forward flank, you said, is pushing south, so that's that cold air that's going to get sucked into it, and it's going to impact what's happening out ahead of this, which means that if you don't have warm air being shoved up into the storm and it's colder air, oftentimes that is going to kill the updraft, and it's not going to feed the storm well. So we may watch this not necessarily kill the entire storm, but that updraft and that spin that we're going to have with it, that could impact it significantly. It's positive for us, for sure, but negative to the storm's lifespan. So that's what we want. We want to see that happening. We did see that happen with the storm that you said did go through or is going through the Radcliffe area. So it's been a trend tonight. And
wow, look at that. The rotation obliterated.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely obliterated on this.
I think it's exactly what you were just talking about.
Well, I mean, again, science is still science. Generally speaking, when you get a sinking forward flank, and I'll show you with some arrows here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the forward flank on this storm is right here. So what's happening is you notice that the forward flank is pushing southward. This becomes very important because the air that's getting ingested into the storm is from this direction out of the east-southeast. So if you push cold air southward, now you basically shut off. You shut down the fuel into this storm, and you'll basically implode it. And what we saw is as that forward flank was sinking, watch as we take this back a few scans to Cannelton. The rotation's really good. Notice that forward flank is well north of that hook right here. Now I'm going to take you forward, and you're going to see the forward flank sink southward, way southward, and then it absolutely decimates the area of rotation. Yeah. Now, does that mean it's show over on this storm? No. But that forward flank is even signature, which means it's accelerating. This is a tough one to recover from. This environment is clearly becoming more hostile. And look, we're not saying what we think. There was a storm in front of it that was tornado warned, came out of the exact same area, sank the forward flank southward, killed off the rotation, and the storm kind of died. So it's exactly what's already happened.
Right. We've seen it happen. It's going to happen again. That's the good news. Obviously, there is a tornado warning on it that goes out until, what is this, Mark?
12:15 Central or 1:15. So they didn't do a long fuse.
No.
Again,
it was a good call. They made it very short.
Right. I'm not going to discredit their decision on this one. These are spot decisions. When people's lives are at risk. And what bothers me sometimes when you go with like a 45-minute warning
on something that may last 10 minutes max.
And we knew what had already occurred here. So I think that this was the right move.
A 20-minute warning or whatever?
Yeah, I've got no problems with that. And what we're going to do is, as you know, I mean, look, you guys know we're going to stay with it. Matthew hasn't eaten in like 30 hours. He's crashing. His eyes are all bloodshot. And my voice is completely wrecked after a long week.
But we're here, baby.
And a lack of tea. I needed that tea. I was hoping to get a break between the live and when we did the tornado coverage, and it
Look at that latest one that just came in.
Didn't work out that way.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, that you see, you know, you and I do radar analysis all the time. That forward flank is sinking crazy fast, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That how far it's pushed southward and how quickly it is in now full on in trajectory air that's trying to get sucked into this storm. And the hook, which like looked incredible going into Tell City, is virtually decimated. Yeah. And in fact, one might be able to even argue now it's north of the forward flank, which means that thing's pulling cold air hard. Now, what can happen is it can try to reform the updraft base, and I'm going to take you back over to analyst here. And the area rotation is now buried. Mm-hmm. So
Has the latest scan on velocity come in, or is that going to happen in a couple of seconds? Okay,
I think that's it.
I missed an update. I saw a reflectivity update, but I knew velocity was just a...
Well, we can back that up a scan just to make sure. So again, what we always offer you guys in how we deal with severe weather is live analysis. For us, we hope that's what you guys come to expect from us, is real-time analysis from radar experts. We don't regurgitate. We don't try to throw up what somebody else said. We try to give our expertise on something so that you can understand. So let's take it back. And what I want to do is get into Cannelton. I want to locate where the rotation was with respect to the portion of the storm. So right here, the rotation is directly over Cannelton, and I'm going to even say more specifically over the second end of Cannelton. And then you can see this is where the hook is located. Then we now fast forward into the current. And what you're going to see is the rotation now is moving north. So now let's put a marker on this area of rotation. And let's call it right here, Matthew.
Oh, right there? Sorry.
So let's put a marker on that. And then let's see where the area of rotation is. And I'm going to step to the side just so I can get a better view. And it is now north of where the hook is located. So if there's a hook, it's right here. The marker is now buried behind it. So what would have to happen is this would have to completely weaken and be over with, and then a new updraft base would have to form on the back side. When you get the updraft, or the area of rotation, excuse me, buried in the rain, it's tough to recover from in the heat of the afternoon under a big boy storm. You know, it's 1:06 in the morning, it's outrunning its fuel. This is a tough case for this one to rebound.
Yeah, an area that's already been run over by storms, multiple tornado-warned storms up in this region. You know what? It's good, Mark. I want to see it run into things that aren't favorable. I'm going to take a quick zoom out. Go to one panel here and zoom out across the entire region. And we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for our far eastern counties, Nelson and Washington County as well. Just to double check. All right, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible, no tornado possible tag on there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Then we have the flash flooding. Oh my goodness, we have had so many alerts where we had tornado warnings. Now we've dropped that down to flash flood warnings. Look at this. I mean, so many of them right along north of the river. We knew that would be the scenario. I was kind of surprised that we didn't get any in Louisville, but the storms, I think, moved south fast enough that they didn't train over the region, so that's why we didn't see Louisville flash flood alerts come out.
Busy night. I've asked the Weather Service where they stand on this one, and we really, they're probably going to leave this warning, my guess is, until 1:15. Okay. That would be my guess on where we stand.
7.5 minutes.
My guess is they'll allow it to go to 1:15. My guess is afterwards they're going to make some decisions. Based on where we are right now, I cannot see a way that they could reissue. That said, 7 to 8 minutes from now, they would have time to reassess, and we'll see if the storm can rebound. It is not impossible. It's just still going to be a stretch, partially because it's moving out of the instability axis. And it may be one, my opinion, is this is going to be a severe tornado possible moving forward, because that's kind of what they did on the last one as it passed the instability axis. Basically, you know, the way we kind of talk about this is, you put fuel in the gas tank of your car, and I love this example. Anybody that's a car enthusiast knows what the Corvette ZR1X is. That was the newest Corvette that came out. It has 1,200 horsepower. So like a car lover's, like, it's their dream, a car like that. Now you have a car with that much power that can do 8-second quarter miles, which is absurdly powerful. And what happens if you put water into the gas tank?
Killed it.
Right, I mean, it doesn't matter how powerful the horsepower is or how powerful the engine is. If you put garbage in the gas tank, it doesn't go. And so what's happening is, as they're outrunning the instability axis, now they're outrunning the fuel that you put in there to power the engine. So as that fuel becomes tainted, as it becomes poor, the storms just start to struggle and downturn. And we're seeing the Radcliffe storm that went through has run out of fuel, has surpassed that area of fuel, and we're seeing this storm in the exact same area that outpaced the fuel starting to weaken as well. Now, again, we're continuing to watch to see if it can recycle any area of rotation. If that was to occur, Cloverport's the area. Yeah. Just north of Cloverport is where that area of rotation. We're going to watch to see if it can cycle back. My belief is that the second, the next scan is going to tell the story.
Yeah, they did just take Harrison County out of this thing.
And let me look at their status update.
Or excuse me, Perry County.
Still hearing some thunder and lightning here in Louisville.
Yeah.
I guess you can't really hear the lightning, so yeah.
We all knew what you meant, buddy.
It's been a long
night.
day.
And we only got 5 more minutes on this tornado warning. Again, this was a fairly short fuse one because there was so much uncertainty with how long it's actually going to live. But there was that brief uptick in winds. Warranted to throw a warning on it, but keep it short. Let's see, we just got a latest scan in here. It really doesn't look like the structure of the storm has changed, Mark, and the winds will come through in a minute here.
Now, that said, it has recycled the hook along the back edge of it, so it is persistent. So the next step, if this thing is to recycle that rotation area, is to see an uptick in the greens and the reds that are now east of Cloverport. So what occurred is the hook buried into the storm. The rain then killed off that area rotation. The storm, which has been one of the most resilient storms anywhere in our region here tonight, recycled the hook right here. As Matthew noted, there is still a lot of lightning in here, so the updraft was likely observed. Now what we're going to have to see is, do we get an uptick of that area rotation, which is just east of Cloverport. Now this is going to go into a rural part of Breckinridge County, so it's heading towards south of Irvington by around 4 miles, 5 miles, if that holds, which would be north of Hardinsburg by around 2 or 3. But that area rotation would be right here. And what we're going to look for is these reds and these greens. Do they get brighter? Now that doesn't even necessarily mean that it would tornado. That would mean that it's still trying. And if we kind of go back to the storm that went over the same path, it continued to show some levels of rotation until it got to near Radcliffe, and then it showed the downturn. So this one may follow a similar track, which would mean it tries to recycle, tries to show a little bit of rotation again, and then ultimately kind of takes its last breath as it goes past around you know, I don't think it's going to take all the way to Radcliffe, but I do think by Meade County it's probably going to be taking that downward turn. And also worth noting, when you look at that, there is again, I love radar. So what you're seeing here is on these greens back here, there may be another rear flank downdraft immediately already forming, and you can see this forward flank extends all the way through. This may be starting to just go outflow. Dominated, which means that its best chance of producing a tornado may be behind it.
That would be really nice. So we've got less than 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 15 seconds until this warning expires.
Are you counting it down?
You know, maybe. It should stay north of Ardensburg, as mentioned before. With that latest scan, it really looks like it's heading toward Clifton Mills. But I don't think it makes it to Clifton Mills anytime soon. It's a slow mover. A lot of these have been 25, 30 mile per hour.
Really slow,
yeah,
you're right.
So I don't think it makes it to Clifton Mills before this tornado warning expires. In fact, as it's trying to cross 259, it's over 144 right now, but as it tries to cross 259, that'll be when the warning has expired. So
still a lot of lightning, though. I mean, I think that we both agree that this thing is not, its best days may be behind it, but it's not done yet.
Yeah, so for folks up in Sample and Lauterburg and let's go, who else was up there? Near Mystic.
New Velocity.
I think that you guys are probably going to be safe from any rotation. However, you're getting super heavy rain and maybe even some hail out of this as well. So let me, you know, I don't want to bring that up.
That forward flank is surging even further now again.
Yeah, and nothing really sticks out too crazy on velocity right now with that latest scan. There's
a supercell,
but right? It's not. You know, it's not what it was warned for. It's definitely weaker.
And I just I'm seeing what the Weather Service's plan is here. They did not note anything specifically in the chat. Hold on.
45 seconds.
I think your time may be off on that warning. Hold on.
No, it's not 1:15.
Oh, no, it is. No,
okay.
It was arriving in Hardinsburg near 12:15, and the warning, hold on one second, is until 12:30.
Oh, mother of pearl.
We have about 15 more minutes on this warning should the Weather Service allow it to continue as is. So again, the warning goes until 1:30. And what happened is that they mentioned 12:15, and I think that's
for Hardinsburg.
Exactly.
My mistake. However, I will say it says in Hardinsburg at 12:15. We're at 12:15 here in 5 seconds, and it is so far away.
That's really moving slow, but that's probably because of that the rotation area cycled.
Yeah.
And it probably then caused it to reform a little bit further to the west, and that makes sense. It's a complicated night. Look, I'm going to tell you something here. I still can't believe what happened in the last week. And this is coming from somebody that's covered severe weather in this area for a very long time, but the mid-level belt of winds moves north. This is an inevitability, an unstoppable onset of summer. And onset summer normally occurs here by June 15th. It's actually normally earlier than that, but June 15th is almost the absolute latest I've seen it in this area. We still have had very comfortable temperatures, which means onset summer has not occurred in the jet stream. And we've not pushed the jet stream north into Canada, which has allowed some of this summer fuel, like what we have seen today, to generate with wind energy, which in late June it just doesn't happen. And it did. It happened twice this week, and today has been extremely impressive under the circumstances. The amount of tornado warnings, I'll remember this one for probably my career, and partially because we covered 4 tornado warnings in Orange County. There were 3 separate polygons in Orange County at one point tonight.
It's wild how many there have been. But, you know, just to reiterate, Now, we talked about it during our stream earlier this evening that there were going to be spots where it was tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning lined up against each other. And that happened there in southern Indiana. And then we would see a transition over to flash flood, flash flood, flash flood. That's exactly what happened. So these storms trained over pretty much the areas that we expected along and north of 64. And now they've made their way to the southern side. And it's actually...
And I'm going to head back to the wall one more time here just so we can analyze what we've got there on the rotation.
And they have weakened. They have weakened quite a bit, a lot of these storms overall. Because, I mean, it doesn't look anything like it did in that 7 to 9 o'clock time frame, Mark.
No, I mean, and inevitably this is an unstoppable. The force that was Wednesday night was accompanied by 30-mile-an-hour regular winds.
Yeah.
The atmosphere just doesn't cool when you have 30-mile-an-hour winds. So we were able to sustain that fuel well into the night. This is not that night.
Right.
If you go outside right now, for most people, it's not very windy. So what that is basically meaning is that the storms are going to be running into worse and worse quality of fuel. So let's do the same exercise here. We're going to take that rotation backwards. We're going to move it towards Cannleton, which is on the left of the screen when the rotation was notable, right here. Red's bright, green's bright, rotation good, tornado warning issued. Now let's move this slowly off scan by scan to the east. And what you're going to see is a couple things here. You notice over here that forward flank is surging southward. That then cuts off the area rotation. And then we move into the right now. In the current, that forward flank has now surged in front of the area rotation, meaning it has basically cut this thing off. Normally what will happen is this rotation area, this hook, will then either decay or get pulled into the back of the storm. Could another one form on the backside? You can actually see one maybe trying.
I was wondering about
that.
But
then it still suffers from the same problem, and that is there is a forward flank that is cool air in front of this. It is almost impossible in the situation it is to fully recycle because that area of rain has surged so far south.
Yeah.
It kind of has that right on the nose here where it's pushed really far to the south here normally means game over on the storm in terms of the tornado threat. Weather Service still has a tornado warning until 1:30. I'm going to ask them thoughts on the warning just to see where they stand.
And I know that they've been saying that there's probably going to be a transition over to more of a hydrology or flooding threat overnight tonight. That low-level jet's still cranking. And so convective development, it's still out there, rolling eastward. Unlikely to be severe, though, as it continues moving east. Training cells, though, could lead to that flooding threat. So, and they've seen this trend before with different setups. So
we still have rain in Louisville, and there's still probably people waking up. We're hearing rumbles of thunder. So Louisville, all clear, yeah. There is no severe weather threat here in Louisville. You can head to bed. This is show over for Louisville in terms of the severe potential. But obviously that storm continues right now with the tornado warning. Weather Service has stated they don't think that they're going to go with the tornado warning again, which means that they're probably going to let this ride for the next 11 minutes. You know, is that necessary? I'm okay with it. I think that it would have been probably more appropriate to be a slightly shorter warning. But
I thought that 115 was placed perfectly.
I actually thought that would have been appropriate based on the condition. But yeah, so through 1:30 is another 10 minutes, and we'll stay with you guys. If the Weather Service decides to let the thing go, then we'll return you back to programming. We'll end the stream. And I want to say this much here because a lot of you guys have been with us for a long time today. We started our streaming at 6 p.m. tonight. And we just want to say thanks, guys. You know, you guys, your support allows us to continue to do this. We love what we do. We don't want to ever talk about something bad happening to a community, but we know that we don't have the ability to stop that. The only thing that we have control of is when it happens that we're there for you. And then your support then of us in terms of trusting us is what allows us to continue to do this. And we appreciate that. We've had a lot of people support us this week on TV, on our app, on the website. On our WDRB Plus, on our Facebook pages, on YouTube. We are everywhere now, and it's nice to know that you guys do appreciate what we do. I can tell you I'm a little biased. You know, our team, our weather team, I think we've got the best meteorologists on the planet. I think we've got people that are super loyal and dedicated to what they do. I'm obviously a little bit biased because, you know, I chose every one of you guys, but it's great to be part of a group like Matthew that's here until 2 o'clock that doesn't care, and Jude that's called us and multiple times to tell us that he'll be here at 2. And that's kind of the people that you deal with here, is people that want to help and be part of things and make sure that when something is scary, or when the sirens are going off, or when your kids are crying because there's sirens going off, you can explain what's going on. We can help you guys in those moments and hopefully make these moments of fear a little bit easier to manage, and hopefully avoid anything bad happening when these storms go through. So the area rotation, it still looks horrible right now. It doesn't look good at all, which is a good thing. That area rotation right now is about to pass south of Sample, Kentucky, along 259. I don't even know that I can call that an area rotation at this point. I don't.
It's ugly.
It's just a downburst there. This little green and red right here is actually a downburst occurring, where air is rushing out from the storm. So, you know, it definitely doesn't look like a tornado producer at this point right now. So
7.5 minutes, Mark. Now, for sure, 7.5 minutes. Sorry.
Are you counting this down again?
Hey, you know, I just want to let folks know.
Are you tired after the day? This is Matthew's Friday.
It is.
And Matthew so Matthew worked along.
This is Mark's off day. So thank you.
Yeah, but you came in on for Jude on Thursday morning.
Yeah, that was a rough one. It is rough to change your, instead of waking up at 8 o'clock in the morning, you wake up at 12:45 in the morning, and that is, it does ring you, man.
And we had severe weather too to deal with.
It rings you. So, but that's all right, man. I mean, that's what we're built for. That's what we know we get into this business to do. We've been doing it for just over 5 years. I'm going to sleep all day tomorrow.
You are going to sleep. I know you pretty well, and I know when you've reached your limit, and you've reached your limit.
It does take a lot to get me there, but boy, I think we've got it.
The reason I'm fresh is I did have some trouble with your earpiece.
Yeah, man, I can't keep it in.
So the area of rotation's weakening.
Yeah.
A lot would have to happen. In fact, I'm going to argue now can fully recycle, and I'll tell you why. There is the forward, so now a rear flank behind it that's developing. All of this it's to take on the form of a bow, which means a transition from tornado threat into damaging wind threat. I don't storm has anything to show us that the tornado threat is. Can we say no on any storm in our area? Clearly resiliency, because south of it there is no rain, but the lack of fuel thankfully has started to show a weakening trend. If these storms, let's say we're dealing with, like the other night, 2,000 units of fuel, we would have tornado warnings all night long. We would not stop. It would go for every minute of the night, and we did that the other night.
Yep.
We don't want to do that again. Let's see where they
fighting. Overall, yes, that's the trend that we're seeing. So we're still zoomed in here on Hardin County, north of Hardinsburg. We said, Hardinsburg, you're in the warning. No, we don't think that you're under a threat. That has been the case. South of Sample along 259, so between Sample and Hardinsburg is where this thing is situated. Heading toward Clifton Mills. It'll get to Clifton Mills in probably about 15 minutes almost, which is after the warning expires. These are really slow-moving storms, and it doesn't help the storm when you've got cold air that's rushing in it. So Clifton Mills, 10 to 15 minutes before it makes it to you. At that point, the warning will have expired. Hopefully, the storm itself will have basically died off, all the rotation gone. But Mark, I mean, you've mentioned it. Looks more like it's downdraft action rather than circulation within this storm.
You know, the thing that is interesting about this stuff is the science of what we do, the science of radar meteorology. You see this stuff. There are things that are that repeat, and this one has shown, it has gone the textbook route of how a supercell, a tornado producing supercell storm weakened.
All right, Mark, so we see a couple little blips of red and green here on the map.
Let me take a look over that and see if that is signal noise or if that's real.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask, if you could explain that. It does look like it's not where that hook is.
So that to me is, those are false gates in my opinion. What that means is that is a signal noise ratio issue, and arguably I would say that because that is where it's not co-located with the hook.
Right.
So that means it's erroneous. That would mean The area of rotation is a little bit further west of that, underneath the hook, which that area of rotation is very, very weak. 3 minutes and 30 seconds until the tornado warning is allowed to expire. Should it be allowed to expire, we're going to return you back to programming. And at this point, this will be when I get in my car and I get home to get a little bit of rest here tonight. And Matthew would meet up with Mr. Redfield, who will be coming in at 2 a.m. And hopefully Mr. Redfield doesn't have to cut back in anymore. But we know that Jude will be ready to go should that need to happen. And he will be coming in normally when we see Jude very late in the night and early into the morning with hot cocoa and mix it with coffee. Am I right?
Yeah. And so he'll be here in a bit. I'm going to hang out with him while he gets his show ready. I'll be keeping an eye on radar while he's getting everything ready for the morning show, because by that point, all of these storms will have died. So he's got to have a show ready to go for you guys. Maybe you're staying up with us now and you're like, all right, can I go back to sleep? Yeah, I think you can go back to sleep. But wake up and watch Jude in the morning at some point. Maybe catch the 9 o'clock show.
And I'm checking, by the way, to see where we stand on this.
Yeah, so Jude will be here. I'll be watching and babysitting over the radar. He'll be putting together a show. Should be here in about 30 minutes or so. Mark, what you got?
So the Weather Service is saying that the storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears to be capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning has been allowed to expire. And I want to be very clear on that verbiage. It says allowed to expire. However, heavy rain will continue. They know it will be allowed to expire 30 or 1:30, so that's another 120 seconds here, and then just because it's going to run on our crawl, I do not want to leave you until we will exit out.
2 more minutes
at 1:30. But here's where we stand on radar right now. So that storm, when that drops below severe limits, will be allowed. The warning will be allowed to expire. That will mean there will be no warning on that storm. Second, that would put the only warned storm in our area right now in the far east, which would just affect a fringe northern part. Let me view in on that storm.
Of Washington County and far eastern Nelson.
Agreed. Washington, Nelson, and that has exited Nelson now. And I'm curious, so there's still quite a bit of lightning. I wonder what it looks like on our Bardstown camera. The lightning, though, maybe west, but you should still see it illuminate the sky if it's going good. You know, interesting, you look at the Bardstown camera, Matthew. If you wonder why these storms have done so well, look at which way the wind is blowing. It's blowing from the east, southeast. Which has, you talked about this in the video, that wind has been shifting and changing direction as we go upward in the atmosphere. And even though it's 1:30 in the morning, the winds are still highly favorable for rotating thunderstorms if they had the fuel, which thankfully is running out.
We're starting to see the outflow boundary here, Mark.
Yeah, you got it, you are.
The gust front coming out of this thing, so that's good. Rear flank of the storm, lots of cold air coming out of it. Forward flank, lots of cold air coming out of it. It's killing the storm. 18 seconds, Mark. 18 seconds until that warning expires, and then those sirens will go away.
So what you guys need to know here is the tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire in 10 seconds. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Nelson and parts of Washington County, Kentucky. Should this storm come back up in intensity, we would then go into back into coverage. But if there are no tornado warnings left for the night, we will be done bothering you here for the night. And I assume we're probably not bothering you if you were here. You probably heard the sirens off in the middle of the night and just were looking for some help here. So where we stand right now is the tornado warning has expired here. Remember, we'll continue to watch the storms. We'll be on TV. If you don't follow us on Facebook, Matthew Wine on Facebook, Mark Weinberg on Facebook, Mark with a C. Click like when you get there, follow, and you would get an alert if we go live on our streaming. So thanks for joining us on here. Keep it on WDRB for continuing weather updates.